Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2024 World Emerging Security Forum hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Before we begin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jessica Singili, and today I've been given the honor of being your MC at this very special and meaningful forum. Thank you very much for your attendance this morning. And today's forum focuses on the theme, a global cooperation in the evolving security environment, cyber, AI, and new technologies. The conference is being streamed live on our YouTube channel. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome your attention, both online and offline. With that, without further ado, let us commence the opening ceremony of the 2024 World Emerging Security Forum. First, we'd like to present an opening video. Ladies and gentlemen, please draw your attention to the screen. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you once again for joining us today, both online and offline, to congratulate this meaningful gathering. So we watched this opening video together. So this video is asking questions that will be discussed in depth at today's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your active participation until the very last moment of our forum. Thank you. Then we will start this meaningful occasion with the opening remarks. We will have the opening remarks by His Excellency, Mr. Lee Dong-ryul, Ambassador for International Cyber Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor to welcome you to the 2024 World Emerging Security Forum. My sincere thanks to go to CIPRI and KAIST for their tremendous contribution to this forum. Just months ago, the Nobel Prize Committee recognized the extraordinary era we live in, awarding not one but two prizes to pioneers in artificial intelligence. One celebrates the breakthrough in AI-driven protein folding, unlocking possibilities in medicine, and the other recognizes the transformative power of generative AI. These accolades represent the essence of our time, an age where technological innovation is reshaping the very fabric of our world, offering unprecedented opportunities as well as risks. The tectonic plates of global security, too, are shifting beneath our feet, and emerging technologies redefine the fundamentals of our national security, such as who, what, where, and when. Let's first consider the where. To put things into perspective, in the 1940s, the advent of air as a new domain of warfare had overwhelmed the strategists who suddenly had to think three-dimensionally to defend their nations. Today's multi-domain goes beyond the physical into cyberspace and above the air into the space, all enabled by digital and space technologies. Meantime, cutting-edge technologies are changing the who in a profound way. The lines between the state and non-state actors blur as off-the-shelf dual-use technologies become readily available. Autonomous systems further challenge the distinction between humans and machines. In cyberspace, anonymity inherent in that space turned the question of who nearly unanswerable. Then, the when. As threat permeates our daily lives, traditional distinction between wartime and peacetime is fast disappearing. Malicious cyber activities such as cryptocurrency haste, data theft, and disinformation campaign target our daily lives and democratic institutions underpinning our society. Even activities once seen purely commercial, like securing raw material for industrial growth, have transformed into matters of strategic urgency. Finally, the what. That is the nature of the threat we face and the defense mechanisms that can be employed. In the past, technological development brought the displacement of the old by the new, bow yield to guns, horse to tanks. But as we see in today's conflict, the rise of drones has not made nuclear stockpiles obsolete. Instead, technologies coexist and synergize with one another, bringing exponential complexities to both threat and defenses. We are left with a critical question. What will be the impact from AI, an ultimate enabler of everything, and quantum technology, an ultimate accelerator of everything? Would the world be more secure or less secure with these technologies? And what does the nexus between AI, cyber, and weapons of mass destruction mean for global security? Distinguished guests, this brave new world calls for more than ever vigilance and vision. Vigilance to clearly and lucidly understand the threat and the complexities, and the vision to see past the immediate to imagine a better and safer tomorrow, the one that we can achieve only by working together. Progress has been made. The UN members adopted the UN framework for responsible state behavior in the use of ICT, even though ambiguities persist on the application of international law and accountability. Agreement like the recent US-China Accord on maintaining human control in nuclear decision on the sidelines of the last two APEC meetings show that the multilateral mutual understanding is possible on such critical issues as AI's role in WMD. But we must act fast. The pace of technological advancement does not wait for us. If we fail to create robust norms and governance fit for our time, we risk catastrophic consequences on security and human dignity. The Republic of Korea stands ready to lead in this effort. In line of our foreign policy vision of a global pivotal state, the Republic of Korea seeks to lead the global cooperation on emerging technologies and security challenges by serving triple role: facilitator, supporter, and initiator. Firstly, as an initiator, we have spearheaded a global conversation on new norms and governance, hosting the second AIM Summit in September. The blueprint for action adopted at the conference provided the momentum for us to again take the initiative in the UN General Assembly to adopt the first ever resolution on responsible AI in the military domain. As an elected member of UN Security Council, we are also enhancing the Council's engagement in cybersecurity and hosted an open debate on this issue in June. Secondly, as a facilitator, we champion the collaboration on core emerging technologies such as semiconductors, battery, AI, quantum, and space. We are a founding member of a growing global network of AI Safety Institute, the seed of which was sown during AI Seoul Summit held in May this year. As chair of Mineral Security Partnership since July, we are also leading international efforts to stabilize and diversify supply chain, whose resilience is key to the broader stability. Lastly, as a supporter, we are actively bridging digital divide across all regions and promoting open, free, and secure cyberspace, leveraging our global growing official development assistance. Underlying our work is the understanding that strengthening the cybersecurity capacity of nations most vulnerable is crucial to fortify the weakest link in global networks. The Seoul Declaration adopted during the AI Seoul Summit in 2024 set another milestone, recognizing inclusivity as a priority equal to safety and innovation in AI governance. We are leading by example at home too. Our cybersecurity strategy adopted in February, its implementation plan adopted in September, and the launch of National AI Committee in October underscores our unwavering commitment to safety, inclusivity, and innovation. Distinguished guests, since 2021, the World Emerging Security Forum has sought to catalyze global discourse on international security, recognizing the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement in our ever-evolving security landscape. It's therefore deeply encouraging to see the collaborative spirit among the broad spectrum of thought leaders and experts present in this room. Government, international organizations, academia, industry, and civil society, each of us hold a critical piece of larger puzzle. By working together with vigilance and vision, we can harness the opportunities while minimizing the risks of emerging technologies. As we come together to share our insight, let us leverage this opportunity to chart a path forward toward a safer world for generations to come. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for highlighting the importance of this special occasion on where, when, and what. Thank you very much for your leadership. And next, Mr. Dan Smith, Director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, will deliver his welcoming remarks. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Rhee, Excellencies, friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's really my pleasure to join in welcoming you all to the World Emerging Security Forum 2024. Allow me to begin by saying that it's been a pleasure and an honor for the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute to assist and work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea in preparing the forum and to participate here. Let me add that to me it would feel inappropriate not to acknowledge that Tuesday night's events create an unusual part of the setting for our meeting today. I don't want to comment, except to say that I am happy that in the Republic of Korea, at least, democratic institutions and culture are passing their test. World security today is beset by many challenges. They include aggression, provocative and confrontational behavior by some states, intractable local and regional conflicts and wars, the impact of ecological disruption, including climate change, and the challenges posed by emerging technologies. Some of these are immediate, direct threats requiring urgent response. Some are more long-term. They too, however, require attention without delay. And for both the policy and the research communities that focus on issues of peace and security, part of the problem we face is the difficulty of finding a balance so that paying attention to the urgent challenges does not completely dominate our priorities and leave no bandwidth for the long-term issues. And that's one of the reasons why, since its inception, I've found the World Emerging Security Forum to be so important and productive. It offers an opportunity to look beyond the immediate threats and focus on what is changing, what is unfolding. But we shouldn't think that the opportunity to look at the long-term issues is a reason just to sit back and ponder, taking our own sweet time. The war in Ukraine reminds us how the different time frames can come together in one problem. It's an old-fashioned war of aggression, with tactics in both offense and defense that are reminiscent of the First World War and of battles fought not far from today's front lines. It's also a hypermodern war, in which some of the tactics and tools, the drones, hybrid warfare, the battle in cyberspace, would have seemed only a few years ago like pure science fiction. So the fact is that tomorrow has arrived already, even if yesterday is still with us. And as for taking our time to understand problems, we've had too much of that in the last 40 to 45 years, since the global challenge of climate change was outlined to us by scientists. Actually, it goes back further. The basic science of global warming was worked out in the 19th century, and the definitive calculus of the impact of climate change was produced by a depressed Swede named Svante Arrhenius in 1896. His estimate that a geometric increase in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere would cause an arithmetic increase in air temperature was original, well-researched, and is not seriously in doubt today. We cannot say we have not been warned about climate change. So I have here a book published for CIPRI by the Oxford University Press. It's not very long, 229 pages, including the index. It's entitled Arms and Artificial Intelligence. It explores the applications for weapons development and for arms control of advanced computing and especially of AI. It offers an overview on many of the problems we'll be talking about today. Pause for thought. It was published in 1987. We cannot say we have not been warned. But take a moment to think about the date of publication, maybe with some humility. Think how long after 1987 it was before we first engaged with the issue. Think about the limited degree to which our governments are on top of the definition and problem identification, even today, developing a cross-government approach and alignment with allies. We may think about how difficult it is for research to see the interconnections between questions often looked at in isolation from each other, such as AI and strategic stability. And where there is some degree of familiarity with the issues, we may think about how recently that's been found and how others are still scrambling to get on top of the problem. To my mind, a large part of the purpose of this forum is to help cut down the time it seems to take to grapple with and understand new issues and their implications for peace and security. So I'm going to focus for a second on one part of today's agenda. Quantum technologies are making bold steps forward. Unfolding advances in understanding the behavior of quantum systems seem to offer promise to transform technologies for sensing, imaging, navigation, computing, information science, communications, and more. There could be many benefits, including quicker detection of chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear hazards and threats, advances in climate modeling and understanding ecosystem behavior, all of which have positive implications for peace and security. And of course, as with any technology, there can be downsides, and will be. Quantum advances may undermine encryption, for example, reducing the security of communications and of financial transactions. Many of the downsides will be the result of the competition between states. For example, quantum sensors may be able to detect objects hidden underground in the ocean that are undetectable by other means, meaning surveillance of submarines becomes more straightforward, and therefore the security of a submarine-based deterrent becomes less secure. Do we want to make the same mistake with quantum as we did with AI. My colleagues at CIPRI are starting to make progress in identifying the peace and security implications of the new quantum revolution. Mention again that volume on artificial intelligence and suggest that this time we don't want to wait 30 to 40 years to listen to what my colleagues are saying. Arms control is collapsing and a new nuclear arms race is starting to unfold. Compared to the arms race in the Cold War, this one will likely be less about warhead numbers and more about both cyberspace and outer space. It will likely be three-sided rather than two-sided. And if the world gets through a first decade of danger and hostility, to arrive at an historical moment when, as before, the good sense of agreeing guardrails and limits is accepted on all sides, the technological challenges of confidence-building measures and arms control are going to be dauntingly different. So we have to be better at facing up to the security challenges as they emerge. In the research community, we need to be better at focusing on risk, in which there is necessarily a degree of uncertainty, rather than hunting for proof, which always means looking at the past, and therefore sometimes means waiting until it's too late to do anything. And the policy world needs to be better at balancing priorities so as to give more attention to the future and to risks that are significant, even if uncertain. That's why the World Emerging Security Forum has become an important event, bringing policy and research communities together to look at key dimensions of the changing security horizon. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs again for really good cooperation, and play my part in welcoming you to an important and engaging day at this forum. Thank you very much.
Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Dan Smith. Your words have truly set the tone for today's discussions. We really appreciate for your commitment as well. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, please now allow me to introduce Professor Kwang-Hyung Lee, a president of the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. He has sent us a video of his welcoming address. Please draw your attention to the screen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kwang-Hyung Lee, the president of KAIST. It's a great honor to welcome you to the 2024 World Emerging Security Forum here in Seoul. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this forum in collaboration with the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute and KAIST. I would like to thank the distinguished experts and guests who have joined us today, including Cho Tae-yeol, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and Mr. Stefan Reben, Chair of the Governing Board of CIPRI. Now, in its fourth year, the World Emerging Security Forum serves as a vital platform for fostering global cooperation on the evolving challenges of security. This year's theme focuses on the risks and opportunities brought about by emerging technologies in the realms of security and geopolitics. As a leader in AI, cybersecurity, and advanced technologies, KAIST drives both innovation and practical solutions. Through its interdisciplinary approach, KAIST bridges science, policy, and global security, and will continue to contribute to forums like WSF, tackling critical challenges and shaping future strategies. I hope today's discussion will foster international collaboration and responsible innovations, paving the way for a secure and equitable future. Together, we can ensure that technology serves to promote peace and unity. Thank you very much.
Please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Carl Bildt, co-chair of the European Council on Foreign Relations and the former Prime Minister of Sweden. He has sent us a video of his keynote speech. Let's welcome him onto the screen.
Let me start by saluting this most important international gathering and very much regret that I'm not there with you in Seoul today. We live in a world that is more competitive, more confrontational, and more conflicted than just a couple of years ago. In Europe, we live with the reality of Russia's large-scale aggression against Ukraine, in violation of every aspect of international law and global order. Russia has thrown its entire armed might against a nation that wished no more than shaping its own future. It's a conflict with massive, meat-grinding human waves attacks, hand in hand with sophisticated drones, industrial mobilization, ballistic missiles, space operation and information warfare. Hundreds of thousands of lives have already been lost. Destruction is massive. The outcome of that conflict will shape European and global security for years to come. The link between the outcast regimes of Moscow and Pyongyang does illustrate that. But the global security landscape is challenging in very many ways. Climate change and global health should certainly not be ignored. And beyond this and all of the other conflicts dominating our days, we stand at a critical juncture where accelerating technological change intersects with intensifying geopolitical competition, creating unprecedented security challenges. The governance of artificial intelligence, or the convergence of artificial intelligence with nuclear command and control systems, represents one of the most critical challenges. AI is being integrated into early warning systems, into threat assessments, and decision support tools also for nuclear forces. While this does promise faster response time and better threat detection, it also introduces new risks of algorithmic bias, system vulnerabilities, and potential flash crashes in crisis situations. The November 16 statement by the leaders of China and the United States, saying, quote, "The need to maintain human control over the decision to use nuclear weapons," end quote, is therefore most important. Other nuclear powers should follow. And in the same statement, it stressed, quote, "The need to consider carefully the potential risks in develop AI technology in the military field in a prudent and responsible manner," end of the quote. These are important statements. And there are numerous important initiatives underway on the issue of AI governance and security. The AI Safety Summit in Bletchley Park with follow-ups up in Seoul and San Francisco, the G7 Hiroshima process, and the UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI are among the processes that seek to establish some sort of international governance framework. The AI Action Summit in Paris in February will also address these issues. And there is the Frontier Model Forum that is bringing together the leading AI companies. That represents a promising steps towards industrial self-regulation that should be welcome. Beyond AI, synthetic biology has emerged as a critical security concern. The CRISPR-generating gene editing technology and automated biolabs have dramatically lowered the barriers to creating modified organisms. While this does promise important medical breakthroughs, they also enable the potential creation of engineered pathogens with enhanced transmissibility and lethality. Traditional boundaries between physical and digital security have dissolved. Today's threats are hybrid, they're interconnected, and they are often amplified by these emerging technologies. Advanced AI models can now generate highly convincing deepfakes. They can manipulate the public discourse, and they can design novel cyber attacks. The democratization of these technologies means that sophisticated capabilities hitherto reserved for resource-rich nation-states are now potentially accessible to a much broader range of potential adversaries. Our critical infrastructure faces unprecedented vulnerability. We see a rapid expansion of the Internet of Things that creates a lot of attack surfaces that weren't there before. Power grids, transportation systems, and healthcare facilities are increasingly networked, with the exposure also to attacks that entails. Ransomware attacks can paralyze entire cities, and we see sophisticated state-sponsored actors probe our industrial control systems. All of these changes are daunting, but they are not insurmountable. They require a shift in how we approach security. First, we must of course establish robust international frameworks for AI governance, particularly in military applications. This includes developing shared protocols for testing and validating AI systems, establishing clear human-in-the-loop requirements for critical decisions, and creating verification mechanisms for AI safety claims. Secondly, we need a new coordinated global approach to biosecurity. This could involve strengthening the Biological Warfare Weapons Convention and must involve developing early warning systems for engineered pathogens while protecting the research that is necessary. Third, we must move beyond traditional siloed approach to security. The interconnected nature of modern threats demands integrated response that spans cyber, physical, and biological domains. This means breaking down barriers, fostering unprecedented cooperation between government agencies, private sector partners, and most importantly, international allies. Absolute security will be an illusion. It is rather the resilience of our societies and the resilience of our economies faced with a multitude of security challenges that must be in focus. And as we look to the future, technological change is only going to accelerate. Quantum computing will be there with all of the consequences. Our ability to manage all of these emerging technologies while preserving strategic stability will define international security for very many years to come. We must act decisively, but thoughtfully, balancing innovation with security and balancing individual liberty with collective security. The choice is not whether to embrace or not these technologies. They will come, and they do bring the promise of a new age of scientific discovery, a new age of enlightenment, perhaps even so. The choice is whether we will shape that development and deployment in accordance with our values and our security interests, or if we will allow others to do so. Thank you.
Please join me in giving him a big round of applause. And thank you to Honorable Mr. Carl Bildt for those invaluable words. And ladies and gentlemen, next we will have the words of congratulations delivered by Mr. James Andrew Lewis, a Senior Vice President of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He is joining us here at the site. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Thank you. It's good to see everyone. And congratulations on this forum, which is another sign of Korea's emergence as a global power. I'm going to talk about the political context for some of the things we've been discussing, and we'll discuss for the rest of the day. Technology, as you've heard, is reshaping the world, but there are other forces that we need to consider. The rise of China is perhaps the most important, accompanied by the decline, hopefully temporary, of Europe. The emergence of a multipolar world order. We've been talking about this for at least a decade. It's new powers that don't necessarily comport with the visions and the views that we had, and certainly don't see the U.S. as the leader of the new order. We have the revanchism of former communist states. It turns out that 1990 was a turning point, not a victory, and we are dealing with the consequences of that. You have the disinterest of the United States, and note that I say disinterest, not decline. You can't lose two wars and expect your citizens to be happy, and that's kind of where we are, but the U.S. remains primus inter pares, first among equals, and how it decides to go in the future will be important for the world. Not crucial, and I'm not making an entirely Eurocentric or American-centric point of view, but I think the place of the U.S. is something that will be tested in the next few years. The knowledge revolution that technology has brought. The first knowledge revolution occurred when Gutenberg brought movable type to Europe, and it took 200 or 300 years to work out the political solutions to the problems that created. The solution then that emerged in the 19th century was parliamentary democracy. We're seeing increasing signs that it's no longer adequate as it's currently structured, and it will take hopefully less than 2 or 3 centuries, but we are at the start of recasting politics nationally and internationally in light of the connectivity that technology brings. There are useful precedents that we can consider. The parliamentary democracy that emerged in the 19th century is one. The first industrial revolution, which began really at the end of the 17th century and ultimately led to global conflict. That global conflict led in turn in 1945 to a global approach that was based on rules and institutions. Those rules and institutions are now being challenged, and they must certainly be reinforced or rethought or perhaps even replaced. I'll call your attention to something that was known as the kitchen debate. This occurred in 1956 between Nikita Khrushchev and Richard Nixon, who was then the vice president. And the kitchen debate was essentially the two leaders arguing over whose system was better at producing new technologies, new ideas, at satisfying the wants of their service. It's worth bearing in mind that it took 30 years to conclude the kitchen debate, and we are at the start of a similar process now. Hopefully it won't take another 30 years, but this will be a long contest. Where does Korea fit in? I think this is an important question. And let's talk about Korea as a middle power. Middle powers have responsibilities. I gave a talk once, some years ago, to a member of the German military, and a German general said to me, "But why can't we be Switzerland?" And what I told him at the time was, well, you don't have enough cows and chocolate. That was the initial answer. The longer-term answer is you cannot evade responsibility when you are one of the largest economies, when you are a source of technological innovation, when you are an inspiration for democracy, and that applies to Germany. It also applies to Korea, right? Middle powers have responsibilities. Technology means, because of the connectivity it creates, because of the spread of knowledge it brings, because of the political tensions it leads to, technology means there can be no neutrality, right? What are our responsibilities then? When I say our, I mean a global community, not just Korea, not just the United States, not just the Europeans and others. We need to rebuild or restructure the order that came out of 1945. The core of that order remains valid: respect for individual rights, the use of democracies and markets to shape national policy. But it clearly needs rethinking, right? And so that is the challenge before us. To rebuild a global order that's democratically centered at a time of unprecedented challenge to both democracy and to individual rights. What will this require? And I hope we can talk about this today. It will require negotiation and engagement. We must find, as with the kitchen debates, as with the Cuban Missile Crisis, as with earlier precedents that followed the catastrophe of World War II, we must find a way to engage the other side and to hopefully reach some sort of agreement with them. With that, let me say I look forward to today's discussion, which I think is vital for making progress in these crucial areas. I thank you again for your attendance, and I look forward to today. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you to Mr. Lewis for sharing your thoughtful words for a secure world. Thank you. Last but not least, Mr. Im Jong-in, Special Advisor to the President for Cyber of the Republic of Korea, will be giving us his words of congratulations. Please welcome him to the stage with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. As introduced, I am Special Advisor to the President for Cyber of the Republic of Korea. I'm Im Jong-in. I advised the President of the Republic of Korea on the issues of AI, cybersecurity, and emerging security issues. The speakers who have spoken before me talked about all the revolutionary impact of AI and other emerging technologies. As Ambassador Lee mentioned, I was actually in an AI academic conference in Amsterdam in October, as reported in Korea media outlets. Jeffrey Hinton won the Nobel Prize, and Denis Hassabis, CEO of Google DeepMind, won the Nobel Chemistry Prize the next day. Everybody recognized that this has become the era of AI. On November 30, 2022, generative AI came into life, and since then we have seen the revolutionary impact brought by AI. We are astounded by this impact, but at the same time, we're sometimes fearful of such changes. AI is currently transforming every aspect of our life, and it is a disruptive technology. Not only AI's capabilities, but also application of AI in every aspect of our lives are quite surprising. For example, Artemis will actually transport people to Mars by the year 2040. Whether that's possible, that's a question. Actually, since Apollo landed Moon in the area of space, there has not been much progress or major revolution made in the space area. However, the fifth Starship was launched recently, and Falcon Heavy was launched and actually made it back, and many astounding and amazing technologies have come to life thanks to the advances in AI. So currently, advances in AI are making a lot of revolutionary impact in the area of space. And just like Denis Hassabis won the Chemistry Nobel Prize, Alpha Kondo, like the protein binding technology, is something that humanity has been waiting for. Actually, it came into life in 2018. Actually, it took more than several years to understand an atomic structure of one particular protein. Only 0.1% of the structure of the protein was found in the past, but in 2022, AlphaFold was found by Google. So all the atomic structure of protein was found by Google, thanks to the capability of AI. So such disruptive changes brought by AI are being witnessed at the moment. And as we do so, we now have greater aspirations for the future. And I'm sure many have many aspirations for the future thanks to the capability of AI. However, as mentioned in the Munich Security Conference earlier this year, we do have the shared understanding that there are many risks brought by AI, along with the benefits and the opportunities brought by AI. Deepfakes and other cyber threats will be looming. And among the changes brought by AI, as mentioned by Ambassador Dong-Yeol Lee today, we actually South Korea attended AI Safety Summit, and South Korea hosted REAIM Summit as well. And in May this year, during the Seoul AI Summit, South Korea emphasized that not just safety, but the balance between safety, inclusiveness, and innovation is important. That was the argument and key point made by South Korea. And in San Francisco last month, 10 countries around the world, AI Safety Institute was agreed by these 10 countries. And safety, innovation, and inclusiveness and international cooperation have been recognized as the key elements for global cooperation in this field. And global information sharing was also emphasized on that occasion. Changes by AI, when they're viewed from the perspective of cybersecurity, could have impact on space systems. The progress was made in AI-powered space systems, and Starship and Starlink are the prime examples. And the UK space base also was built recently as well. And as mentioned earlier, quantum computing is also a new emerging issue. I've studied cybersecurity and quantum computing for my whole life. AI, this term was actually first coined in the 1950s. I was actually born in 1956, but I never had thought that AI would make such advances like this. That used to be just an imagination, but I had never thought that this would make such a great strides. And recently, McKinsey report pointed out that in 2035, quantum supremacy will be attained. But even so, as seen in the cases of the war in Ukraine, AI and emerging technologies could have impact on the military domain, and their application in many different areas could actually bring about new discussion on potential risks. And the question is whether we can control and rein in these risks. It's already here in the present day, but autonomous jet fighters and SQ and other autonomous weapon systems are going to be further developed. And from the perspective of cybersecurity, when the war in Ukraine first broke out, 2 hours before the war actually broke out, Mayasset LEO was first attacked by Russia, and that was actually successful even before the war actually broke out in Ukraine. NASA and Moonlight project are going on in order to test whether direct cyber attacks on satellites is possible or not. And actually, the tests reveal that such direct attacks on satellites is possible. So the AI technologies and space technologies that we currently rely on actually suggest that the cyberspace has been going through a lot of changes thanks to digital technologies, and we're currently overly reliant on these technologies. And now we are seeing the potential that through the space systems, such risk could spread and proliferate all around the world, and everything is connected thanks to networking technologies. As you know, the cyberspace has grown so much in size and scope. I did mention satellite attacks just now, but actually in the case of South Korea, for the last 2 decades, North Korea and cyber adversaries have been targeting South Korea so many times. And UN has reported many times about North Korea being the cyber pirates or cyber adversaries. As you know, North Korea has targeted cryptocurrency exchanges and has launched cyber attacks on these financial or other systems to fund their nuclear development programs. On these topics, we already know that AI and emerging technologies are offering opportunities, but they also bring risks, and we're all fearful of such risks. However, as a scientist, I'm an optimistic person on these topics. Even when facing difficulty, we can rise to the occasion and challenge. Rizal Meitner developed and discovered the nuclear fusion. When that was found for the first time, there was the Manhattan Project that was launched in response, and nuclear power plants led by Fermi were also created. And that led to the development of nuclear energy that we currently use as an energy resource. As you can see, we need to see these as dual-use technologies. So they can be risks, but at the same time, they can be technologies to our benefit. And we have always risen to the challenge. As the cyber threats grew in their impact and size and scope, the UN has discussed in depth about these, and Budapest Cybercrime Convention was also signed in response. And to respond to military threats, in 2012, Tallinn Manual was signed. However, that reflects mostly the Western-driven perspectives. Therefore, Russia, China, North Korea, such countries did not participate in the Tallinn Manual. However, what's hopeful and encouraging is that there was a recent UN consensus on cybercrime, and it is expected to be passed very soon. AI and emerging technologies, and particularly space technologies, will probably have repercussions and implications for human security, and I'm quite optimistic about the opportunities that will be brought by these technologies. Then we don't need to be fearful. We need to study and gain better understanding about these to better understand what kind of threats and opportunities are associated with these technologies. And we need to emphasize the importance of having global understanding on these topics. And starting from 2021, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs hosted this very meaningful forum, and now it has even more significance. So today, during this forum, AI and emerging technologies will be discussed. Demis Hassabis actually had an interview with New York Times and mentioned that AlphaFold was mentioned that as a way, an opportunity to bring about medical innovation. But at the same time, he expressed concerns about the potential of building bio weapons. Instead of having a groundless fear about these, we can actually overcome the fear by having discussions as such at a forum like this. I want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for hosting this forum, and I would like to ask all the experts and participants to have great productive discussion. Christmas is very near. I hope you have a great Christmas season and Happy
Please
New
give a
Year.
big hand. Thank you very much to Mr. Lim for those thoughtful and meaningful words. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the 2024 World Emerging Security Forum. Thank you very much for your attendance. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break for about 10 minutes, and we will continue with the first session from 11:05. Thank you. Security Forum. Now we will begin our first session titled AI and Technologies, Anticipating Global Security Challenges. So we divided this session into two, and now we will begin the first part of session one. So this session is titled AI, Quantum, and Space. How can we boldly go? As you can see on the stage, we are joined by esteemed panels and our moderator. So before I hand the microphone over to our moderator, please allow me to introduce them. So once I introduce them, please welcome them with a big round of applause. First and foremost, we are joined by Mr. Yoon Jong-gyun, Director General for International Security of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, who will be leading the session. So please welcome Mr. Yoon Jong-gyun with a big round of applause. Thank you. And next, we're joined by esteemed panels, both online and offline. As you can see on the stage, we're joined by Ms. Ariel Cohn, subject matter expert and consultant of the Institute for Defense Analysis. Please welcome her. Thank you. And Professor Zina Assad, senior lecturer of Australian National University. Please welcome her. Thank you for joining us today. And next, Professor Cho Kyung-hyun, Professor of Computer Science and Data Science at New York University. And he's joining us online. Thank you for your attendance today. Thank you. And Professor Thompson Chenketa, Professor of International Law and AI Technologies at the School of Law of Liverpool, John Moores University. Thank you for your time. Please welcome him. And next to him, we'd like to welcome Mr. Jong-jin Kim, Senior Vice President of Hanwha Systems. Thank you for your time. Please welcome him. Last but not least, Mr. Dan Smith, Director of Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, is joining us today once again. Please welcome him. With that brief introduction, moderator, please.
Thank you. Okay, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining us for the fourth meeting of the World Emerging Security Forum. My name is Jong Kwon-yoon, as introduced, Director General for International Security at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Korea. I'm honored to be the moderator for this very first session. And the title of the session is, quote, AI, Quantum, and Space, How Can We Boldly Go? Of course, the title, I think you all know where the title came from. But I think it is really well captures the key question, which was at the heart of this forum, which started back in 2021. How can we collectively use critical emerging technologies in a way that maintains but not undermine international peace, security, and stability? And today we chose three keywords: AI, quantum, and space. And as very eloquently put in the opening remarks, AI is a potential enabler of everything, including in the military domain. And now the world's battlefields are testbeds of AI-enabled systems. And in his very last book, Genesis, Henry Kissinger asserted that national power is now dependent upon computing capital empowered by AI. Next, quantum technology. We are well aware of its potential as an accelerator of everything. And it has the power to transform the cryptography and remote sensing as we know it. And sooner or later, AI models will run on quantum computers. Outer space. This is a domain essential for our information and computer technology, especially telecommunication. As our space congested, contested, and competitive, seemingly minor disruption in space can manifest as a major disruption on Earth. And all of these are fundamentally dual use in nature. And as the world has been witnessing over the past decade, the conflict environment has become increasingly gray. Whether as an enabler or as a domain, these are keywords will come into play. And to boldly go with these critical and emerging technologies, we need more than just understanding its risks. As technology evolves in breakneck speed, we have to come up with our own answers on how to address the challenges, if possible, in most agile and relevant manner. And I have 6 speakers here. I'm not going to repeat their names again, but Ariel is the founder of Magnet 10 Consulting, and she previously worked in the Future of Life Institute, MIT, Idaho National Lab, Virginia Tech, and NASA, among others. and specialize in the use of AI in the military, AI ethics, and AI policy. So let me invite Ariel to kick off.
Thank you. And I want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the organizers of the World Emerging Security Forum for having me here. I feel incredibly grateful for this opportunity to speak with you all. And as the first panelist, I feel that I also have a special opportunity to try to frame these discussions a little bit. And so I want to take advantage of that opportunity. I really like the title, How Can We Boldly Go? Because I think the key here is us. It's really about the humans. I know we're here to talk about the technology, but I want to encourage us to talk about the humans. I typically work on issues around AI and defense systems, and I also work on AI ethics issues more broadly. And I've found that it doesn't matter which field we're talking about. When we start applying AI functionality to any field, we keep running into a very similar issue. Although the problems and concerns that arise seem to be the result of AI, and they are, it's still always about the humans. So we talk about this interplay between AI and other domains, but this interplay does not happen in a vacuum. And it does not just happen because the technology has been developed. Humans created the technology, and humans created the environments in which all scenarios play out. Humans control when, where, and how this interplay begins. Now, what makes AI capabilities especially unique is that they shift when in the life cycle of the technology that humans are most involved and most in control. Now, in our discussions, we tend to focus on what could happen once the systems are already in use and once the systems are already interacting. And we tend to ask very big, broad questions. So we might ask questions like, what could happen if AI is embedded in nuclear weapons, or if it's embedded in nuclear command and control? Or we might ask, what if AI systems are used to develop new biological or chemical weapons? And I think there are a few problems that arise when we take this approach. But the one that I really want to flag today is that when we frame these issues this way, we're actually removing the humans from the scenario. And there is a lot of human activity that has to happen for any AI technology that's been deployed. But when we take this approach, we tend to focus more on the technology and much less on the human decision makers who are behind the scenes in everything that's happening. So if we want to take a human-centric approach, which is called for in the blueprint for AI, if we want humans to have meaningful and or appropriate involvement, we need to look at the role of the human much earlier in the timeline of the life cycle of these systems, and then throughout the entire life cycle of the systems. So long before any AI system is used, humans came up with the idea for the system, humans designed and built the system, humans tested the system, humans hopefully considered what could go wrong if the system is misused. Humans made political decisions about whether to deploy the system. Humans made strategic decisions about how to use the system and when. Humans monitored the system, and the list goes on and on. And so I wanted to encourage us to shift the framing just a bit so that it revolves around who these responsible humans are. There's a lot of questions and concerns that arise around who is accountable and who is responsible for these systems. And I think if we start shifting how we think about this, we can actually start to answer those questions. In my work with the IEEE, we developed a framework for bringing the focus back to human decision makers for autonomous, our project was specifically for autonomous weapon systems, but I really like the framework because I believe it can and should be used for AI in all domains. And if we start to shift these discussions to include the full time frame for the entire life cycle of the system and not just the time of use, and if we focus on the human decision makers throughout that full life cycle, then many of these concerns we have about the use of AI and the interplay of AI and other challenging technologies do in fact become more possible to address. And so the key point for me right now, and that I hope will be considered by panelists moving forward, is that these issues are ultimately human. We need to identify when and how humans are involved in every scenario. No matter how technologically advanced the scenario may seem, it still comes back to the humans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariel. That was perfect 5 minutes. Thank you. Next is Zainab. Right, and Zainab, she was originally and still is an aerospace engineer, and her research explores the safety of human-machine teaming and the regulation assurance of autonomous and AI systems. Now with you, Zainab.
Thank you. I think I'm going to echo quite a bit of what my colleague Ariel has said, because I do fundamentally agree that when we're speaking about these technologies, we do often forget the human beings that were a part of these technologies throughout their entire life cycle. And AI at the moment really is everywhere. We're seeing it across almost every industry and every domain. And we've seen tremendous benefits with these technologies. They have a lot of opportunity. But unfortunately, with that opportunity come quite a lot of safety and security implications. And those safety and security implications differ for different domains. If we were to implement the same technology in, for example, the medical domain and also the space domain, we would see different safety and security implications across those two domains. And so when I think about the work that I do around the safety and regulation of these systems, I think about them very much from a domain-specific perspective, which is something that I think is often missing from the overarching policies and regulations that are coming forward around AI. This idea of creating one overarching regulation or one overarching policy that would equally and proportionately address AI-enabled capabilities across every domain is just not feasible, because different domains have different expectations, different requirements, different benchmarks, and different risk thresholds. And so we need domain specificity if we're going to address the safety and security concerns of these technologies. Now, there is a little bit of contention around the regulation of AI, and there are some people who believe that we can't actually regulate these technologies, that they've gotten to a point that has surpassed our ability to control them. And much of that debate between regulating and not regulating stems from a misunderstanding and a misinterpretation of these technologies. With the sweeping advancements of AI that we've seen over the few years, they've been accompanied by sweeping narratives of these technologies. And those narratives are often very embellished. You know, we see a lot of things about AI advancing of its own accord and making decisions and going against the end user. And these narratives, unfortunately, are not technically accurate. And despite them not being technically accurate, their prevalence in our discourse has made it so much so that most people agree or believe to some extent these narratives. And it's shifted people's expectations of how we put guardrails around these technologies. And so one of the challenges in the work that I do is building safety frameworks and building regulation around not only the technology, but around people's expectations of that technology. And people's expectations are a very powerful thing, because if we put forward regulation or we put forward guardrails that don't meet people's expectations, the response to those things that we put forward is not going to be a positive one. And that's not something that we can ignore. We can't ignore the public not agreeing or not thinking that what we have done has met the standard that they've set for themselves based on an embellished narrative of AI. So one of the things that I try and do in the work that I do, and again, Ariel, I'm kind of echoing a lot of what you're saying there, is we try and bring a very fundamental understanding of what AI actually is and is not capable of, and then we try and reposition humans at the center of the work that we're doing. All technical systems, be they AI or not, they exist across a life cycle, and that life cycle starts from the point of conception through to design, development, implementation, and all the way through to the point of decommissioning. And human beings are very active and very dominant actors across that entire life cycle. So when we're regulating technology, we're really not just regulating technology. We're regulating human roles and responsibilities across the life cycle of that technology, and we're regulating the industries that are developing and promulgating these technologies. And in today's day and age, we have a very strong tie between the technology industry and national security and defense. And we've seen this with Meta's recent announcement of partnering with defense and with national security across the US to use their large language models and their data sets. The link and the correlation between our technology industries and our international security has never been more prevalent than it is today, and it's not something that we can ignore in the safety regulations that we put forward for these technologies. And I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Zainab. That was another perfect 5 minutes. Now, this time, let me invite Dr. Kyung-hyun Cho online. Dr. Cho.
Yeah, hi.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
I
you
can
very
hear
much.
you well. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I was invited a bit in the last minute, so I really haven't prepared as well elegant yet speech as two panelists have already done. But I thought I would just touch upon an idea of the uncertainty. So at the end of the day, whatever the artificial intelligence or the quantum computing or whatever the technologies that we are thinking about, there is an inherent notion of uncertainty that we just cannot get around with. However large our data set is going to be, however amazing amount of the compute we're going to use, our algorithmic, let's say, foundation tells us that there's always going to be some level of the uncertainty that just cannot be resolved in a way that is systematic or algorithmic. And what that means is that at the end of the day, when we start using this kind of artificial intelligence systems for whatever the purposes we want, we eventually have to resolve this uncertainty one way or another. And often how we resolve this uncertainty is by arbitrary measure. So let's say you open the ChatGPT and then you're going to start asking questions. Obviously, none of us in this room or anywhere in the world is able to give the full context under which the question needs to be answered because we actually don't know ourselves what the full context is. And in fact, the full context is something that just cannot be observed fully. And then that's a major source of the uncertainty. But what you're going to notice is that whenever you ask a question to ChatGPT or whatever else, let's say similar, let's say conversation-based large-scale language models, these models are going to just give you an answer. Sometimes it's going to give you two alternatives and ask you to choose which one you prefer. And then there comes a question. There are often infinitely many possible ways in which the same question can be answered based on what has not been observed, that is just a missing context. And these models are somehow resolving this uncertainty that is apparently and inherently there in a way that is arbitrary or at least seemingly, let's say, opaque to us. And then what does that mean? That's where, in fact, the difference between human decision-making and artificial intelligence or the artificial decision-making comes from. This difference is when we make this resolution of this uncertainty. Humans resolve this uncertainty by thinking about the consequences that are inherently important for us. We often cannot even list out what those criteria that we use in order to resolve the ambiguity. Of course, everyone has their own, but at the end of the day, what is at the core is what kind of impact we're going to see once this uncertainty is resolved. And then this impact is going to be on us and impact is going to be on society. Now, on the other hand, when we build this kind of artificial intelligence system, and then whatever the technology you use, I have worked on these technologies all over my career, and then still we often don't know how to even resolve it, how to build a system to resolve these uncertainties in a way that we want it to. So these systems are going to make a resolution that is just arbitrary to us. And then now, here, this is where the issue comes in. Now, one might simply say that we need to just simply have the humans in the loop, or we're going to create some kind of safety or the safe, aware framework under which these AI systems are going to be used. But when we all talk about this as a nice way by which we can build such a framework, or the AI systems, or the included decision makers, we are always missing one thing. And then the one thing is perhaps the most important thing. And then this thing is, in fact, a group of people who are going to be subjected to the decisions that are made by these AI systems. Already in this panel, what I see is that, including myself, we are kind of people who are creating this framework, who are creating these technologies, who are deploying these technologies, and then rarely we're going to be the ones who are going to be subjected to these technologies. So who are the ones that we need to actually bring into this kind of discussion? And then who are the ones that we need to take into account when we try to build a system or ourselves, could be artificial or human-based decision-making system that resolves this inherent uncertainty that exists in any kind of decision-making process. And then as we have seen in Korea, I heard, let's say, during the past, let's say, 24 hours, as well as all over the world, this, unfortunately, a lot of discussions ends up giving or concentrating this power to make a decision to a small group of people and a small number of the systems that are being built. And then that's actually one thing that keeps me awake at night. And in fact, because of that, what I would like to see from this panel or the panel's title was not to talk about how can we go boldly into, I guess, into the future or into the outer space. But talking more about what do we mean by this we here? Who are we? Who are actually going to be sent to outer space or use the quantum systems or whatnot and are going to be subject to these technologies? So probably when we say how, we'll probably have to think about who are going to be subjected to this technology, and then how are we going to build a system or to build a framework so that this inherent uncertainty is resolved in a way that is going to be beneficial to all the people, not to a small number of people who have already a power and have the power to make a decision that's going to simply benefit themselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Zhou. That was another excellent 5 minutes. And as one of the person who was directly involved in drafting of the blueprint for action, which was the outcome document of the REAIM 2024, which is hosted in Seoul 3 months ago. The final phrase of that document is let's do this for the future of humanity. And when he said we, it definitely means the entire humanity. And for this country, as representing the Korean government, I can assure that it's for entire Korean population. And I'm pretty sure when you say we and discuss these type of topics, it represents all the people, the entire constituency that we're responsible for. Okay, thank you very much for that one. And let me move to Thompson. And actually, Professor Thompson Changata, which is one of the key members. He's current member of the UN Secretary General's Advisory Board on Disarmament Affairs. And he has been also a member of UN Group of Government Experts on Lethal Autonomous Weapons. And by the way, these first three speakers to my left, they're current member of the GC REAIM, Global Commission of REAIM, and their contributions in the REAIM process has been enormous. Now, Thompson.
A very good morning to everyone. Firstly, my appreciation to the organizers for this really timely event and for the leadership of the government of South Korea. So in my intervention now, I'll try to focus firstly on 4 points relating to this question of the interaction between artificial intelligence technologies or emerging technologies and existing weapons such as biological, chemical, and nuclear weapons. The first point that I would want to make is the idea that certain chemical, biological, nuclear weapons are already prohibited by law. Therefore, when addressing the emerging threats posed by emerging artificial intelligence technologies, when we talk of this convergence with existing chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons, it is essential to begin by recognizing that existing international law largely already prohibit the use of many nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. I think it's an important starting point that we are not starting from scratch. The second point that I would want to highlight is that it relates to the concern about AI's impact on decision to use force. In this case, use of certain nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. Although a few certain states possess these weapons, which I consider ethically and legally problematic weapons, they have refrained from the wanton use or deployment of such weapons, which has helped prevent another catastrophic world war, or even, I would say, extinction of humanity. And this restraint, in my view, owes much to the fact that humans have maintained human control over the decision to use such weapons. However, artificial intelligence technologies poses an existential threat to this principle of human control, potentially enabling deployment of these chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons with devastating consequences. In this regard, I try to underscore the need to codify the principle of human control over the question of artificial intelligence and to make it a fundamental norm in international law. My third point, which I consider a little bit more important, at least from my identity politics, and it ties to the question or which area was mentioning, to say focus on the human, and I'll add there to say focus on the victims. And this this point is the impact of AI on the production of smaller and lighter weapons, which are already having a devastating impact in the global south. When considering the impact of AI on the global security, discussions like the ones which we're having today often focus on major military capabilities, the ones that I've been mentioning, nuclear weapons, biological weapons. However, it is equally critical to address the security challenges that are faced by other stakeholders, particularly in the global south, where the proliferation of smaller and lighter weapons is already a problem. The report of the UN Secretary General's Advisory Board on Disarmament Matters, to which I'm a member, of 2024, particularly emphasized this point to say, whilst it is understandable when we focus on these other major weapons and how they are impacted by AI technologies, we ought to remember how these AI capabilities leads or exacerbate the more production of these smaller and lighter weapons that are actually already causing harm to certain communities. Indeed, the UN Secretary General has underscored this concern by stating that the weaponization of the outer space create an infrastructure that in a way see people who are already being victims to some of these lighter weapons facing harder situations in terms of their security. Now, my fourth point, which is my last one, it relates to where I say I must emphasize on the need for a decolonial perspective and decolonial conceptualization of what we mean about balance of power in the global security framework. Often when we're making this point, we emphasize to say, well, we're trying to make sure that power remains balanced. It almost creates an illusion as if when we're talking about these technologies, we're talking about balancing of powers across all nations in the world, across all peoples. That's not necessarily true. The balance of power that we're talking about, we are talking about the need of continued dominance by certain states, by certain peoples, in as far as this security of the globe is concerned. Here I want to link to the question that concerns particularly the African continent. The African Commission for Human and People's Rights, in its recent report of the working group on the impact of minerals, and I'm concluding on this part, the impact of the minerals that Africa has, that are number one, relevant to the development of these quantum technologies that we're talking about. The majority of such minerals are actually the source of conflict in Africa, where they're being extracted to develop this kind of technologies. But what is this place? What is the place of Africa in this global security that we're talking about? What is the value or weight of the voice of African states in this global infrastructure of security that we're talking about? Victims, perhaps. That is the larger part, and I would want to end on that.
Thank you very much, Thompson. That was perfect 7 minutes, and I think your remarks just now resonates perfectly with all the previous speakers. Okay, now next I want to invite Mr. Jongjin Kim, and he's currently head of Space R&D Center at Hanwha, which designed low Earth orbit satellites for Earth monitoring and communication. And before joining Hanwha, Mr. Kim worked for Blue Origin on Amazon. Mr. Kim.
First of all, thank you very much inviting for this meeting with this great, distinguished panelist. And then since I'm in the industry, so I was very lucky to watch what's happening in the industry very closely. So today I'm going to share some of the things that I have watched so far, and then since I'm in the space industry, I will touch upon what's going on, what kind of innovation is happening now in the space industry, in terms of some of the optimistic innovation things, and then if I have a chance in the later time, I want to also share some of the challenges and the threat that we are facing right now in the industry. So. AI and then quantum technology and then space industries are among the most exciting and then transformative like research areas today. And these fields are like drawing significant attention, as you all know, and are sparking some controversy depending on the focal point of the discussion. So space industry actually in particular is undergoing left and the groundbreaking advancement as well. Right now, this era is called a new space era, especially in the space industry. It's characterized by the innovative achievement like SpaceX, the renewable rocket technology, which are differentiated from traditional space industry. Because we are able to make money right now, unlike like a traditional space industry, through that reusable rocket system. So people in this industry, they are, have brilliant idea with a lot of innovations. Unlike SpaceX, there are several, like the companies are pushing the boundaries right now in the space industry. Some of the companies beyond the SpaceX has ambitious idea to launch to reduce the launch cost. I'll give you some of the examples that I have watched very closely. In the US, there is like a startup company called Spin Launch. So they have like a brilliant idea. When you are very young, I have, many people have that kind of experience. You are like spinning the lock with some wires and then release into the area that you want to reach. So Spin Launch has a similar idea. They have like a electric-based big arm swinging around, to launch the like a 200 kilogram the payload satellite into the low Earth orbit, like the space. So they're very successful with that idea, and I like that idea because all the innovation in the space industry is blooming right now due to that like a reusable rocket, and then people getting a lot of money and then investment from all over the world, and then they're competing each other with their ideas, which is because that idea that have a lot of innovation is happening right now. And then that's the launch system. And then on the other side, we also have like a satellite industry. One of the big satellite industry, as you may know, that the Starlink has already like 7,000 satellites in the LEO orbit, and then they are serving a lot of area where they don't have like a very good internet connectivity before. And then, as you may know, that they also serve the world in the Russia and Ukraine, and then they prove that huge impact to the communication from the satellite communication. And then not only for the SpaceX, there are some other companies who's following very closely to launch many satellites in the LEO orbit for internet service, like the Kuiper, the Amazon Kuiper. They are planning to send around like 30,000 satellites. And then OneWeb also have more than 600 satellites, and then providing service to the government and then B2B business area as well. And then there are another very exciting the things going on in the LEO space. I don't know whether you have ever heard that there are some startup company called like ASD Space Mobile. So they have brilliant idea what they can do from their technology point of view is that they launch their satellite into the LEO orbit, and then they want to provide the communication connection to the mobile phone directly without going through any other relay. So they launched some test satellite like 2 years ago, and then they proved their technology by connecting from their test satellite to the Samsung Galaxy S22 this April. And then they are able to download like up to 10 megabps download from the Hawaii. So they are showing the capability of the space for the communication as well. And then as part of this communication, ASD is not only the one, and then as you know, that Starlink also partnering with the T-Mobile, and then they provide, want to provide their mobile communication from the space through the T-Mobile network as well, which is very exciting to see. And the second exciting thing is happening in the imaging satellite. So because as you know that right now, the greenhouses problem is a key. And then there are many, the satellite is also developing by the companies for the observation. So that's one of the things is going on right now. But I'll close here, and then I'll have and then next time I'll explain a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you very much for showing us all the state-of-the-art innovation in the space field. But please be advised that you should be ready to identify all the risks associated with all the innovations that you just mentioned. Okay, finally, okay, last but not on the least, Mr. Dansby, and your perspective on everything just said.
Thank you very much. And it's fascinating to listen to the speakers on this panel, all of whom I assure you have way more technological knowledge than I do. I'm interested in the policy questions and therefore very much in issues of control. And as I said in my opening remarks, one of the challenges that we face is that the frameworks of arms control are breaking down, or indeed have broken down, partly for political reasons, and partly also, it seems to me, because the technological ground is shifting under our feet and things will change. So the formulae and the approaches that we have been used to for arms control since the early 1970s are becoming more questionable. So the way that I think about this, and I think there can sometimes be questions about the terminology which are used, and one needs clarity sometimes about that. So I'm going to use the word domain, which has been used before and is used a lot in the sort of high-tech sphere, but I'm going to use it in the military sense. So through history, there were two domains, land and water, especially the sea, but not only the sea, lakes, rivers, so land and water. 20th century brought us third domain, air. We now have 5 domains. Add outer space and cyberspace. So when you hear a discussion in the military or the security or peace research context about multi-domain issues, it's a question of application of technologies across these 5 domains. In that sense, in that vocabulary, AI is not a domain. It is a set of technologies which have applications across those 5 military domains. And if one is thinking about regulating behavior within those 5 domains, for example, about what weapons may be deployed, no chemical and no biological, or how many weapons may be deployed, this number of nuclear or that number of nuclear, or who may deploy which kind of weapons, because the Non-Proliferation Treaty has bound some 170 states not to deploy nuclear weapons and permitted 5 to do so. All the time, one is thinking about the regulation of technologies within those 5 different domains. And the point really is that artificial intelligence has an impact upon the application of technologies. And the point that I was raising earlier on in the remarks because I've been privileged to have 2 bites of the cherry, right? The point I was making is that in ways that we, or at least I, cannot yet foresee in full detail, quantum technologies are going to change that more. And it's said, and rightly said, that AI is the great enabler and quantum is the great accelerator, but quantum is more than that. It's not just about doing things quicker. It's about changing the possibilities of sensing, of observation. It's about changing the possibilities for imaging. It's about changing possibilities for communication, encryption and disencryption, and for navigation, and probably other uses as well. And so when we look to think about how to regulate, when it becomes politically possible to be thinking about how to regulate and taking steps to reach agreement on, for example, keeping the new nuclear arms race within certain kinds of limits, we're going to have to think about the fact that that arms race will probably be less quantitative than the predecessor of the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, and more qualitative in non-kinetic, intangible ways. That's to say, it will be about the deployment of technologies within cyberspace. And outer space is a kind of hybrid domain, because both the intangibility of some of these technologies applies there, but it's also, outer space is the physical location of a considerable degree of cyber capacitors. And so it is perfectly possible to think about both non-kinetic and kinetic aspects of competition and conflict in outer space. So all of these are the challenges for regulation that we need to be thinking about. And at the moment, all I'm doing is laying out the questions in a sense of puzzlement. And for me, that's part of what this forum, this panel, this discussion, the talking over a drink or at dinner this evening is all about, is trying to figure out what these questions are, because until we have the questions clear, we have little chance of getting the answers. Thanks.
Thank you for that masterful review of all the remarks from the floor. Now, let me draw little questions. I think everybody, to different degrees, either identified the risks associated or the innovations that would be a potential answer to those risks. Now, I'll go around the floor once again. From my immediate left to Ariel, there's a question about I want to ask a little bit about the current government policies. Can you review, can you just scan the horizon on the current state of the international domestic policies on how to ensure the proper human involvement, and any proposals you want to make or any points that you want to emphasize, other than you just said in your opening remarks?
Okay. I don't know that I feel prepared to look at all the regulations that are currently. I think a couple minutes is too short for that. So I actually want to flag a couple of things that came up that I would love to see happen with regulations. So one, talking about, or considering the points that I was making, I do think we need to be looking much more closely at the full life cycle. And we need to be starting at much earlier stages of the life cycle to be considering how we're holding humans responsible and accountable. And that is, as I've mentioned, that's work we've been doing at the IEEE. We do have documents already put together. I would love to see norms and standards around documenting how people are responsible and accountable, but also, norms and standards for verification and validation of different systems. And I really want to hit a point that Thompson mentioned as well, and I'm not sure I have a good solution for regulation here, but one of the things that I have issues with is how we frame a lot of these problems. And we tend to look at what happens once the AI system has been deployed and used, and what do we do moving forward. But as Thompson mentioned, the other thing we do is we tend to focus on these really big existential problems that are actually distracting us from the very real issues that are happening right now. And I think we need to be, and also as other speakers mentioned, we need to be trying to figure out how to incorporate who is impacted by these technologies into the regulations. And there have been efforts to do that. I think some of the risk-based attempts to regulate AI are a good step in the right direction. To touch on what Zena said as well, I think looking at the domains specifically is really important. The different domains, whether you're talking about the 5 of military or the many others. And I would also like to see us start considering AI not as a single entity, but rather as an umbrella term that is covering a lot of different technologies, some of which are much more problematic than others. And we really need to be breaking down what those different capabilities are and how they're being used in different contexts. I think we'll get much stronger regulation if we start breaking it down more.
Thank you very much for that answer. Now to Zena, I want to focus on the issue of AI security and safety. So for example, in case of nuclear field, nuclear security and safety are clearly distinguished. One is about the proper kind of safe operation of the nuclear facilities or technology, but the other is protecting humans, protecting those nuclear facilities from humans. The other one, nuclear safety, is protecting humans from nuclear like installation, but security is in the other area around. Now, when it comes to AI safety, when we're talking about AI safety and security, I think the distinction is a little blurred because there is an issue, there's a process of training the AI, and because this is basically underpinned by a digital world, the cyber world. The security, if there's without proper enough AI security, then AI safety is not guaranteed. But it's really hard to distinguish them. Have you ever? Do you have any specific views on this? How we can discuss both AI safety and security at the same time?
Safety and security have been very closely interrelated for a long time, be it for AI technologies or other technologies. They often overlap and the two are often spoken about together and mistaken for one another. But safety and security are not the same thing and they are distinguishable, especially for AI as well. Security is about protection of the vulnerabilities of a system at a technical level, and safety is about the minimization of harm. And those two are very different things. Now, of course, there are some similarities and some overlaps between them, but they are distinguishable. And what distinguishes them is their intent and their purpose. And so when I think about AI safety and security, and I think about it from the context of international security, in particular the military domain, rather than whether or not they can be distinguishable, what's most challenging about them is that I actually believe their intention. I think safety and security in the military domain are definitely in tension with one another because we're using these systems to bring harm to another party in defense of our own party. So in security of ourselves, we're bringing harm onto somebody else. And so these two concepts are very much in tension with one another. And one of the challenges in particular with AI, and it's one of the points that you brought up before about data and the training data, is with Meta's recent announcement of collaborating with the US Defense and US national security agencies, one of the things that's missing from that announcement is transparency on how that data is collected. And what I'm thinking about from that perspective particularly are the end users. So most people don't realize that when they're using these systems, which are free to use, although really nothing is very free, what they're taking from you, and the reason that it is free to use is because when you input information into large language models like ChatGPT, and many of us input very personal information into them, things like emails and things like other personal information, what we don't realize is that ChatGPT stores that information and uses it to further train the model, to further improve it. And so if Meta has put forward this relationship with US Defense and US national security without a clarity on how that interrelates with the end user and the way that we're using these systems, these two seemingly very unrelated things, the technology industry and the defense industry, become very coupled and very related. And then we see this tension between safety of our end users, and we see this tension between safety and security really come up a lot more prominently. So while they are in tension, they still are distinguishable. And really, from my perspective, when I'm thinking about the regulation of these systems and the safety of these systems, I think about them from the reduction or the minimization of harm. And like you were saying before, Ariel, really thinking about the broader life cycle of these systems. Those end users are a huge part of that life cycle and often a very overlooked part as well.
Thank you very much, Jenna. Now, third questions to Professor Kyung-Hyun Cho. Now, well, I haven't added my own short introduction on Professor Cho, but he is one of the computer scientists who has been working on this field, machine learning and natural language processing for a very long time, probably longer than any known scholars of like his generation. Now, I want to throw a question that is partially based on your comments just made. Suppose that you're currently working as an advisor on this issue to any national leader. What would be the first things that you want to emphasize? And if you are given a task to train others, like junior officers or junior like staff under your auspices, what would you what are you going to, where are you going to start from? What do you want to teach them?
Oh, that's a big question. Let me try to answer that from the perspective of being a professor and a researcher. You're correct, actually. It's somewhat weird to me to see how everyone is reacting to ChatGPT and other large-scale language models, in particular during the past 2 years, because the entire technical foundation behind this ChatGPT and its derivatives were already created 5 years ago, if not 10 years ago, if not 15 years ago, if not 20 years ago. In fact, one of my postdoc work from University of Montreal when I was a postdoc with the AI-WMD was on coming up with the algorithm called the attention mechanism that has become one of the most important or most widely used technologies underlying all these language models. And then I've been working on that one ever since 2014, nonstop, built the machine translation system for various languages, sometimes a system that works with multiple languages and whatnot. But somehow it had to take about 10 years for people to realize, and then people to see that these technologies actually do have a very impactful applications, and thereby perhaps we need to regulate or do something about it. Now, what it actually tells me is that there is a huge delay. So this is one of those technologies where the delay between the technological innovation and the deployment in the system is extremely short. Even then, there was a delay of the 10 years or so. So there was a decade of the delay. Now the question is, whenever this innovation hasn't stopped, we are continuing to work on this kind of research and the innovation is continuing to accumulate, then what we need to think about is not really about what are we going to do in terms of regulating these technologies that are based on how they are deployed now. Because in 5 years, 10 years, we're not going to talk about the things that were already done 10 years ago. We're going to actually talk about the systems that are built based on what is being done at the university labs or the research labs or whatnot, that none of us, and including myself, would have even heard of. I go to these scientific conferences to hear about what people are thinking about. And then what I know is that the 99% of them, I'm not going to know about it, but there is the 1% that I'm pretty sure is going to be more impactful than what I did 15 years ago in terms of contributing an algorithm for the language model in 15 years back in the future. Now, what that means is that what is missing here is not a policy people. What is missing here is not to teach them how to use language model. In fact, nice thing about these language models, you can use them, you can try it, and then you can actually feel the impact yourself. You gotta use it every day, and then that's how you know. What is missing here is that none of this government at the moment, as far as I can tell, is actually ready to put enough investment into the research, thereby having enough scientists who are actually at the frontier so that they will be able to detect what the next technological innovation is going to be. So I look at the NSF, I look at the NIH, I look at the Department of Defense, let's say funding and whatnot, being a professor at US university is all about grant writing. And then what I see is that unfortunately, all those agencies are giving out money to all these university professors to work on language models. And I actually talk to some of these program managers, I tell them that this is ridiculous. This is a technology whose research was already done 10 years ago. Companies are making money out of it, in fact, billions of dollars. And then investors are ready to put in anywhere between 10 to 100 billions of dollars in this industry sector, while the government or the policymakers need to put in the meager amount of money on this language model technology. It's not about that. These governments, or if you're thinking about the safety or the regulation, then you have to look much further into the future by investing into this kind of basic research and then making sure that any of these nations that we may be interested in does not run out of the people who are actually working at the frontier of science. That is the most worrying thing. Once you run out of the people who are working at the frontier of science, effectively, no one in that nation will be able to tell what's going to happen, not even 10 years, but next year, year after. So that would be the one advice I give is that at the end of the day, what government can do and should do is to think longer term rather than trying to rip the fruit out of what is already being ripped out of the industry at the moment. So invest in this kind of frontier research. That would be the advice.
Thank you very much. Now, Thompson. Now, just a few weeks ago, we got the first UN First Committee resolution adopted on AI in the military domain and its implications for international peace and security. You may have heard it already. And the UN Secretary General will, should be publishing his substantive report by next year. Now, as an expert in this field, what are your expectations in these kind of report efforts, and what would be the best way forward for response to AI in the military domain after that sort of UN report is being published pretty soon?
Thank you very much once again for the question. Indeed, I was just saying the resolution, the confirmation, I think what is mostly important, or what was, I think, a positive, is to see that I think about 166 states voted in favor, only 3 abstaining, and 15 abstaining. What I find particularly important about that report is that it's in its first paragraph, it references the question of having to remember that international law, including international human rights law, which is a branch of international law, is applicable to most of these technologies in the military domain, including autonomous weapon systems. I find that particularly important, especially the idea of having to ground any policy frameworks that we may want to come up with within international law, all those international law branches that are relevant, for 2 particularly important reasons. We are at a point whenever there is a new technology that is coming up, there are new terminologies and ideas that people start coming up in terms of how policy should look like. If we are not careful sometimes, in most of the cases, new technologies, new ideas on policy frameworks may dilute what is already agreed and protective of humans. I'll give just an example. Often, even so, perhaps well-meant, we are seeing already when we're talking of the impact of AI technologies, even so in the military domain, that we are saying we want to mitigate risk, we want to mitigate bias. Those terminologies, I understand, they make sense more fully when you are in the tech area. But within international law, for example, international human rights that we are referring to, those terms don't have meaning. If you're saying mitigating bias or mitigating discrimination, what do you mean? The obligation that is already agreed by states, it's elimination of discrimination, it's not mitigation. So the importance of remembering that international law applies, it's a question of drawback to what first of all has been agreed. Then look, what are there gaps that we need to deal with? Otherwise, if we run with it, coming up with these new terminologies and saying we're agreeing without questioning what they mean in already binding norms, we may be actually heading for a very big problem. I think that what I would say, that the expectation is to say by 2026, perhaps, I'm hoping that at least maybe there's something legally binding already being negotiated. I know it's being, but I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. And to Ms. Chongjin, from the business perspective, what are the areas for space industry collaborate with AI and quantum? I think you already touched upon these pieces, but if you can, in case you can identify the risk, also identify the risks associated with them, could you please wrap that in like 2 minutes?
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Then I'll briefly touch on the quantum, especially rather than AI, because we already have many AI experts here. To me, the quantum comes to like 2 different technology. One is the quantum computer. The other one is quantum communication. So quantum computers, so researchers are working really hard to make a quantum computer. That means that we will bring a lot of benefit due to the huge amount of calculation capability. But that brings us another challenge, which is like encryption, which is a match to our topic today. So that's the same for the space industry as well. So we are vulnerable to the encryption issues due to the quantum computer once they come out. So that one of the solutions for that, working to solve the quantum computer problem, is that people are trying to use the quantum communication, which is known to be unbreakable. encryption methodology based on the quantum technology. So in 2016, the Chinese researchers demonstrated the possibility of using the quantum communication using the LEO satellite. So that right now, the many researchers are working really hard to make it possible in the practical way. But there are some technical challenges to overcome right now, but that's the one hot area that the space industry and then quantum technology is working together right now. And then I'm really excited to see in the near future solving the problem pretty soon. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now finally to Dan. Before I turn the floor to Dan, who is the wise man on this entire speakers among the speakers, and I want to like wrap up what has been just said, and then give you a chance to comment on everything. Now, so far, if I can wrap up what has been just all the comments that has been made, I think what the task for this, not only with this audience, but the entire the audience. Perhaps what the world should be doing is really to update ourselves on many fronts. First one is actually do learn what, for example, in case of AI, what do actually AI means, and we need to break down the concept and really understand what exactly that will bring to us. And at the same time, we heard enough very good. Very important intervention from Professor Cho about the importance of making proper investments in frontier science. And secondly, we also need to update the way we approach these topics. Dan mentioned about the importance of updating our own framework, policy framework, because all the previous framework that we've been using, for example, in the field of arms control, it's no longer, at least it's not fully applicable to the new reality that we are facing right now. And third, how are we gonna do, well, we haven't heard the full answers, but how do we gonna, each society, and so within the nation and between the nations, how we can discuss the issue and actually create a better, whether it's governance system, whether it's an new international norm, how are we gonna continue the necessary discussion? So and there has been enough, there was also a very important point mentioned by Professor Cho, which is we really need to look into the future at the same time. I think this resonates with the comments made by Dan in his welcoming remarks. Now, back to you, Dan, and can you give us your wrap-up on the discussion we just had?
Yeah, small challenge. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. I think, first of all, I would go back to what I was saying about 5 military domains and then the technologies to think about. And if I were looking for regulation in the arms control, under the arms control heading, so not thinking about the civilian side or other risks, but I would say that one needs to focus on something that, for shorthand, I would call a tech domain interface. In other words, that it's not, I don't find it feasible to think about a regulatory framework for emerging technologies in the security sphere. Right? I find it more feasible, though still really puzzling, to think about what could be thought about in relation to deployment of artificial intelligence in relation to nuclear weapons in the outer space, or thinking about the maritime domain, or whatever. So then to take an example with ballistic missiles, and then I want to come to a completely different example, a small arms and light weapons example. So with ballistic missiles, it's always been thought that submarine-based weapons were pretty much undetectable. They could hide away in the vast ocean depths for long periods of time and survive anything that happened to the homeland, and therefore they were the sort of the weapon of last resort, and knowing that that weapon of last resort existed and was more or less invulnerable, then that was the deterrent effect. Now what happens if, because of quantum sensing, and by the way also the effect of climate change, which also has an effect on sensing possibilities under the sea, it becomes possible to really much more straightforwardly locate and identify submarines. Do then the submarine-launched ballistic missiles lose that safe, deterrent, last resort effect? Now, I should add in parenthesis that I don't really believe in any of this theology anyway, but that is the logic which has been driving arms control and strategic force development for years amongst the great powers. That's why China is wanting to develop its own submarine-based ballistic missile force. And so with that, you've got a challenge. What to do? Do you say, well, possibly there will be countermeasures that come out? Or are you now trying to see how to address the vulnerability that you think is emerging through this technological deployment? Is it possible, taking the life cycle argument, to step in early and prevent that line of technological development? Honestly, I'm a bit skeptical about that. I think it would be really cool if it were, but I don't really believe in it. So something else has to happen. And I can't see at the moment a way to address that that doesn't involve some kind of dialogue, some kind of openness, and therefore greater transparency between the great powers, but therefore between the states of the great powers and the rest of the world, and also their citizens. So there needs to be, to my mind, there needs to be some kind of transformation in the way that those security issues are being discussed. And at the same time, I think it's inevitable, if we take an arms control framework, as for anything to do with regulating arms that's not general and complete disarmament, competition will continue. And the point is how to keep that competition within relatively safe levels. There's another side of all of this. If you're thinking about how to regulate small arms and light weapons, artificial intelligence, quantum sensing, observation could be really interesting and exciting possibilities for making a breakthrough so that arms trafficking becomes a completely different kind of enterprise for the traffickers, much more risky for them, much less possible to get away with, and thus the African Union ambition of silencing the guns could actually start to become something closer to reality in a continent that really, really needs that. And in the same way, monitoring ceasefires. You know, probably the thought of firing the first artillery shell has no sooner occurred to a commander's mind than the monitoring systems are able to pick it up. And the response from monitoring and observation and compliance can be that much quicker and more interesting. So I think there are both sides to think about this and to push it forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sounds futuristic, but that's exactly what we are aiming for, and to go boldly. Now, there are 4 minutes, but I want to give a chance to floor for questions and answers. When you ask questions, please kindly identify yourselves and tell us whether you're going to ask the question in English or in Korean.
If you have a question, please raise your hand and we will deliver the microphone to you. So we will hand the microphone to you, and can you please stand up and deliver your question to our esteemed panels?
My name is Hee-jin Lee, member of Korean Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you very much for exciting and very impactful discussion. We are now living not just in physical world, but also in cyber world. But we are now aware of the uncertainty of cyber world because we are living in physical world. We have talked about the uncertainty and the necessity for regulation. We are, of course, having norms in the physical world, but we are now aware of the regulations in the cyber world because we are normally laymen. And I was relieved to hear that in the congratulatory remark, and also you have mentioned about the resolution that passed in the United Nations recently, of course, in quite absolute majority, number of states in favor. And not just in the military domain, in other areas, is there any discussion for the regulation of cyberspace? Because there are diverse areas in cyberspace. I want to know about it, if you. Thank you.
Anyone would like to stand up for answers? The current state of discussion on the regulation on cyberspace. with military implications. Anyone? Zeno.
So there are regulations around cybersecurity, but just echoing some of the comments I made in the beginning, those regulations are specific to specific domains. So I know that there are regulations around cybersecurity in the military domain specifically, and then there are also some in the civil domain. And I think it's really important to note that cybersecurity concerns existed prior to the AI wave that we're currently experiencing. And so some of those measures have been developed and implemented for quite some time now. But AI does pose some unique cybersecurity challenges, and I think that's the point that we now have to focus on. So we do have existing measures, but they will need to be augmented in order to cater for the unique safety concerns that AI-enabled capabilities do bring.
Yeah, just to add quickly that there is also a continuing discussion in the UN about cybersecurity and about what kind of measures ought to be employed. And the problem about that is that in recent years it started to bifurcate, so that you have essentially a kind of a Russian and Chinese set of proposals being discussed, which are actually quite interesting and have a lot to commend them. And then you have a US, UK, France, Germany set of Japanese set of proposals being discussed, which are also quite interesting and have a lot to commend them, but don't overlap perfectly or dovetail with the other ones. And given the international atmosphere at the moment, kind of that's where it stands. But there's a lot of thinking going on, and there's a lot of process happening about exactly about the cybersecurity field.
Okay, thank you very much. I have like 18 seconds left, but is there anyone who wishes to ask questions before it concludes? Okay, that doesn't seem to be the case, and if not, thank you very much for everyone, each one of your panelists, and also for Professor Cho, who's on a journey online from New York, and thank you for the audience for making this discussion more fruitful and interesting. Okay, this will
Thank you very
let me
much.
finish this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our esteemed speakers and our moderator. Thank you. Now, we'd like to ask you to please return to your seats. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our first part of session 1, and we will soon commence our second part of session 1. We kindly ask all of you to please remain in this room and be seated. We will have a short moment to reset at the stage. So please be seated and wait for the start of our next session. Thank you. Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the second part of session 1. We kindly ask you to please proceed to the venue and please take your seats. 네, 여러분, 저희 잠시 후 1세션 두 번째 파트 시작하겠습니다. 모두 입장해 주시고 착석해 주십시오. Thank you very much for your patience and welcome again. From now on, we will begin the second part of session 1. And this session is titled AI-WMD Nexus, Risks and Responses. And as we did before, we do have our moderator and esteemed panels on the stage, so please allow me to introduce them. First and foremost, we have our moderator, Mr. Wilfred Wan, WMD Program Director and a Senior Researcher of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute will be our moderator. Please welcome him. Thank you. And next, we'd like to welcome our 6 esteemed panelists on the stage. Please join me in welcoming Mr. James Andrew Lewis, a Senior Vice President of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Once again, please welcome him. Thank you. And next to him, we're joined by Professor Akiyama Nobumasa, Professor of Hitotsubashi University and Director of Center for Disarmament, Science and Technology at Japan Institute of International Affairs. Please welcome him. Thank you for your attendance. And please join me in welcoming Ms. Laura Grego, Senior Scientist and Research Director of the Union of Concerned Scientists. With a big round of applause, please welcome her. And next, we have on the stage Ms. Jimena Viveros, Managing Director and the CEO of Equilibrium AI. Please welcome her. And we do have Mr. Ili Barkatari, President and CEO of a Special Competitive Studies Project. As you can see on the screen, please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Michael Carmian, Director of Digital Diplomacy of Microsoft, is joining us here at the stage. Please welcome him. Thank you once again to our esteemed panelists for joining us from near and far. With that, our moderator, you may have the floor.
Thank you so much. It is working. Okay, thanks. Hi, everybody, distinguished participants. This session considers ways in which AI is impacting or can potentially impact on weapons of mass destruction, including in their development, acquisition or transfer or use, as well as how states and other stakeholders think about and approach these weapons. We have a very impressive group of panelists, so I'm going to skip the formalities and jump straight to the first round of questions on risk. And we're going to start with Jim to set the scene. Certainly, we're seeing the prevalence of AI. Can you talk just about the potential impacts from a strategic perspective, including in the context of WMD?
Sure, thanks. And this is something I'm actually currently working on, so let me try and make 3 quick points. First of all, imagine a war where you had one side that had immense technological superiority, almost unlimited resources, control of the air, and another side that wore robes and sandals and used rusty AK-47s you had given them 40 years ago. Which side wins? Technology is not determinative, right? So that's a good point to put this in. Second issue, there is a set of technologies, and we've talked about some of them, space, quantum, cyber, electronic warfare, new emerging technologies, and some of our interlocutors in strategic negotiations, opponents have said, look, these new technologies give you the ability to create strategic effect without using nuclear weapons. So I think that's one of the reasons we're here today, is there's a set of technologies that allow you to circumvent the classic deterrence, allow you to step outside the bounds of arms control. And one of the interesting points we've heard from Thompson and from Dan and others is we keep coming back to the need for negotiation. Okay, final point, what is strategic effect? And a lot of what we do has no strategic effect, right? So it's like it's kind of boring. But what is strategic effect? It's the ability to advance your national interest. It's the ability to coerce or persuade opponents, right? Using military means or other tools. And finally, it's the ability to inflict damage or harm onto economic and military capabilities. And so I use this a lot in cyber. If people always talk about cyber attacks, okay, but was there any effect on the economic or military capabilities of the target state? And if the answer is no, there's no strategic effect. So we can sort of put things in this context and ask ourselves the question, which of the emerging technologies right now, on the battlefield right now, would give you strategic effect? And I think that's a hard test for many of them to pass. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Jim, for discussing kind of the wide-ranging aspects of strategic effect. I'm going to turn to Nobu, and we're going to focus on the nuclear aspect of it, which has already come up in the first session as well. But how might AI integration with nuclear technologies affect deterrence and other aspects of nuclear weapons policy?
Thank you, Wilfred, and thank you, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for inviting me to this very timely and interesting occasion. Since I'm originally from non-nuclear weapon states and also originally from the field of arms control, I wasn't sure whether I'm an appropriate person to talk about the relationship between artificial intelligence and nuclear deterrence. So instead of sharing my thoughts about it, I would like to share my questions associated with this intersection between AI and the nuclear weapons. So fundamentally, I've been always wondering whether AI would be a game changer, or which poses totally new questions regarding the nuclear deterrence, or kind of amplifier which could magnify the already existing problems associated with the nuclear weapons. So I'm more kind of inclined toward the latter case. So we still have so many questions and problems related to nuclear stability, as we have witnessed during the war in Ukraine. Russia kind of exploited our concerns on the nuclear stability or the nuclear deterrence by exciting our expectations for the stability or avoidance of a nuclear war. That Russia tried to manipulate the escalation in their own terms. So that problems is nothing to do with artificial intelligence. And the question is, does artificial intelligence will help the reducing the threats and risks of that? And probably as long as nuclear deterrence and nuclear competition exist, I think nuclear artificial intelligence actually doesn't really help much. So in the previous panel, they talked about the importance of the human elements in the sort of handling the technology, and these human elements never go away from the nuclear deterrence game, even if we have witnessed the evolution of artificial intelligence. So what would artificial intelligence affect or change the operation of nuclear weapon systems? I think most significant contribution would be the improving ISR intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities. And probably that helps, one, to accurately identify the targets, and secondly, probably shorten the time for decisions, so accelerating the cycle of monitoring, analysis and detection, and a choice of solutions, and command and implementation. And so this, the function to shorten the decision time would help, the stability, or rather that is going to help gaining the superiority vis-a-vis adversaries. I think our expectation is that our deterrent capability will be improved by equipping artificial intelligence in these capabilities. And then we are able to gain a superiority over the adversary. The question is whether that kind of introduction of artificial intelligence in a sort of a mutual things. In other words, so we are going to develop this capability, but at the same time, adversaries also do the same thing. And in that case, what would be the sort of implications? So there are risks associated with that. That is mostly about, not about the capability itself, but about suspicions on both sides. So if they have better capabilities for accelerating the decision process, then we are in a situation where use it or lose it. And the same thing could happen to the other side. So eventually, arms control or nuclear stability is somewhat in a mutual consent on the state of the balance of power. So we agree that there is a stability here. But at the same time, another aspect of arms control is to set a rule for the strategic competition. And within a framework of strategic competition, people want to get superiority. And so our question on the artificial intelligence, how artificial intelligence would affect this, both the seemingly contradictory objectives in arms control, so seeking stability and gaining superiorities. So I think, artificial intelligence could affect more on the latter part. And then another question is about the concept of, human in the loop. Many people mentioned that, ultimately, the people should be involved in decision makings. But we haven't really yet elaborated the concept of human in the loop precisely. So, maybe I'm going to rephrase this question, human in the loop, into who is responsible for the consequence of the use of artificial intelligence. And in particular, when we are talking about the linkage between WMD and the artificial intelligence, the consequence of use of these the nuclear weapons is much far greater than use of conventional weapons on the battlefield. The consequence of the battlefield is pretty much different from the consequence of the use of nuclear weapons. So I think ultimately, who is responsible for that? That means probably state leaders. And if you pose the responsibilities to state leaders, then the question is, how come they are really convinced to take responsibilities if they don't know much about technology and the consequences before they make a decision? So I probably would like to pitch in a question, how are we going to make the state leaders to be more aware of the consequence of use of artificial intelligence in the context of WMD? Thank you.
Thank you, Nobu. I think you raised quite a lot of questions and issues. Your point about responsibility echoes some of the discussion of the first session. And I think one of the important points you made is that AI integration isn't taking place in a vacuum. So there are some uncertainty about what the effects could be as well. I'll turn over to Laura now, and we often talk about AI in this larger set of emerging and disruptive technologies, also drawing upon developments in cyber and outer space, as Dan mentioned in the first session. From the perspective of nuclear risk, how does the impact of AI compare to or interact with these other EDTs?
Thank you for the invitation to be here and for all of the really interesting insights we've already heard. And I'm going to draw on some of the same things that Nobu mentioned just right now and what we discussed in the first session. Again, of course, we're in as dangerous a time as we have been in many decades with respect to nuclear weapons, with the threats of nuclear use being used to backstop a conventional war in Europe, and concern that crisis in the Taiwan Straits or in the environs might draw nuclear-armed states into direct conflict. I think nuclear-armed countries are very aware of the risks of deliberate nuclear use, but I'd like to turn to how AI and other emerging technologies might affect the risk of miscalculation or inadvertent escalation to nuclear use, or pressures, as Nobu mentioned, of use it or lose it, or the ability to cease nuclear use once it's started. Of course, many of these issues were tackled in the Responsible AI for Safer Tomorrow conference that was here just a couple of months ago, but I'd like to dive in, just focus on a couple of them that have particular concerns for me. So I'd like to focus on two aspects that are, I think, mutually reinforcing aspects of AI and other emerging technologies as they are partnered with nuclear weapons, speed of decision making and vulnerability. So first, I see enormous risk, of course, in the types of prompt launch nuclear postures that the United States and Russia have adopted and which China seems to be preparing to, or at least considering. These systems include the technical ability and the doctrines that allow for the launch of nuclear weapons upon detection of an incoming attack. And under such circumstances, the decision whether to launch a retaliatory strike includes enormous time pressure. Ballistic missiles and other hypersonic delivery vehicles for nuclear weapons are so fast that leaders of nuclear states essentially have only a few minutes to decide how to respond to the warning of an incoming nuclear attack, putting extreme pressure on them to make what could be civilization-altering decisions. And they may have potentially incomplete, misleading, or incorrect information. How does AI affect that situation? We know that AI may be introduced in several ways through intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, through early warning systems, through command and control and decision making. They're going to be used as a way to speed up the processing of complex data from radars and satellite-based sensors faster and providing this decision-making advice. The degree that the AI-assisted decision-making is an improvement to what currently exists remains an open question, and that's partly technical and that's partly social. We know that human beings don't make good decisions under pressure. Does the incorporation of AI improve any aspect of this? We know that command and control for nuclear systems are almost always designed for speed and not for sober reflection. So these time and reliability stressors must be examined as part of a system with a decades-long track record of human mistakes and technical failures causing nuclear near misses. So we want to consider very carefully introducing another set of systems that may have biases or other unintended effects. The other concern I have is that the incorporation of advanced AI and machine learning techniques, they might reinforce the sense that these time-compressed nuclear decision-making systems are safe and reliable, and thus are realistic and desirable, when in reality these techniques may introduce additional risks to an already risky system. And additionally, as new types of technologies are incorporated into strategic postures, such as cyber weapons, anti-satellite weapons, and other novel delivery systems, they might further compress the time to make decisions. And there may be yet more pressure to introduce AI into nuclear decision-making. So I'm cheered that the US and China has recently agreed that, in principle, humans should be in the loop for nuclear decision-making, and that we should avoid automated decisions, but I do think that's only one aspect of the concerns that we should be looking at. Second, the second basket of issues, which I think are mutually reinforcing with the first that I identified, is that policies such as launch on warning that I just described, or launch under attack, are generally responses to the vulnerability of a state's strategic systems, with most concern about land-based missiles and command and control assets. Will the incorporation of AI and machine learning techniques increase the vulnerability of strategic systems, or perhaps equally important, the perception of the vulnerability of strategic systems? I thought Zana made a really interesting point in the last panel that the narratives are very important. So perceptions as well as the technical realities are something we have to pay close attention to. If they do increase the vulnerabilities, these developments might increase incentives to set up fast response, use or lose nuclear weapons postures that Nobu just mentioned. These new vulnerabilities might include AI-aided cyber attack on nuclear command and control systems, or the nodes that are in space, It may increase the ability to track ballistic missile carrying subs underwater that Dan mentioned in the last panel as well. These are all serious considerations for states. The answers to these questions also will be different for different states with different levels of technological investment and development. It remains an open question how uneven access to these technologies will impact a state's choices about how to deal with these new potential vulnerabilities. So I want to close with sort of some questions that we should be asking ourselves and encouragement. I think we do want to be very thoughtful about how and when these new technologies are included. And I think we want to take a look at how they might increase risk to the overall system. We should be looking holistically. How do they affect our obligation to disarm? Do we get too comfortable improving nuclear systems so that we're losing sight of our obligation to wean ourselves away from nuclear weapons? And how are we going to start thinking about arms control? I think it's not too early. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate that you're concretizing kind of the discussion about risk scenarios, including on capabilities, but also on human effects as well. I'm going to turn it over to Jimena now. And we're using AI as quite an umbrella term for a set of technologies, just like we do with WMD. Are there ways in which AI capabilities are fundamentally challenging what we think of as WMD?
Hi, so thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the organizers of this event. And I also want to show my respect for the resiliency of the Korean democracy, given the last events. So first of all, I mean, we're in a panel that addresses weapons of mass destruction. So I think it's important that we start off by acknowledging or reminding ourselves that there is no clear definition of what constitutes a weapon of mass destruction and what is the threshold for that. Obviously, nuclear, chem, and bio are mentioned explicitly in a 1977 United Nations General Assembly resolution. However, it also leaves open. It just says, and any other weapon developed in the future which might have characteristics comparable in their destructive effects to nuclear or other of the other weapons listed above in that resolution. So then the UNODA, the United Nations Office of Disarmament Affairs, has further elaborated and delved into saying that it is any type of weapon that in a single moment can have an enormous destructive effect or cause death, injury by chemicals or dissemination of disease-causing organisms, or can deliver nuclear, chemical, or bio weapons for hostile purposes or in armed conflict. So that also leaves us another window open because it also can be used in peacetime. So I would also like to turn now to the International Court of Justice's case law, where we can also find further elaboration on this. So for the late Judge Shahabuddin, these weapons are any that have destructive capabilities in one single use and are unable to comply with IHL. This is complemented by customary international law, which says that any type of weapon that cannot comply with the principle of distinction, which is distinguishing between a civilian and a combatant, is by nature prohibited. Also, the late Judge Cansado Trinidade said that it was any weapon that caused unnecessary suffering or whose effects cannot be limited to military targets, so also related to the principle of distinction. In my opinion as well, this could even constitute crimes against humanity as per the Rome Statute and the hopefully soon convention, as in they are systematic, which means of an organized nature, and widespread, which is large scale, all of these attacks. And crimes against humanity happen during peacetime, so again, not only in armed conflict. So I'm giving all of this overview because I want to bring the attention to a type of technology related to AI, which I think is a weapon of mass destruction, which is drone swarms. So the importance of labeling these swarms as weapons of mass destruction or recognizing them as such, as we can see the clear resonance with everything that I just said with the swarms, is because just the mere recognition of weapons of mass destructions bear a stigma. So this would lead to deterrence. This would lead to non-proliferation efforts, ideally. This is also part of General Assembly resolution from 2004 that encourages states to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Actually, fun fact, during the negotiations of the Rome Statute, the very early ones, the weapons of mass destructions were considered as to be included for war crimes, the use of them. Later on, the compromise came up to just prohibiting any means or methods of warfare which inherently are indiscriminate. So drone swarms, as we know, are a large number of swarms that can go up to thousands. We saw a display, I mean, a very public one, even in 2018, so it's very early, of over 1,374 to be precise, drones that were displayed by China, out of which a third, so 474, I believe, were deviated from their course. So that shows some of the risks, which I will address later. So I'll leave it at that, but I just wanted to pinpoint this type of technology related to AI, which could be potentially a weapon of mass destruction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimena. I think certainly effective risk reduction requires risk assessment, and risk reduction requires challenging our assumptions and going beyond simply what has come before as well. I'd like to turn it to our online participant at this stage, and AI is something that's certainly been referred to as a game changer in the military sphere. Nobu suggested earlier that it might be more of an amplifier in the nuclear side of things. Yili, can I ask you to reflect on this a bit, and how worried should we be about arms racing dynamics in the space?
Hi, good evening from California. Thank you, first of all, for having me. I'm truly sorry that I couldn't be there in person. And I spoke at your fantastic summit also last year, so thank you for having me back. And truly, an honor to be with such a distinguished group of panelists. I would like maybe to have another approach to the conversation we're having tonight, because we're talking about what is the purpose of our military actually adopting AI? Because I think that is the fundamental questions we have to ask first, and then what is the rate of adoption by our military of artificial intelligence? When we looked into what can AI do for the military or the military sphere, as you indicated, I think there were four broad categories that we, as a Special Competitive Studies project, identified. Number one is AI can be a huge enabler for the back office responsibilities of our military, helping them with the cumbersome administrative processes. And I think, cyber defenses, logistical issues, all those things that I think our military should not have a hard time adopting because they're low risk for adoption, but also it would be beneficial from the cost cutting perspective of our administrative burdens. The second area, and I think one of the earlier panelists noted about this, is the AI adoption for the purpose of indications and warning. And on our side, we talk a lot about prediction of fires, predicting human disasters and natural disasters. And so how can indications and warning and AI application in that space really enable our military and our societies to be better prepared by having access and having these kind of enabled I&W systems in place to avoid some of these catastrophes. The third category I think that we're touching a little bit on the panel tonight is the category of decision making. How are these systems going to make humans better informed and provide them with more options, and how those are options that are better informed, and they also have associated risk and also the opportunities with those options. The last category I think that is predominant theme tonight is the category of like AI and the system and the AI-enabled weapon systems. To that space, I think we have to be really mindful of the systems we have in place to test and evaluate this category of weapon systems, what processes, policies, and procedures we have in place before we deploy these kind of capabilities. I think all our governments are struggling with this point right now because traditionally we're built for different kind of weapon systems and different kind of acquisition processes. And I think as these new systems are introduced into our weapon systems, I think we need to have a hard look about how we do testing, evaluation, and deployment of these kind of systems. The other category of policies and procedures we have to look at, it has to do with the international legal considerations. Most of our systems have been built for legal and rule of law frameworks that are probably need to be relooked at the time of a new era of AI weapon systems. Another aspect that we have to be really mindful is, where does international cooperation fall into the space? And I think this is an area in which I think we all have to think much more creatively about how do we create a new public-private partnership, because I think although we're talking about military weapon systems in this space, most of these systems are built right now in private sector. And so without having private sector included in these conversations, I don't think we will be able to create any kind of international framework on these systems going forward, or wherever these systems are capable to achieve the missions we are all talking about it. And then the last point I would like to make, while, we all come from democratic countries and we all have rules and procedures in place, we have to be mindful of the geopolitical situation we live in right now, where we have what we call it an axis of disruptors in China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, who I don't think will play by the same rules that the community of nations that we all represent in this panel will. And so we have to be mindful that as we develop these new procedures for how we will use these weapon systems, these countries might not be transparent in the way they're building and deploying these systems. And I'm talking about China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. They might not want to share anything in terms of how they're building and deploying these systems. And as the geopolitical situation really it puts us to a greater risk daily, we have to find the right balance with how we as democracies use and build these kind of systems and the geopolitical and the security environment we're facing in the coming months and years.
Thank you so much, Ely. We'll talk a little bit more about the geopolitical situation in a second. You made a point about the role of the private sector, and that's a segue into the last question of this first round over to Michael. Advancements in AI are being primarily driven from the private sector. What does that mean for risk, in particular from the perspective of international peace and security?
Thank you, Wilfred, and thank you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for organizing this forum. It's a pleasure to be back in Seoul so soon after the ReAIM Summit in September. Wilfred, you mentioned that advancements in AI are coming from the private sector. I think it is important to recognize that we are where we are thanks to the inputs and investments of a range of sectors. For example, the incredible research that has come out of universities and academic centers in a number of countries for decades now have really led the branch of computer science that is AI to the point that we are at today. Equally, governments have played a tremendous role in that, funding research and also being supportive of AI in numerous ways in numerous countries. But absolutely, that's as we think about sort of advancements in AI as a branch of computer science, as we also think about advancements in use cases of AI, again, we see that across a number of sectors, including in the context of this discussion in the military domain. If we can broadly categorize where those advancements are, and then apply them specifically to the military domain, I think on the one hand, you see algorithms increasingly being responsible for analyzing data and identifying patterns in ways that were previously only possible by humans or not possible by humans. And you also see algorithms increasingly making recommendations or even making decisions, either in support of or in place of humans. And again, we are starting to see that increasingly in the military domain too. If we then drill down to where we see specific use cases, as Nobu and Laura mentioned, this includes in intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, ISR, also in target tracking and recognition, TTR, as Ili mentioned, in the context of logistics and supply chains. So much of armed forces work is in supply chains, and of course, as well, in cybersecurity. But absolutely, these advances do create a wide range of, I think, multidimensional risks. If I can offer just a couple of categories, one is in dissemination and accessibility risks, touched upon by Carl Bildt in his opening remarks, because unlike traditional defense technologies, AI is more widely accessible and easier to replicate, including by non-state actors and malicious actors. This does create real risks in terms of misuse in hybrid warfare, cyber influence operations, and cyber operations, including by adversaries who could use commercially available AI tools. Another category of risk, the second category of risk, would be the governance gap, whereby AI technologies are evolving faster than regulatory frameworks. There's been a phrase used for many years now that technology advances exponentially whilst policymaking advances incrementally. There is still some truth to that, but I think the gap is closing. And there's also a recognition, including within the private sector, that its role must be complemented by robust national and international governance frameworks to ensure responsible use. Whereas the older sort of mindset that regulation stifles innovation, I think has sort of seen its day and is no longer as commonly mentioned as it was previously. One way that the governance gap is already starting to be filled is through, for example, an initiative launched by the United Nations earlier this year, specifically the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. They launched a multi-stakeholder platform called the Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics, or RAISE, RAISE for short. RAISE is focused on responsible use of AI in the military domain by seeking to mitigate harms and risks associated with AI in national security, as well as supporting multilateral governance and promoting beneficial uses of AI in national security. One specific topic it is also looking to address is the third category of risk, accountability under international law and human rights. As has already been mentioned a number of times, international law, including under the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law, sets out very clear obligations for states. States have very clear duty to protect human rights, and there is also a corporate responsibility to respect human rights. And that does play a critical role in AI innovation. Private sector actors do need to ensure that the AI innovations align with these norms. But actually what that means in practice in this context isn't as clear as it needs to be. What should corporate policy look like? What should corporate due diligence look like? What should corporate remedy look like? There needs to be a lot more clarity in those spaces. And then the fourth category of risk I'll mention is equity and access. The private sector absolutely must ensure that it's, the impact of its innovations, they're aware of the impact that it has on the global AI divide, because high-income countries, of course, do dominate AI innovation, which still leaves low and middle-income countries at a significant disadvantage, and it's one that exacerbates existing risks and heightens risks of exploitation and further destabilization, just as Thompson mentioned in his remarks earlier. And certainly this old paradigm of technology and policy being developed in the West and hoisted on the rest, again, that's something that has been a problem in previous decades, but is one that we absolutely need to move away from. And as a step back and think about these risks in totality, again, I think it just underscores the importance of partnership here, underscoring the partnership between the private sector, policymakers, civil society, academia to bring deeper technical insights and cooperation.
Thank you so much, Michael. We're going to delve a bit more into the regulatory aspects with this next round of questions, including in the context of WMD. I'd like to leverage everyone's perspective a bit more, and so I'm going to pair you off and then ask for maybe 3-minute responses to each of the questions. And so I'm going to start with Ili and Nobu. So a number of multilateral initiatives considering AI in the military domain are looking specifically at this AI nuclear nexus. Can you speak, Ili, from a nuclear weapon state perspective, and Nobu from a non-nuclear weapon state perspective, what are some of the key concerns? Where do you think there might be common ground for moving forward? So we'll turn it over online first to Ili.
Thank you. I think that's a really important question. I think history in how we have managed the nuclear weapons can be instructive, but I think we have a different challenge today, and that is, during the Cold War, the governments were in charge of building and safeguarding nuclear weapons. AI is built by private sector companies. So I think there's a huge difference here in terms of who has access to these capabilities or who can have access going forward. So that's one point. The second point I would like to make is there are two important pieces to AI, the hardware piece and the software piece. And I think on both instances, you don't deal with the same number of countries that have access or that have the same capability. Because on the hardware side, you're dealing with a set of countries that are building the semiconductors, really that get us to the cutting edge of these AI applications. And on the software side, not only you're dealing with the software as a platform, but you're also dealing with the ability of countries to build data centers, countries that have access to enormous energy resources. And so I think when it comes to AI, the nuclear parallel is intriguing, and I think we can learn a lot from our historical lessons. But I think this is a different kind of a technology that is much more diffused, it's much more accessible, and can easily proliferate. And so I think we have to take a different way of how we think and who are the set of actors that are going to be at the table. Because as I mentioned earlier, we as democracies might have different set of rules and responsibilities, and who can you hold accountable if things go wrong. But I don't think we have seen anything similar from a set of countries assembled around China, which is North Korea, Iran, and Russia, in terms of how they're building these capabilities, how they're using them for military purposes, not to mention that China has a civilian military fusion. And so I think we just have to be realistic going forward about how we are building these capabilities, how can we bring our private sector to play much more closely with the government sector, and what is the necessary requirement for the infrastructure going forward. Because if you look for the next generation of these models, we will hit eventually a data wall, the energy maximum capacity that we need for these models. So how can we, as government of these democratic countries, build together the infrastructure requirements so at least we know who is building these systems, how can we hold them accountable, and who do they respond to? Unlike, as I mentioned, a set of countries that we have zero to no knowledge of how they're building it, for what purposes, and for what objectives.
Thank you. Nobu?
Yes, thank you. Probably I should talk from the perspective of arms control. So the question is it possible to regulate artificial intelligence for the sake of improving nuclear stability and reducing nuclear risks? So as I mentioned earlier, if the one side has a strong intention to deliberately escalate the nuclear risks, probably it's impossible. And it doesn't mean anything for us to whether or not to regulate artificial intelligence or not. So our task is probably how to minimize the risk, which is probably unintendedly happening. And so then how much arms control approach would help? Probably it's kind of difficult. One, in the history of arms control, there is no precedent that, that there is a kind of regulation of technology before that was put into the operation. And of course, artificial intelligence has already been embedded into the conventional forces and to some extent possibly, nuclear command and control systems. But again, artificial intelligence is not the weapon system itself, but it's an enabler to kind of accelerate and improve the quality of a decision system. So it is pretty difficult to regulate it from the perspective. Second is that artificial intelligence is still an evolutionary process, and it is always improving. So it is difficult for us to stop this technological innovation, artificial intelligence. We shouldn't also stop the innovation. And third, it is probably, even if we have a regulation, there will be challenges for the verification and the compliance. And how are we going to make a confidence that both every side involved in arms control are in compliance with the regulations? So then approach would be, again, come back to the definition of responsibility, how to hold the accountability on the use of artificial intelligence, and also how we should help decision makers and political leaders to take responsibilities on the use of artificial intelligence. So in a sense, there are so many international efforts to discuss on the artificial intelligence, including this forum and another Korean-sponsored AI Seoul Summit and so forth. And of course, UN high-level advisory body should be included. But then I think we have to have a kind of a mechanism which constantly updates the information on and assess the technology's evolution, application challenges, and both positive and negative implication of technologies, so that we are able to have a sort of accurate account on the technology, and then which would help the policymakers to share and establish and share the best practices for fail-safe measures and guardrails of the use of technology. And another thing, but very quickly, also we have to be a little bit considerate about the problems of technology have and have-nots, particularly in a global context. Artificial intelligence should be, and the benefit of the technology should be shared by everybody in concept. But obviously, there is a growing gap between technology have and have-nots. So that could possibly factor to destabilize the international relations. So we also need to take into account this matter on top of the potential public-private confrontations over the regulations and also the divide between different political camps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think both of your responses highlight kind of the complications of nuclear politics as well to any efforts to regulate. I'm going to turn it next to Laura and Michael, and there's been general recognition about the value of multi-stakeholder dialogue. Nobu just talked about that. Michael, you did as well in your first response, involving technical experts and with the private sectors. But WMD spaces could be a bit more impenetrable. What are some ways in which you see your respective communities contributing to these discussions about governance, and what frustrations remain? Laura, why don't we start with you?
Thank you. Well, I've been very glad to see that there have been multi-stakeholder, multilateral dialogue about these through the RAIM Summit and the RAISE processes, and the detailed blueprint for action. I am going to echo the other comments that the openness to involving commercial stakeholders and academics seems so crucial, because that's where the center of innovation and investment is. And this is different from the space security discussions I've been involved with over the years, where industry and private stakeholders are not as central and not as involved, because and the nuclear weapons questions, because that activity has been mostly localized within governments. I was interested in some of the technical discussions we had here, and I guess I'm being asked as a representative of the technical and the NGO community. When we were developing arms control for nuclear technologies, there were clear technical choke points around fissile material production, or clear places that you imagine verifying, in nuclear arms control, we very often limit delivery systems because those are the types of things that can be observed and counted. And for AI-facilitated technologies will have to be creative, and that will really have to be generated from the technical community. Where are the choke points? As just mentioned, there are software and hardware requirements for AI. Are there places where there's really good opportunities there? And if we're looking down the line to eventually regulating the use of machine learning techniques and strategic systems, or creating norms or arms control, whatever it looks like, I think it would be helpful for the technical experts to be thinking really early about how we would do this. And I'm glad that we are. If we wanted to verify AI's use in decision making, how do we do that? And what would a zero knowledge protocol look like in the context of AI integrated into nuclear systems? Do we have to imagine a totally different model because we have a totally different set of technologies? I think that's a place where weapons of mass destruction experts, verification experts, arms control experts, and technical experts can and should work together.
Thank you, Wilfred. Yes, in terms of the role of technical expertise, I think firstly, technical experts can help to demystify AI systems, which in turn helps policymakers understand limitations, risks, and potential safeguards. If we think, for example, about AI security, which Zena well defined earlier, AI's vulnerabilities to adversarial attacks, such as data poisoning or model theft, that does require technical insights. And then with those technical insights, you can better develop robust governance mechanisms. The private sector, of course, also brings quite critical operational insights, including real-world case studies of AI's uses in cybersecurity and defense and in peacekeeping. And again, that can really inform practical governance solutions. And I think with that in mind as well, technical experts can also provide insights into practical limitations, ensuring that governance discussions actually remain realistic and implementable. There are some kind of barriers and challenges to that. So some policymakers, not all, but some policymakers, they do lack technical literacy to fully grasp AI's complexities, and that in turn leads to gaps in governance proposals. Conversely, and very importantly, the private sector sometimes overlooks the geopolitical sensitivities and humanitarian implications of AI applications. And that in turn can lead to mistrust. Another source of mistrust is the perception that private sector actors solely operate on the basis of being profit motivated or profit maximizers, and that can in turn be in tension with global security goals. And again, thinking about the global AI divide, many low and middle income countries lack the technical expertise or resources to participate quite meaningfully in these discussions, which again further entrenches global inequities. Whether a country doesn't have WMDs, has no interest in having WMDs, doesn't have AI systems in its military domain, nevertheless, it is a stakeholder in these discussions. And so how we think about bridging the gap does require sustained dialogue and capacity building. Again, Track 2 spaces can be very helpful in that, so that voices can be heard without the constraints of Track 1 diplomatic negotiations. And there's some very positive examples in the recent past year. The Republic of Korea deserves real recognition for the successes of its regional consultations in advance of the RE-AIM summit. That's one great positive example. I think those conversations were likely the start, not the end, and so more regional consultations will need to take place on an ongoing basis. And another great success is the RE-AIM summit itself and the blueprint for action, in which 63 countries, quite diverse, came out and aligned on very critical norms for AI in the military domain. So it's good to already start to see progress being made.
Terrific. Thank you, Michael and Laura. So speaking of approaches, I'm going to turn to Jim and Jimena. The two of you have experience in quite different regulatory approaches, including in other issue areas, ranging from the use of norms to laws. How do you think the AI-WMD intersection is best approached? What do we need to take into account, including when we're thinking about modalities, about regulation? Jim, over to you first. Your mic.
Since I was quick on the first one, let me take an extra minute on the second one. I probably have a unique experience in the room, in that twice in my career as a preparation for strategic arms negotiations, I was involved in decisions about the release and use of nuclear weapons. And I will say the process is not random. It's not like somebody wakes up in a bad mood and presses a button. And I have good knowledge of all the nuclear powers except North Korea, so I apologize for that. Not perfect knowledge on Iran, but there's a process. It depends on the scenario. For tactical use in the West, in the United States, it's a very complicated process. It takes hours, if not days. So I don't worry about it being automated. This is the War Games movie from 1980, and it was silly then. For strategic use, there's certain scenarios where rapid responses are required. And in those you might see after human decision made at the cabinet level by the president, you might see speeding up. But in general, it's not a scenario that comports with direct experience with the release and use of nuclear weapons. But that brings us to 4 points that I think are really important. First, no strategic effect, no serious negotiations. Having done this for a couple decades now, people aren't going to go in the room and make any concessions if they don't think there's any strategic effect. And we have had experience with that. Cybersecurity, for example, where there's now an agreement on the use of cyber weapons in certain scenarios. It took really, the Russians proposed the first treaty in 1998. It wasn't until 2010 that you got even the initial outlines of an agreement. So the precedent is if there's no perception of risk by the states involved, particularly the major states, they're not going to negotiate seriously. Second, what would a serious negotiation look like? What would make for meaningful negotiations? We haven't talked about that, but it's easy to have meaningless negotiations. I would say, with some respect to the private sector, that no sovereign state will yield decisions on something ultimately as important as nuclear weapons or the use of WMD to a private sector participant. Yes, there's whole political processes for engaging their views, but meaningful negotiations have to take place between those who possess the capabilities. What would be some approaches that come up in negotiations? And one of the things I think that would indicate it was a meaningful negotiation is that the opposing sides are willing to make mutual concessions. If there's no concessions, it doesn't count, right? And one of the tricks you learn in a negotiator, we of course would never do this, is you look for things that you can concede on that don't affect your posture at all. So I'll give you an example that's a little anti-Chinese. When I had to negotiate with the Chinese over missiles, amazingly enough, the thresholds they proposed were always a little bit below what their own, a little bit above, I beg your pardon, a little bit above what their own missiles could do. So in effect, we would have constrained US capabilities and not constrained Chinese capabilities. There's a real risk here that it will take time to define these concessions that would make any negotiations meaningful. Finally, and this has come up repeatedly, I think Thompson raised it, I think Dan raised it, there's an existing framework of agreement. It goes beyond WMD, but WMD is important in this. And we need to put any meaningful agreements on AI in the existing framework of negotiations that govern the use of weapons in armed conflict. Key among them are international humanitarian law and the arms of armed conflict. Jimena raised some of it, I think, earlier. But there are constraints. You can't just feel like you're in a bad mood and shoot a weapon. You're supposed to have all sorts of constraints. You may question whether those actually occur. I will tell you, in real life, they do occur. People have these discussions. What is the use that is justified under international humanitarian law? And one thing I've noticed in the 20 years I've been doing this is that that's become more important rather than less important, difficult as it may be to believe. The other thing, of course, that's come up, and it's more germane to this panel, is the existing agreements on WMD use. For the most part, you're not supposed to use WMD at all, right? There's some areas that are of concern now usually regarding precision-guided munitions, hypersonic strike, but WMD cannot be enhanced lawfully with AI because it is no lawful use in most cases. So we need to look at the question of how do we incorporate any meaningful discussions that involve concessions by states on deployment, development, and use into the existing framework of WMD and international law. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Jimena, please.
Hi, thank you. So, having also participated in a couple of multi-stakeholder initiatives, such as the Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI, being a commissioner for REAIM, an OECD expert, and a number of other AI governance initiatives. I think the main theme is the insistence on the separation on the regulation, like the civilian domain versus the military domain. Whereas, I mean, we all know that that division is illusory, as, you know, there's dual use, there's reproducibility, and also even by the nature of the actors who are using these technologies, because that's why I keep referring to it as the broader peace and security domain. Because the same technologies that are used by the militaries are also used sometimes by law enforcement or border control, which are still state actors but are civilian, and also by non-state actors. And that's the problem with proliferation and the easy access to it and all of these open source and models, because these non-state actors can very easily and very cheaply acquire them and use them for hostile purposes. And when we think of non-state actors, we traditionally just think of terrorism, but there are other very important actors that can cause a lot of harm, such as organized crime, even mercenaries. So it's important to remember all of this. And the discussion has been centered a lot around nuclear. And I want to point out a distinction between AI and nuclear. So since the splitting of the atom, it was immediately weaponized. So it went directly to the creation of the atomic bomb. Whereas AI is a technology that is happening simultaneously in all domains. And that creates a big difficulty because, you know, we're late in the game, and that reaffirms the urgency of governing it for the benefit and protection of all of humanity equally, because otherwise the asymmetries are going to be exacerbated. Because, as has been already said, the capabilities of developing, using these technologies, or even reacting to them is very different in the global north than in the global south. And it's very different from region to region. So the people and the communities affected will vary significantly. So the regulation needs to be global. So that's what we're advocating for, global governance. That kind of covers everything. So apart from the brilliant resolution that was passed, that was championed by our hosts, South Korea, even before the Summit of the Future, between the things that were adopted was the pact, the new agenda for peace of the Secretary General, who adopted our recommendations of the high-level advisory body, which also delved into the military aspects, which was quite significant because, this shows how it really cannot just be dissociated. And I think that's very important to know. So what we have now, and what we all, from wherever point of stance that we are, is I would suggest that we advocate towards this global governance framework that is all comprising of all the domains. So what we have going on is the UN Secretary General and the ICRC's call for a binding treaty that prohibits certain uses of the autonomous weapon systems by 2026. There have been several calls. Even Pope Francis has issued many urgent calls at the G7, raising awareness and calling against this type of technologies making life or death decisions. But we're here talking about weapons of mass destruction. So that's also important to know that AI in itself is obviously not a weapon of mass destruction. It only can be if it's converged with one of the other technologies that are a weapon of mass destruction or is converted into one. So that's why I was talking about the swarms, because they do have the capabilities of reaching the threshold of a weapon of mass destruction, in addition to obviously being just a vehicle or a carrier of any of the other types of technologies. So it's important to keep that in mind when we're thinking of any type of regulation and when discussing the technology in general. So thank you.
Thank you. I think one thing I'm also picking up on from all of your responses is the need for regulatory activities at all levels involving different configurations of stakeholders, and the value of bespoke solutions that take into account perhaps regional and sub-regional security dynamics as well. As we start to conclude the discussion, I do want to give each of you a short opportunity to signpost to all of us what aspects of the AI-WMD intersection do you think is still overlooked by experts or policymakers? Or can you give us one or two concrete recommendations for addressing risks moving forward? I'm going to ask you to keep this to about 30 seconds to 45 seconds, because I know better than to keep people from lunch. And so why don't we start this time in reverse order, and we'll start with Michael.
Thank you, Wilfred. I'll be brief, although you said it's a challenge to ask such a broad question. I'll pick up on a point that Nobu made, actually, which I think is really pertinent, a very concrete recommendation here. Better understanding of the subject matter. I think, even in this discussion, we see perhaps different perspectives come out. What we need is a kind of a living taxonomy and lexicon of these issues and risks, and one that's kept up to date, and it has to be done on a regular basis and made publicly accessible so that policymakers, civil society, academics, technical experts actually have a shared understanding of sometimes quite elemental concepts, and at the moment we just don't have that shared understanding.
Thank you. Ely, please.
Yeah, I think since we live in a very digital age right now, I think we have an opportunity to do two things. Number one is we could red team these capabilities, and we would understand the risk associated with these capabilities. But also the second portion I would like to highlight is we could build digital twins of these capabilities. And a set of countries can get together, build a digital twin, and that would give us a good analysis of what works, what doesn't work, what are the implications, and what are the strategic risks. So I think unlike, nuclear weapons were tested and evaluated for a particular period of time with a particular technology, but I think in today's age, we can really modernize these things, and we can digitalize all of these things, and we could see the risk and safety issues associated with these.
Jimena?
Thank you. So I think one of the points that is overlooked, as I've mentioned, is swarm drones as a potential weapon of mass destruction. And in terms of recommendations for global governance, I think the multi-stakeholder and the multidisciplinary approach is vital in order to achieving something that is actually feasible. So that's why all types of actors need to be involved. I also think it needs to be global. I mean, we live now, unfortunately, in a world where international law seems to be violently violated and with blatant impunity, and I think that needs to stop. And I think each one of us should really, from wherever we are, try to advocate for that and also for global governance. And just one very final remark. I think AI really has a capability for good if we manage to reap their benefits equally and manage to do this for bridging the digital divide and bridging the global north and the global south. But we're unfortunately not moving in that direction. So it is something that we should also all contribute from wherever we are to correct and to set the path straight for the protection and the benefit of all of humanity. Thank you.
Laura, please.
I think I would re-identify the theme that I mentioned at the beginning is just the concern about introducing complexity and risk in the name of creating more authoritative information and speed in a system, just being very careful looking sort of globally with the systems point of view. I guess something that I didn't mention, but I'd like to, we talked about risks and opportunities. I'd like to see more research and attention on scholarship about what places where AI might provide stabilizing opportunities. It might be able to better help us verify arms control agreements, better characterize and detect underground nuclear tests, for example. We have enormous amounts of data that we've collected. Will that help us in the future? Detecting proliferative activities such as fissile material production or diversion, or dangerous behavior by satellites and in space. So to look at the ways where it might actually provide us some opportunities for stabilizing activities.
Nobu, please.
Yes, thank you. Three things. First of all, I think a human-machine interface will be something we have to explore more, in particular with emphasis on the human aspect. And I think we tend to focus on the machine or artificial intelligence technology itself. But I think it is important for us to learn more about how human psychology would move with the application of artificial intelligence. And secondly, I think if we are going to have a more kind of a substantive policy dialogue and policy debate, it is important for us to further elaborate the concepts, including human in the loop or human responsibility. What do they mean really, and what do they really mean in actionable way? That thirdly, I think we need the continuous assessment of technologies, the positive and negative implications. So we often said, at the evolutionary stage of the technology, we tend to overestimate its implications. But as we assimilate the technology, then we tend to underestimate the implications. So I think it is important for us to keep on assessing the technology itself. Thank you.
Jim, you get the last word.
Thank you. So I'll identify three quickly. The first is we might want to identify specific uses or outcomes that should be banned or constrained. And specific means as specific as possible. Right? What is it you don't want to have happen? What is it you don't want people to do in terms of research and development? Right? Second, we need better links to existing understandings and agreements, binding agreements on WMD and the use of force. There's been some good work on this, but it needs more. And there's fundamental questions about where AI would change, if at all, existing accords on chemical weapons, biological weapons. This came up in one of the earlier panels, nuclear weapons. Third, ask yourself, how would you verify any agreement? Software is exceptionally difficult to verify, right? And things that are intangible like this are difficult to verify. But if you have agreements that one party is ignoring, and that's happened within the last 5 years in other areas of WMD, it undercuts the case for any agreement at all. So I'll say those three.
Thank you all for giving us quite concrete things to move forward on. I know there's a lot of interest and knowledge in the room as well, and I certainly encourage all of you to approach our panelists during the breaks for follow-on discussion. I'm sure we'll continue to have these conversations, but with that, I'd like to first thank the panelists for this rich discussion and close the session. So if you'll join me in applauding them, please.
Thank you. Please give a big round of applause to our panelists and our moderator. You may return to your seats. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our session 1, and we will resume with our second session titled Defending Cyberspace, Understanding the Evolution of Cyber Threats, starting at 2:40 Korea Standard Time. So please enjoy your lunchtime and please come back to this hall at 2:40. We look forward to seeing you shortly. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome back to the 2024 World Emerging Security Forum. I hope you had a pleasant lunchtime, and now we will begin session 2. This session is titled Defending Cyberspace, Understanding the Evolution of Cyber Threats, and as you can see, we are joined by many distinguished speakers on the stage. So now I'd like to introduce them. Once I mention their names, please join me in welcoming them with a warm round of applause. First and foremost, please welcome our moderator, Ms. Ho Yeon-shin, Research Fellow of ASEAN Institute for Policy Studies. Please welcome her. Thank you. And now we'd like to introduce our esteemed panels. Mr. Neil J. Walsh, Executive Secretary of Globe Anti-Corruption Network of UN Office on Drugs and Crime and the Chief of Law Enforcement and Strategic Network, is joining us here on the stage. Please welcome him. And next to him, we have Ms. Alison Pitlock, a Senior Fellow and a Cyber Program Director of Stimson Center. Please welcome her. Thank you. We're also joined by Ms. Manon Leblanc, the Coordinator for Cyber Issues at European External Action Service. Please join me in welcoming her. And last but not least, we are joined by Ms. Irene Corpus, a member of the Strategic Steering Committee of Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. Please welcome her. With that introduction, you may have the floor, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to serve as the moderator for session 2. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this meaningful international conference, and to the KAIST World Emerging Security Forum Secretary for their dedicated efforts in making it all possible. The more digitally advanced we become, the more cyber threats we are exposed to. South Korea has also been exposed to cyber threats across various sectors and from diverse actors. One prominent example is North Korea, which has consistently carried out the cyber attacks targeting all areas, including government agencies, the military, defense industries, and private sectors. These attacks have involved information theft, system disruption, and paralysis. More recently, North Korea seems to more focus on economic gains, such as stealing cryptocurrencies and infiltrating and snatching exchanges. These days, we are aware that the foreign information manipulation and interference by both the state and the non-state actors in cyberspace pose a serious threat to our democracy and the information integrity of a public discourse. The range of threats we collectively face in the cyberspace, hyper-connected cyberspace, is such extensive and diverse. In fact, it can feel overwhelming to even attempt to describe them all in detail. In this regard, I need to narrow down our discussion scope. This session aims to examine the evolving landscape of cyber threats that the world commonly faces, and to share information on each region where organizations' approaches, strategies, policies, and the legal institutions in response. By fostering mutual understanding of global cybersecurity issues, the session seeks to explore ways to strengthen capacities for effective responses. Additionally, it will provide an opportunity to deliberate on how to establish accountability for cyber threats or breaches. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome and my sincere thanks to distinguished session panelists who have taken valuable time to visit Korea and join us here today. We will proceed with 4 speakers for this session. I expected more times to given to you, but actually our session was being shortened, so I will give you 5 minutes for each. So let me move on to a common question first. How do you assess the recent cyber threats including in the context of other security threats. You may analyze it comprehensively or picking up specific issues relating to your field. Okay, I will give you first, Neil.
Kamsahamnida, and good afternoon, everybody. I think we get the tough job of being first up after lunch, so you've all got to stay awake and we can see you from here. My huge thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for bringing us here, and I think if ever there's an example of what a resilient democracy looks like, it's you. So I think you've done remarkably well over the past couple of days. I think the way the threat landscape has changed over the past few years shows how interconnected everything is, and that we risk going down a path where we say this is simply a cyber thing or a crime thing or a security thing. And perhaps counterintuitively, we end up in a space where we try securitizing too much whilst missing the opportunities for engaging the wider public on all of the issues that we try to face. If we look back during COVID, the impact that our kids had with schooling online and then the maneuver and the moving of so many things in our lives to being online, we saw the opportunities that criminals were taking of sexual exploitation, of the misuse and abuse of fraud, and all of the things that we've seen now and emerging into a different space. And very much from listening to the panel this morning, especially the first panel, there are so many crossovers in the crime space and the broader national security space. So I think we have to take a step back and really have a good strategic threat intelligence picture where we, either as an individual nation, as a region, as the world, have a better measure of what those threats look like and what the responses might look like as well. Part of that means that we have to speak a language that the general public understand. If we can't sit on TV or go into a school or university and say something in a way where someone walks away changing their behavior or at least having a better consideration of risk, then we're not doing our jobs properly. And we need to do that in a way that is culturally nuanced, that is gender nuanced, that is age nuanced as well. Because the risks that we saw a few years ago, for example, those who were being sexually extorted online, everyone thought that this was kids, teenagers, early adults. But there is certainly a demographic of older adults being extorted as well, and they don't have the mechanism to reach out for help. So in summary, a very long way to go. International treaties can grow, legislation and policy can grow, but if you don't apply that, if you don't understand that as a regular member of the public, then it's missing the point.
Thank you, Neil. Neil more focused on non-state actors' point and then individual level of cybercrime aspects more. And then I want to turn to Manon. And then Manon is working in the EU External Service Center. So Manon will explain more about the state actor perspectives to us. Thank you, Manon.
Thanks, indeed. Building also on what Neil said, the security landscape has really changed due to the number, the type of incidents that we see, but foremost also due to the context that we are working with, the geopolitical dynamics, the conflict, the competition which we are now in a global stage, but also the developments that we had in our use of technologies, notably also due to the COVID-19 pandemic, where many more people got connected globally, which increased also the attack surface. And then we're having this discussion that we had this morning about more technologies and newer technologies coming to the table and the impact that they have on the cyber threat landscape. And there we see that dependency in combination with the geopolitical dynamic really creates risky situation, creates security challenges that go down to the essence of your society. Think about cyber attacks against your critical infrastructure, where suddenly you wouldn't have clean water, you would not have energy, you would not have a banking system, you would not have a GPS because satellites are being impacted. So there is a great challenge that we need to tackle and that we need to solve with each other in order to be able that the functioning of our societies can continue. And here we see, because of that connectedness, that where in the 90s we were worried about internet worms or whatnot, that now we're talking really about attacks that go deep into our critical infrastructure, ransomware attacks, that cripple hospitals, also the access to such attacks that have grown in that sense, with activists hacking for service situations, but also cyber used in military conflict. So we see it really across the board entering into our systems, entering into our daily lives. Cyber as a domain, which was also mentioned this morning, is something that in the late 90s was less of a worry than we have today. And then on top of that, where cyber indeed in and of itself is a tool, is a weapon, but also an enabler, we see really cyber being used by state actors as a tool of statecraft. And a tool of statecraft next to other tools. So we see cyber as one of the instruments being used next to foreign interference and manipulation of information, sabotage activities, arson, instrumentalization of migration. So really scanning vulnerabilities of societies, of which cyber security and cyber vulnerabilities is one, and exploiting them to destabilize and with an aim to disrupt or destruct or destabilize societies is something that is of the worry nowadays. So where we came from with situations where ICT security issues were really in a vacuum, so to say, we now see that cybersecurity issues are part of a broader strategy in order to address vulnerabilities in our societies, and that is something that is of increasing concern. So not cyber as such only, but cyber also in the broader context of these geopolitical dynamics.
Thank you, Manu. I want to turn to Alison. Alison, you're mainly interested in kind of international cyber security governance, and the UN, you're working on the UN structure as well. So I'm wondering your view over cyber threats, kind of global perspectives, and then how related to international governance issues as well.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And thanks very much to all the hosts and organizers for inviting me to participate. I've really been enjoying the discussion throughout the day, and I look forward to seeing where we go this afternoon. And indeed, yes, I actually was at the UN on Monday at one of the sessions of the UN's open-ended working group on cybersecurity issues. And on the first day of the session is always the day when they talk about the cyber threat landscape. So I feel like it's kind of a long week of cyber threat discussions this week. But maybe to reflect a little bit on like what I heard there, because there are many ways to try to unpack and describe the evolving threat landscape. You can talk about specific actors, you can talk about different tactics and techniques, and I think that that's maybe not where I'm coming to this from, but maybe to talk a little bit about the impacts and the implications for international peace and security of different of those types of operations and activities. And I would really sort of foot stomp what Manon said about remembering that cyber operations are a tool and an extension of other politics and other considerations as well. You know, I think there is a lot of concern about the use of cyber operations within conflict. We've seen this in Ukraine, we've seen this in Gaza. This has implications for the protection of civilians and civilian objects, for humanitarian operators, and also, of course, for the risks of escalation of that conflict. But apart from direct conflict, cyber operations are also part of the toolkit of hybrid warfare or coercion, and they can sometimes accompany other tactics that are occurring below the threshold of conflict. More and more countries are establishing cyber commands or developing offensive cyber capabilities. This is also raising questions about how to govern that, or what is considered responsible use of such capabilities. There is a lot of concern about critical infrastructure attacks. As was already said, infrastructure such as power grids, hospitals, water supplies, transportation systems are increasingly reliant on digital networks. So when those systems are compromised or affected, they can have significant disruptions and pose threats to public safety, potentially also leading to other destabilization or conflict. And then sort of in the cyber, but maybe not, basket of activities that I think is on the mind of many these days are exactly these foreign influence or information operations, which are having a lot of impact on electoral processes and integrity in different countries around the world. 2024 has been a year of an unprecedented amount of national elections worldwide, and I think that has really helped to bubble to the surface concern about this issue. And then last but absolutely not least are the implications for human rights and fundamental freedoms, where we're seeing the compounding effects of ICT misuse on marginalized individuals and communities, and the implications for upholding and protecting human rights are increasingly well documented, but they're coming from a range of different concerns, whether it's from the use and sale of surveillance technologies, of intrusion capabilities, infringements of privacy rights through other means, and so forth. So I'll pause there, but that's reflecting back a little bit about what I heard earlier this week.
Thank you, Alison. I will turn to Irene. You've been a lot of experiences in MENA region. So have you, can you explain or describe the cyber threat situations in the MENA regions especially? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for the grateful invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. As we delve into the topic, it is essential to acknowledge the interconnected factors shaping cyber risks in the region, in the MENA region. It's Middle East and North Africa. The geopolitical tensions, economic instability, and rapid technological advancements are redefining the cyber threat landscape. In the Middle East, critical infrastructure in sectors like what you have already mentioned as well, but uniquely, the oil and gas sector, the energy, these are the major target for state-sponsored cyber attacks. These threats, including ransomware and supply chain compromises, are not random. They are deliberate actions aimed at destabilizing economies, creating public uncertainty, and undermining trust. At the same time, the rise of social media has also been a powerful weapon for disinformation during political unrest and manipulating the public opinion. Various activist groups sympathetic to different sides have engaged in cyber attacks. These activities aim to disrupt the services and influence the perception, like that of the hacktivist Anonymous, which disrupts via DDoS, or distributed denial of service, website defacement, data breaches, and propaganda campaigns. Addressing these growing challenges demand not only vigilance, but also proactive and collaborative strategies. Then what is the impact in international peace and security? These cyber threats transcend borders, impacting international peace and security. These rival nations weaponize cyberspace, escalating tensions through espionage and offensive operations. Geopolitical rivalries also heighten these confrontations, targeting the critical assets that fuel the region's instability. What are the consequences for critical infrastructure in the Middle East? In 2012, the Shamoon attack on Saudi Aramco impacted more than 30,000 computers. They were totally wiped out. It was a wake-up call, wiping data from all of the 1,000 service devices, which was implemented at the time of the start of a long weekend or holiday. Its resurgence as Shamoon 2 in 2016 is an evidence that they continuously evolve. If there is a version 1 of Shamoon, there is a version 2.0 of Shamoon. Also think about the WannaCry that demonstrated the escalating risks globally. Additionally, there are advanced persistent threat actors that also target aviation, energy, and other infrastructure sectors. The emerging technologies and their implications, particularly AI and quantum computing, continue to evolve, to provide evolution of cyber threats. The AI enhances threat detection, but at the same time, it is also used to enable advanced attacks. Like AI, the quantum computers can also be considered as a double-edged sword. So this evolution of attacks also come from the technology that we think will evolve as a use and a means for us to progress further using the technology in a better way. What I would like to point out here is it's not only about the evolution of the technology, but also the importance of having capable resources to handle these evolving threats. I would talk about 3 pillars: capacity building, policy implementation, and capable resources. I will stop on that, and we'll talk further about the capability development.
Okay, thank you, Erin. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your describing cyber threat landscapes. Then shall we move on to discuss how we are responding to these cyber attacks, cyber threats, or what kind of responses we might be necessary. So you may answer from the angle of a region, like a EU, or a sector, like a cybercrime, or and then or organization, UN, or as well. Yeah, it depends on you guys. Yeah, please, Alison, start from you. Yeah.
Okay, great. No, it's I mean, there's a lot of different responses that are being employed to prevent, to reduce, to address cyber threats and their impact, and they exist at the national level, at the multilateral level, even at the local level to protect relevant critical infrastructures. I think, though, that what we're finding, though, is it's not enough, right? Like the threat landscape isn't going away. It's changing. We're seeing different actors come in, different capabilities. A lot of people are talking about how the severity of impacts are increasing as well, which leads one to, of course, ask, what more can we do? So at the multilateral level, anyway, the sort of established baseline for action is something that's increasingly being referred to as a UN framework for responsible state behavior in the use of ICTs. The framework is premised on the agreement that international law applies to state conduct in the use of ICTs. This is an output of a UN process that concluded 2015? Yes, okay. 2011, maybe, no. And it's accompanied by the articulation of 11 voluntary non-binding norms that are also meant to supplement the agreement of international law applying to state conduct. So at the multilateral level, this framework is often taken to be the sort of baseline for accountability in malicious cyber activity. But there's different tools and mechanisms on how that can be enforced. I think there's a sense that there is a bit of an accountability gap right now because it's not having a deterring effect, especially against state actors and pursuing malicious cyber activity. Different regions, I'm sure we'll hear, have developed different other mechanisms, other tools, other tactics that they can look to. Cyber sanctions are increasingly common. We're also seeing a growth in more like-minded coalitions of states working together to address specific cyber threats. So more recently, the Pall Mall process is looking at commercially available cyber intrusion capabilities as a very focused area of work. The International Counter-Ransomware Initiative is working together across many states and some other partners as well to address the problem of ransomware. So we're seeing these sort of supplementary initiatives within like-minded coalitions of states to address some very specific threats. But I also think, and Stimson has recently concluded a long research project on the topic of cyber accountability, in which we, sort of set out to say that deterrence isn't working. Well, I mean, I think deterrence has long been sort of dismissed as just being different in the cyber domain, a bit of a square peg in a round hole, if you will. And so we need to reframe and rethink about that and look for other methods and mechanisms and levers that can be applied. And a lot of the ones that I've just talked about, sanctions and so forth, those are often associated with negative understandings of accountability, the imposition of costs and consequences for bad behavior. But I think what's also starting to hear more about, and that I think really does need to be examined by the international community, are also positive forms of accountability? What are the incentives? How do you incentivize compliance? How do you incentivize doing the things that lead to cyber resilience and keeping us all safer together, especially in an issue like cyber, which is so transboundary?
Thank you, Alison. And then what about Manon? I think you have a lot of things to talk about it. Yeah.
Thanks. No, I agree with Alison there. There's a lot of ways to tackle these threats. And because of the complexities of these threats and being so close to the core of our societies, it's not just a silver bullet. There's no one solution that would fix this problem. But let me maybe emphasize three angles on which I think the main lines of work also in the EU are done when it comes to addressing these type of threats. So first of all, around resilience and preparedness. So what we have seen when it comes to the cyber threat landscape, cyber attacks, and we've, for instance, also seen it in Ukraine with the number of attacks that they have suffered from Russia, is that resilience actually works. So making sure that you are deterrent by having a resilient system, by being able to withstand, to counter these attacks, to not have them affect you in the first place, is, I think, one of the most important things that can take place. And therefore, it's so important that we, around the globe, invest in capacity building efforts to ensure that actually all states are able to enhance their cyber resilience and to actually protect themselves from these type of threats, but also are prepared in case these come anyways, because it's not that because you're resilient that these attacks are not coming. I think the reality is, unfortunately, that we will not necessarily live in a world without cyber attacks. They're looking at, okay, what is my whole of society approach? How can I involve everyone around cybersecurity, including also the end user, making them resilient, making them aware of the cyber threat, and making them part of the security solution? Private sector, the cooperation with private sector around secure products and services, where in the EU we have developed what is called the Cyber Resilience Act, ensuring that there's actually security by design and secure products and services coming to the market, but also involving the private sector in your incident response and in your response to cyber attacks. Evolving your foresight and your understanding of these threats, something that Neil also mentioned before. Really, that's where it starts, to have a good understanding of what are my vulnerabilities, what are the threats coming at us, and what can we actually do to mitigate these up front. So having your resilience and being prepared for these cyber attacks is really the baseline of preventing and responding to these cyber incidents. Secondly, talking about what is your response then, and what kind of tools do you have to deter and to respond to malicious cyber actors. And what we have been trying to do indeed is using diplomatic measures to prevent, deter, respond to malicious cyber activities coming from particular threat actors. So imposing sanctions, imposing costs through attribution or through other means. But we also see that in that sense, that is not necessarily enough. And that we also have to look at other more asymmetric measures, looking at the persistent threat actor, looking what is actually its driver, what is its motives, and how can we influence the behavior by using the full range of tools that we have at our disposal, including economic tools, including political instruments, to influence persistent threat actors and ensuring that we deter and respond to their behavior. And let me then thirdly point out something that we're also here for today, is international cooperation. Indeed, international cooperation to exchange on the understanding of the threat landscape, to build capacities, to enhance resilience, to be able to prepare for responding to these type of attacks, to together actually deter and respond by really having this normative base around what is acceptable behavior and what is not acceptable behavior, and working together as a global community to enhance that accountability, to promote responsible state behavior as agreed in the United Nations in 215 main report there. But I think there what is important is that we understand that as a global community we do have the power to come together and to set that baseline and to promote that responsible state behavior, including by really incorporate it into our national systems and ensuring that there is this normative baseline of what can be done and what cannot be done. And maybe lastly to say that in this view, James said something very nice, like the kitchen debates, right? And I fully agree that international cooperation is as such a kitchen debate that we need to take place, but I think we also need to move on and actually cook a dinner together and make sure that we're not only debating and discussing the UN framework for responsible state behavior, but that we're also cooking this dinner and making sure that we implement what is being discussed there, because that is actually the baseline for stability and security in cyberspace, and that will also enable to hold those actors who are not behaving responsible accountable for what they're doing in cyberspace.
Okay. Thank you, Manu. Okay, so I want to slightly change the approach, a little bit more practical approach, more cooking. So let's turn to Irene and Neil. So how do you think about how do you think about the approach, the response we need to take for the cyber threats in your perspective, like a more practical level? Because you worked in the capacity building sector for a long time. So how do you train? How do you work in your field? So please.
Thank you. Again, good question. When we talk about capacity building, our intention is to build resources, not in a difficult way. Otherwise, you'll be scaring them the more from joining your workforce. What I can see would be a good approach is to provide them the initial knowledge by looking at what is already existing. Let us not reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of best practices out there that can be used, such as, for example, the management systems, the ISO 27001, Information Security Management System. Let's also look at the CSF, Cybersecurity Framework, or the NIST. These are already existing, let's say, standards and framework which have already also been proven effective. You don't need to memorize them. You don't need to really be 100% knowledgeable about it, but just to create awareness and build the capability as a starting point, letting them know what standard means, what are the policies, how policies play in cybersecurity, what are the standards, what are within the standards. Looking at this, there's more than 100 controls, but do you need to know all of them? Do you need to implement all of them? It's about prioritizing. So this is what I believe would be a good way to build a capacity and capability, not scaring them because of all of these technical terms, technical jargons. It's like the way you mentioned about cybersecurity is already a threat to them not to go into the cyber. But also, making them aware that there are a lot of opportunities for knowledge sharing and growth. Let's say the GFCE, there's a capacity building program that is customized, not really customized, but they aligned with the various region according to their capabilities, their strengths, their capacities, and there are regional hubs as well that wherein the strategy are cascading. Likewise, coming from the MENA and also part of the Women in Cybersecurity Middle East, we also build women capabilities by letting them be engaged in various training and mentorship program, letting them be involved in discussion, panel discussion, conferences, and in fact, we have seen a big increase of women participation, especially with the recently concluded Black Hat conference, wherein they said, the Black Hat, you know, they go around the world and they said, it is surprising that it is in the Middle East where they found the most number of women speakers. So it is not only about building capacity, we're also trying to address the diversity and inclusion of women in the cyber.
Okay, thank you. Actually, the women in cybersecurity was my last question, but you snatched. Okay, later I will ask again. Okay, and then the last turn, Neil. Especially in cybercrime field, we need to internationally cooperate definitely for the investigation and then the indictment, everything. So we are wondering your perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I tend to frame most problems that we have to address as government as being political, policy, strategy, tactics, or operations. So from the political piece of having the right view from government, having the right expertise in our ministers and in our senior civil servants, and then getting the right policy, and then bringing that down to an operational level. How do you triage? How do you prioritize the threats and the threat actors that you're facing? But there's also a responsibility in this for the tech sector, and something that was said this morning stuck with me, which is on the decision-making of developers and engineers. And I remember being at a counter child abuse conference back in 2017, where a tech developer stood up and showed what was essentially their first version of auto-tune for musical artists who needed to have a re-record done without being in the studio. And he said, "Isn't this fantastic?" And everyone in the audience said, "Oh God, no, it's not." Because we could see the risk that would come with it. And we saw the risk of developing skill sets to harm and abuse and exploit children using the same technology. So it seems to me in many ways, anything can be dual use. If I hit myself over the head with a plastic bottle, it's been used for an intent that it wasn't created for. So we have to think through the risk and get our policy built around that. And it's also the somewhat didactic security and safety issue that you heard of this morning as well. If we look at, on Monday this week, I was speaking to a load of diplomats in Vienna, and one of them asked me, should we just make cryptocurrencies illegal? And that would solve the problem. And I said, well, terrorism's illegal, crime's illegal, I'm not quite sure we're there yet. And it's taking that conversation, because sometimes the idea sounds perfectly good, but trying to make it happen is impossible. And especially with something like crypto, where it's actually developed not to be easily traceable. And by saying that to a diplomat, well, there's 10,000 plus cryptocurrencies in the world right now, with a market capitalization of $3 trillion and $200 billion per day moving in crypto, it would be the 8th largest economy if it was a country. So we have to look at the problem in a different way. We have to look at different solutions. So in the UN, UN member states have recently come up with a UN Cybercrime Convention. I'm calling it that. That's not its full title. Its title is very long. But for the sake of saving time, it's a Cybercrime Convention. And I guess in some ways this reassures me that multilateral diplomacy can still work. That there was 155 states got together in a room over 3 years and hashed this thing out. And that it's criminalized 11 aspects of cybercriminality. And that helps every government potentially enact that in their own national legislation as well. And then you have the equivalence, hopefully, of evidence and the ability to gather evidence, whilst having the strongest framework on human rights in any UN crime-based treaty that we've had before. But in my last posting, I moved back to Vienna 2 months ago, and my last posting in Eastern Africa as head of mission for our organization, seeing the different skill sets across countries in Eastern Africa was remarkable. And that's why capacity building can never and never will be one size fits all. You might have a country that has remarkable technical capability, but politically and at policy level doesn't necessarily get the nature of the problem. And you might have the opposite of that, of having a country that absolutely gets the political and policy implication, but doesn't have the ability to invest in what that solution looks like. So I guess it's still remaining technologically neutral. One of my staff always refers to the problem is between the chair and the keyboard. And yeah, so I guess the human problem, and that came out very much in the first panel this morning, is really where we have to look at, because you can't eat a convention, you can't drink a convention. You need to be able to operationalize something to make a difference, which means understanding that threat and that it may be specific and different in different countries as you go around the world. So if we look at how the impact of large language models have had an understanding, for example, the risks against kids online, or the proliferation of sexually abusive material, or terrorist radicalization, most of the work is still being done in English, and the large language models are then investing in English solutions. So how much are we missing in there? What's the nuance that's happening in Korea or Japan or anywhere that is francophone or lusophone? We need to make sure that there's an equity there that I don't think we have right now. So lots of work to be done, and lots of gaps that still need to be filled. And I guess to finish off that question is, we see so many agencies that have an offensive capability, and ironically, a part of that agency is also the defensive capability. It's kind of like they're trying to do each other, and it seems to me that's perhaps not the most helpful way of doing business.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, we finished the common questions about the cyber threats we face commonly, and how do we respond to commonly. And then, because we have a precious expert in each field of cybersecurity here, from now on, I would like to cast questions more specialized for each of you. So when you find some points that you want to add, just please ask me, jump in. Yeah, okay, for Manon first. I know you served for years to develop EU cybersecurity strategies and the EU cyber diplomacy toolbox. So could you explain the special efforts or institutional preparation that the European Union has been making recently to address the cyber threats as a prominent regional organization, international organization? Yes.
Thanks. So what I spoke about before, about this full spectrum approach, and that is something that we are looking at when it comes to countering cyber threats. And let me elaborate a bit on what we mean with that. So the idea of one size fits all, a silver bullet that will help you counter cyber threats and then you will be safe forever, doesn't necessarily exist. So there's a constant effort to be made across the spectrum in order to prevent, deter, respond to malicious cyber activity. So what does it mean? Raising awareness, having awareness campaigns, making sure that end users are aware. In product development, making sure that we have secure ICT products and services coming to the market by legislation. By protecting critical infrastructure, and we've recently adopted and implemented our second cybersecurity legislation, the NIS2, Network and Information Security legislation. But also by updating our cyber diplomacy toolbox on how you respond to malicious cyber activities, adding also rapid response capabilities to it to help member states but also partners in responding to incidents. Updating our incident management framework, and by establishing a cross-institution task force that allows us to better understand cyber threats and also use a full range of tools to respond to it. By I'm moving along the spectrum by adding new cyber sanctions to our list, as well as also establishing a new regime against hybrid threats stemming from Russia, which also includes cyber and other cyber-related listing criteria. But also by adding a cyber defense policy that will actually enable us to enhance our resilience of our military systems and enhance our military cooperation. So what we are looking at is really trying to, across the spectrum, ranging from really this awareness, prevention, capacity building, up to also response measures that will help us to mutually assist each other, whether it's within the EU or our partners, as well as respond to malicious cyber activities, to really develop all these tools that will help us address cyber threats in different perspectives. And what helps here is that we actually have really strong partnerships. So within the union, we are with 27. 27 see more, we're together in networks, at the technical level, at an operational level. We have a network of cyber ambassadors where we work together on a political or strategic level. So we have the advantage of being stronger together. And we also have that advantage in that sense in a global way. So when we look at the cooperation, as also Alison mentioned, at the multilateral level, we've been working also to establish this community within the United Nations. So through the open-ended working group and through the work that we've been doing there over the last couple of years, we have established this global community on enhancing peace and security in cyberspace. And there we are actually working to strengthen even that network by giving it a home, by establishing a permanent mechanism, a program of action in the United Nations to really build on that foundation that we have discussed also this morning and just now of the UN framework of responsible state behavior grounded in the application of international law, and giving also the international community a home where they can build their cybersecurity, when they can cooperate and where they can learn from each other to protect their critical infrastructure and incident response, like we also do in the EU. So it's really this trying to, at each level, but also in each community, to build your tools in order to prevent, deter, and respond to cyber threats.
Thank you very much, Manon. Manon, have you read about the Korean National Cybersecurity Strategy before?
And you're posing this question in front of ambassadors. So well, of course.
Of course.
So we've had an exchange. I will admit I have not read it in detail necessarily, but I do see a lot of similarities between the approach that the Republic of Korea is taking and the approach that the EU are taking. And there's actually a close partnership between the EU and ROK on these issues. So we're very much aligned in that sense, and I'm looking forward to continue to discuss that also during our upcoming cyber dialogue. So.
Thank you so much. And let's turn to Neil. Actually, Neil, in Korea, just a few months ago, there was a significant social issue involving the use of deepfakes for disincriminate sexual online crimes. So the more alarming aspect was that many of perpetrators, actually, it was not legislated as a crime yet. And then who were minors, the perpetrators, most of them were minors, didn't even recognize their conduct as crimes. And then the victims, shockingly, were often people close to them, such as classmates, their teachers, fellow students, or even younger sisters. So since the Budapest Convention in the last August, the draft UN Crime Convention was completed and under the process of being adopted in the UN. And then what do you think about the relevance of deepfakes and AI technologies, which can be also used for cybercrime itself? And then to countering cybercrime and the enhancing cybersecurity. So kind of the flip side of one coin, like, yeah. And then what impact do you anticipate the UN Cybercrime Convention will have on this kind of prevention and the punishment of such cybercrimes? Yeah, the two questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Suyan. I think your reliance on my memory is vastly better than I think my memory is going to be at remembering the questions. So, let's think of the deep fake issue is really, really concerning. And I think I look at it in a number of ways. So first off, the technology exists. We've known the risks that are going to come with it, but yet we didn't really do much about it or consider it properly. I'm not sure that we would say that criminalizing kids as offenders is the right approach. In fact, I would almost certainly say most times it's not. if children aren't recognizing that what they've done is breaking the law, is creating risk, that's an educational problem. That's a social problem that needs to be addressed first, and we don't fix that problem by locking them up unless it's the most serious of offenses. But that's certainly not unique to Korea. That has happened and continues to happen around the world. And in fact, the UK-based Internet Watch Foundation just released its annual report, and they take down child abuse material from the internet. And 97% of victims are girls, and the average age of a girl being victimized for sexual exploitation online is between 10 and 13. And in addition to that, they've seen a significant, since COVID, increase of sibling-based sexual abuse, where one sibling exploits the other for payment. And these are the things that are happening in our societies, in our homes, right now. And if we don't listen to that and accept that as a risk of something we need to address, then we are not saving kids who need our biggest and most greatest of attention. There's also the wider critical thinking piece, and this came up at lunch, where I look at my own kids, and so much of their homework now is done online, schooling is done online, and the ability to question the sourcing of what they've learned. And Jim said this morning when we were talking, you stick something into ChatGPT, you might get a perfectly plausible answer coming out, and then you try and find the source, and there is no source, it's just made it up. You know, if I want to make something up, I'll speak to someone. So the critical thinking piece of asking, what was the source of this? Is it real? What's the impact of that? I think we end up with a generation who are at risk of seeing something and believing automatically that it's true. And then with that, not understanding with the level of detail the consequence of doing something with it. And that's where I think if you've had the experience of kids committing offenses but not realizing that they were committing offenses, so that has to be an educational problem and an educational fix and a parental responsibility as well. And if parents and educators aren't willing or able to have these difficult conversations, they are failing the generation below them. It is our responsibility as the adults to understand that risk and be able to explain it without getting embarrassed, without feeling taboos pressing on us, but to help keep our kids safe. When we bring that to a wider level, if I look at the investigative capability that my office, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, gives and builds with states, I used to run our cybercrime programming around the world, so that was working with cops and prosecutors and judges to help them build this skill set. I now run our anti-corruption work, but one part of that, called our Globi network, has 200 investigative agencies working together on corruption. And I'm starting the conversation with corruption investigators to understand why this piece of the business on the cyber side is so important to them doing their business as well. But sometimes I think multilaterally in the sort of higher political bits of the UN, we still have problems where the security piece that Manon talks about is in one part of the UN, the crime piece is in another, and never the twain shall meet. And if you even try and bring up the crime piece and the security piece, you'll be told this is the wrong committee for that discussion. I'm pretty sure the criminals aren't sitting out there going, haha, we got them, it's in the first committee and not the third. So we have to look at what the threat is and build our response around that. And I think that means being slightly more flexible in our multilateral and bilateral institutions. And sometimes it's following what the criminals do and saying our response has to follow that, rather than forcing it into a fixed position that we might have had for some years. So the threat is hybrid, so we should make sure the response is the same.
Okay, thank you, Neil. In the very similar vein with Neil, I want to ask Alison. It's about the cyber accountability. You already touched upon a little. Enhancing cyber accountability is likely the key to reducing cyber threats and safeguarding cybersecurity. So could you give us your esteemed opinion on this matter? Why do we enhance cyber accountability? And then what's the biggest kind of a barrier or obstacle to enhance cyber accountability? And then how can we enhance cyber accountability? More details, please. Yes.
I really wish I had like a the silver bullet, as it were, for accountability, but I'm not sure that it's out there. But I'll share what we've learned so far. But first, I wanted to also just quickly react a little bit to what you said about the crime and security sort of separation, especially when you get into some of the UN processes on this issue. Recently we've also been doing a little bit of work around the UN Security Council, where the Republic of Korea has convened 2 important meetings over this past year on cyber issues. And in the course of, kind of informally talking with them about their preparations for the events, this exact topic came up. Like, does it need to be crime? Does it need to be security? Sometimes that line is actually very blurry. Sometimes criminal activities affect national security or international peace and security. And so while it is important to make space to create the sort of detailed policy responses that are needed for distinct issues, artificially or consistently always separating these 2 things out can also be harmful. And it also, I think there's a further risk too when you start talking about security, that you really leave out the sort of human impacts, and the topic itself just becomes very securitized. And certainly I know within the open-ended working group and elsewhere, we've tried to bring the other human-centric approach in which we refer to sort of the rights-respecting or rights-based approaches to cybersecurity. But on accountability, I don't know that I would actually have much more to add to what I said earlier, that there is an accountability gap, and we know this because we're not seeing any abatement in the severity or the scale or the spread of malicious cyber activity, be they full-on attacks or other activities that are more disruptive or more to be considered nuisances. And so that tells us that something more is needed to be done in this space. And I think that's sort of where our research looked at what's worked well in non-cyber issue areas. We did a big study looking at everything from conventional weapons, arms control instruments, to UNSCR 1540, to some climate agreements, and to some others as well, peer review mechanisms, these types of things, to sort of see like what has worked well elsewhere. And I think that across the board, there's a lot of very specific learnings that you can get from these different regimes or issue areas that are in some way, shape, or form relevant to cyber. There's never going to be an exact grafting on that you can sort of do from one issue set to another. But I think across the board, some of the very important findings that we came across was the importance of inclusivity. And this is going to be, I think, extra important in cyber or any technology-related issue area, is to be multi-stakeholder in crafting the solutions that you're looking for. Cross-regional collaboration is also highly important. We also found that where you often have a sort of toolbox approach, rather than trying for like a one-size-fits-all, is also where we've seen the most impact and effect in other issue areas. But I think the biggest barrier that we really came across, and this is, I don't know what the answer is to getting over this, is simply political will. Even where you see like really wonderful ideas and very long-standing agreements. I started my career working on the anti-landmines campaign, and I was there when the Cluster Munitions Treaty was negotiated, adopted, and entered into force. And we've now seen backsliding on those agreements from states that were at one time very supportive of them. So I think that without strong political will, and maybe the answer to political will is thinking through the incentivization piece a little bit more, but that's where we really start to run into the problems with the accountability gaps.
Thank you, Alison. I think you explained well the kind of dynamics, how we organize the structure of the accountability in cyberspace. And actually in cyberspace, the most important and difficult thing is attribution issues, because attribution is not exact and quick enough. All the accountability issues starts from that attribution issues. So yeah, I think you explained very well about it. Let's move on to Irene. Irene, I think you have decades experiences in the cyber, AI, and quantum capacity building sectors, especially in MENA. Could you give us some insights from your perspectives, especially bridging capacity building and cybersecurity? And then I know you already slightly touched upon these issues. And in addition, I know you've especially focused on women in cybersecurity, a Middle East project. Women in cybersecurity capacity building is also a very important topic, but now well noticed in South Korea, in my view. So would you share your experience with us here? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The Women in Cybersecurity Middle East, we founded it in 2018. There were only 9 of us at that time. 4 of us from the UAE, 1 from Kuwait, 1 from Saudi, another one from Egypt. Now we have grown up to 3,000, almost 3,000, and it was a good platform for the women in cyber to get into the field. When we started that, there were only 12% of women in cybersecurity. Last year, there was a survey that was conducted, and the percentage of women now is at 25%. We are not saying that it is only the work of the WIXME or the Women in Cybersecurity, but we believe that there is already an increase in awareness of improving this number, improving the participation of women, welcoming them, especially the newcomers, the new students. Look at the statistics of how many women or how many girls are getting into the field of engineering and IT, and how many of them in the end get employed. So we have to look into these statistics. They may not be our sisters, they may be our children, or the female children who are really, their hearts, they put their hearts and their efforts into this degree. Let's help them get into this industry. The GFCE as well, WIXME partnered or participated with GFCE only this year because we found this as another option or another platform to improve our presence and improve the voice of creating the awareness for improving the women's participation in cybersecurity. So at GFCE, we also have the WICB, or Women in Cyber Capacity Building. And GFCE, it's a network of regional hubs. We have regional hubs in Asia, Americas and Caribbean, Europe, Africa, the Pacific, and Southeast Asia. These hubs take into account the unique and local regional cybersecurity, cultural, institutional, and development characteristics. Like what you were saying, Mano, there is no one or one-size-fits-all way. Even in the capacity building, there's no one-size-that-fits-all. It has to be according to the region, according to the culture, according to the capacities and the environment. The other thing that WIXME is doing is we partner with, last year we partnered with ITU, or the International Telecommunications Union. They have the yearly Women in Cyber mentorship program. It's a 3-month program. And we were happy because they gave the management or handling of the participants from the MENA region. Before, there were a low number of MENA participants because of language barrier. So what we did, we transformed or translated some of those programs in Arabic. And it was a very good turnout because out of 300 participants, about 300 participants, 30% came from the MENA. So it means all the rest are from the other regions. So this is a good demonstration that we are building, or our program is being heard and being known in the region. Other program that we did was the Capture the Flag, or the live hacking. And the Capture the Flag, what we did as a program on the first year was, and this, it is still let's say the criteria. If you're going to join as a group, at least one should be a woman, one female. So if you're all men, sorry, you cannot join. At least bring at least one woman in your group. So from year 1, year 2, year 3, the number of participants increased, and not only that, the number of women also increased from 30%, 50% to 60%. So I believe with all of these programs and initiatives, our voices are being heard. But it's not only about ticking the button or ticking the box that you are welcoming the women in cyber. Look about the progression in their career. the initiative should be attract, retain, and develop, not attract, keep them, and then when they get bored because they don't get any promotion, then they will just leave and they will say they're not welcome.
Yeah, so that's my question. What about the leadership level? Actually, women should be at the leadership level. So can they be promoted to the leadership level? How much percentage do you know?
At this time, we don't have a real statistics yet about the women in leadership position, but that is our aim. Initially, the objective is to give a way to the new graduates to find their, have a foot forward into their career, and then let them grow in there. Also in various capacities, we get them involved in discussion, panel discussions like this, either as a moderator or a panelist. We also celebrate their successes. We ask how many are taking certification exams, how many are passing the exam, how many has published a research paper or finished their bachelor's, master's, or PhDs. And we shout out these successes. And apart from that as well, of course, the challenge now that we are giving when companies are saying, oh yes, you know, WixMe, you let us be aware that we should increase the women in our workforce. You know, we already have 50%. The next question is, how many are there in the leadership position? That will be our next target.
Thank you very much. Any other female speakers, do you have any comments on these issues? No? Yeah? Alison, will you?
I would just quickly echo that. I think it's really important to be talking about this, and I've done some research on the topic of gender and international cybersecurity, and the participation angle is very, very important, but I think it's also talking about the differentiated impacts and harm of different types of cyber operations. There's a lot of really excellent research out there that looks at internet shutdowns, for example, and how they impact people in a disproportionate way based on their gender, because it corresponds with the gender roles that they play in society more broadly. You mentioned deepfakes earlier. Deepfakes often go hand in hand with online or technology-facilitated gender-based violence. One of the projects that we're starting up at Stimson next year is going to be looking at gender, disinformation, elections, and national security, and how those things are all coming together in a unfortunately very mutually reinforcing way. So I think thinking about the participation, thinking about the harm, I think earlier you said something about the unintended risks, and that's also true for technologists. As you're developing technologies, you may not realize that what seems like an innocuous app could be transformed into stalkerware, to give one kind of commonly used example. So it's great that this has come up today. I'm happy that we're talking about it. I think it needs a lot more research and awareness raising, but it's also, we've done a lot, I think, in over a relatively short amount of time to already raise awareness and capacity in this area.
I'm also happy to talk about it. Actually, in the security sector, women has been for a long time talked as a kind of a victim, but victimized, like you know, always a victim of law, a victim of war, something like that, you know. But I want to stress that women can be a leader or a decision maker in security sector as well. Yeah. I want to point out in cybersecurity sector as well. Yeah, okay, thank you very much for our speakers. And then we have 5 minutes left. So now I want to open the floor to the audiences. So 1 or 2 questions to our distinguished speakers. So can you, raise your hands, please. I think over there, yeah, please.
Please stand up. May I ask you to please stand up? Thank you.
So I'm Brian. I'm a homeschooling student who's passing by. I'm interested in the digital security and cyber threats. And I'd like to bring up a question that is related to a little more obscure topic that we haven't dealt in the conference. And that's about basically intervention. And foreign intervention is one aspect of that. But I also think there is like a little bit of muddiness within cyber threats when it comes to intervention, because I think that domestic actors and foreign actors sometimes really mix together when it comes to like intervening into manipulating social sentiments or political sentiments. And I was wondering how experts see this and how they are dealing with this kind of like intermixing. Thanks.
Anu, can you?
Yeah, I can say a few. So it is indeed something that is of concern, and the blurring of actors, both private actors, private sector companies, but also hacktivists or criminals working together with states and coming together in this awful mix of malicious cyber activities with different motives, different intents, helping each other out, also addressing different parts of the kill chain, which would then complicate any attribution or any effective response to it, is really a concerning trend. And here I would like to come back to the issue of accountability, but also the normative framework and the norms, rules, and principles that we have agreed upon at international level that actually require states to conduct practices, to keep their territory free from such activities, to tackle cybercrime, to protect their critical infrastructure, to not harm other critical infrastructure, to not knowingly allow such behavior to take place, is something that we really have to press for. So when we talk about accountability, that also starts not necessarily in a way with attribution, but it starts with states actually taking their responsibility in implementing the norms, rules, and principles that we have agreed upon at the international level, that include also the element of non-state actors and those acting from your territory, criminal actors, and the work in that context. The UN Cybercrime Convention also contributes to that, with how having a UN convention actually addressing criminal behavior in this area. So the muddiness of actors is something that is of concern, and that requires actually a state to step up its efforts in this field. There it should be acknowledged that not all states actually do this, because when we're talking about incentives, when you're talking about political will, then you may ask yourself, what is the incentive of DPRK? What is the incentive of Russia to actually stop certain actors, private actors, from the territory? And I think we all know the answer there. So that is something that we also have to take into account, that yes, political will is something, but maybe we should then look at the political will and the incentive of the global community to stop that type of behavior by imposing norms and by imposing these consequences for not adhering to the normative framework in that context.
Okay, I will add one more point as an international law person. Because you mentioned the terminology intervention, according to UN Charter Article 2.7, there is the principle of the prohibition of a non-intervention principle. Most of states now, international community, accept this principle also applicable to cyberspace. So if you mean to state intervene with another state in case, if the case meets the condition of the prohibition of Article 2.7, probably it's a violation of international law. It's illegal according to, based on international law. So if you only mean the interference, probably Manon's explanation is perfect, I think. Yeah, thank you. We only have 30 seconds, so do you have another question? Okay, the last one.
Yeah, now it works. Thank you very much to all the panelists for a brilliant lecture. And my name is Anastasia. I'm from KAIST University here in Daejeon. And I also study nuclear policy and women inclusion in nuclear policy. So my question is a bit comparative. So how much change do you expect from the women inclusion in cybersecurity field? Because I also research it as a comparative for nuclear. Thank you.
Okay, goes to Irene.
Thank you. Good question. We are depending on regular or frequent survey by private entities globally, and we look at the impact of our efforts also globally. As WIXME itself, or the GFC itself, we do not conduct this survey, but it is also important that when surveys are conducted, these are equally, these are in all industries possible, not only in, let's say, critical infrastructure, but also in other sectors such as education, hospital, banks, transportation, telecommunication, and also in all region. The next step that we would like to see if there is already an increase, and we have seen that, as I mentioned, the last survey published last year was a very good indication already. And there's not only one Women in Cyber group, there are also WISIS in the US, there are a lot of women in cyber in various areas and region, and these are all, we are all collaborating to create this, this awareness. And again, the focus is not only ticking the box to include women, but also look at the program on how to promote them. One of the things that I know it's coming is the women in quantum. So women in STEM in general, science, technology, engineering, and math.
Thank you very much for our distinguished speakers and audiences. I pass to 1 minute more. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give a huge round of applause to our moderator and esteemed panels. Thank you. You may return to your seats. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our session 2, and we'll soon commence our last session, which is session 3, starting from 4:10. So please enjoy some coffee and refreshments in the lobby, and please enter the hall by 4:10. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Emerging Security Forum. Now we will commence session 3. It's titled The Battle for Technological Dominance, a competition in mineral, chips, and batteries. And we do have our moderator and speakers on the stage. Please allow me to introduce them. First and foremost, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jin Dong-yuan, Director of China and Asia Security Program at Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, and he will be our moderator. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. And we have our esteemed panelists, Professor Sofia Kolinchakos, Global Distinguished Professor of Environmental Studies and Public Policy at New York University, Abu Dhabi, is joining us here at the stage. Please welcome her. Thank you. And Mr. Frank Umbach, Head of Research of European Cluster for Climate, Energy, and Resource Security of Center for Advanced Security, Strategic and Integration Studies at University of Bonn, is joining us. Please welcome him. Thank you. And let us welcome Mr. Chun-hyuk Park, a senior researcher at Korea Institute of Geoscience and Mineral Resources. Please welcome him. And we do have Ms. Jainab Usman, Senior Fellow and Director of Africa Program at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Let's welcome her. Thank you. And last but not least, please join me in welcoming Ms. Yu Jie, a Senior Research Fellow on China at the Chatham House. Please welcome her. With that, our moderator will now lead the session. Please grab the microphone. You may have the floor.
Yeah, thanks very much. And let me first thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this forum and for the invitation to moderate this panel. So in earlier panels, we were talking, basically discussing the application of technologies. You know, if you think about it, AI, cyber, and whether it's in nuclear or conventional, they are application of critical advanced technologies. For this panel, we're coming down to the basics. You know, basically, we are going back to upstream and midstream in terms of the critical minerals, extraction, refinement, and production. And these critical minerals are very important. I mean, there's a reason they are called critical, because they are essential in many of the commercial devices, electronic devices, EVs, and many applications. You need to have the critical minerals, as well as in many of the military applications there. So obviously, the ongoing US-China sort of a strategic rivalry has cast a shadow over all three of these areas, although I would contend in terms of the batteries, and then even in the areas of critical minerals, there's still space for the two countries, and also between China and the European Union to cooperate, in particular when you think about the green transition and how critical these minerals can play a role. So if we weaponize and politicize and basically create a fierce competition, and then basically create two different parallel ecosystems, which will not be good, and you can have a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the reason when China sees the US is imposing lots of restrictions, you know, the Biden administration already 3 or 4 times and placing hundreds of Chinese chip-making companies on the blacklist or entity list. And the US also is strong arming the Netherlands, ASML, and Japanese chip-making equipment factories to also toe the line in a sense. So we see just early this week, China retaliated by imposing export controls on several of these critical minerals. So basically, you'll have a tit for tat. With Trump coming into office in January, and he has already indicated cross-board 60% tariffs. And on the critical, maybe chips and some chips equipment, making equipment, I would assume that Trump will continue the policy of the Biden administration, which in turn continue the Trump administration policy back in 2018 and 2019. Now, there are several reasons why China today is a dominant player in quite a few of these critical minerals. Of course, number one, there's a whole lot of government strategic planning for years. So China already way back in the 2 decades ago already identified certain sectors to make the investment and then just even at great cost and perhaps environmental pollution and all of that. So, but China realized these would be the sectors that would be very critical. At the same time, I think the same can be said because of the regulatory frameworks in the OECD country, in the US, in Europe, which were not welcoming the, such distraction of critical minerals because of the environmental problems there. So now we have this situation, both the critical minerals and the chips, the United States and China in serious competition, which also affects many of the other players, the European Union, several of the Indo-Pacific countries such as Japan and Republic of Korea. So if this intensified competition continues, I think we will be in a really, really bad situation where we're basically, it's not a win-win situation, it's a lose and lose kind of an environment. So we have an excellent panel of experts to address some of these questions in the context of these broad frames. So let me maybe start the question with, let me see, with Sophia. And of course, you have written extensively about China's involvement in the critical mineral development. You also note this competition between China and the US. And there is a perception and perhaps to some extent reality of the US and some of the European countries and Asian countries. They depend on China on the critical minerals supplies. So therefore, in this competitive environment, there are growing concern about supply chain resilience, concern about maybe China can use its dominant position to coerce the recipient countries, or when it is being punished in one way, perhaps China will retaliate in kind. And so the economic relations, which have been very mutually beneficial over the decades, now increasingly be negatively affected, including, I think, perhaps we may lose the bigger picture of where benefits can be gained, for instance, in the green transition. So cooperation would be very much preferred than the competition or restriction. In some areas, I can understand, high advanced chips, of course. But in the legacy memory chips and lower end, now the US is basically expanding the scope, even in those 28 nanometers kind of a legacy memory chip making areas. So basically the question would be, can you see we are not being able to get out of this situation, and then so cooperation is completely out of the picture.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to address everyone. It's my first time in your country, and I have to say I have only great things to say about my stay and my experience. I'd like to cut to the chase in some way and maybe lower the realist volume. Because all day long we've been hearing about security and threats and defining security in a way that is, I would say, almost aggressive. We've created this frame where we're almost stuck in a situation from which I'm now asked, well, is there any hope to achieve some kind of collaboration, at least in the name of the green transition? And as I tell my students in the university, because I know there are a lot of young people here who actually would like to hear some hopeful, also they need to know the challenges, but also try to find a hopeful narrative out of this, is that the elephant in the room is the Sino-US bipolar competition. This was not a given. This is something that we've arrived at. So we're going to talk about that on the side. But I want to start by saying the green transition, what is it? Most people can't exactly define it. But it's a decision that we all came together as a world community in 2015 after Paris, that in order to respond to the climate crisis, we need to keep the temperature from rising above 2 degrees Celsius, 1.5 if we're lucky. This transition, as it was articulated, was mainly focused on reducing emissions in the energy sector and in transportation. It meant the electrification of transport. It meant the deployment of renewables. Now, all of these, this is an industrial plan. And the question of competition under the previous years, let's say, before we arrived at this bipolar hyper-competition that we're now experiencing, this was a trade issue. When I wrote the book about China and the geopolitics of rare earths in the ancient year of 2018, and I said, how have we all agreed to transition our entire infrastructures and our economies into this direction in the name of the planet and the climate? How is it that we're doing this without making sure that we have access to all of these materials? And those people who were economists believed that the market provided all of the solutions. Today, we've woken up to the reality that geopolitics trump economics. We've gotten, of course, to the point now where geopolitics are so contentious that we're finding it impossible to identify areas of cooperation. So I'd like to also add that even the digital transition, which was going to happen anyway because when there's a technological capacity, we embark on it, part of the dematerialization of the economy was again for climate reasons. And this too now has become an area of hyper-competition, of different norms and values, of different ways of understanding rights, who's in control, state or private companies, what is freedom, walls or barriers. So I just want to say, I guess I'm going to get around to it in the second round because I'm looking at the timer. But I want us all to remember that what's happening today is that the geopolitics, in an effort perhaps to avoid all-out war and conflict, is really centering around economic disputes, which is why things that were confined to trade relations and ties of interdependence, our entire global supply chains, were created so that they made economic sense. Today, we're fighting our battles there, and this is not a good outcome for the climate, for sure, for the planet, and for also to give us opportunities to find ways to create trust. We heard a lot about this from the previous panels. How do we create trust? How do we involve stakeholders? How do we bridge the divides between the global north and the global south? We have promised these things to the developing world as we transition into the green economy, and these are areas that we need to focus on. I guess I'll stop here for now and get back to it.
Yeah, thanks, Sophia. I now turn to Frank. And so, of course, Europe is also very dependent on critical minerals and perhaps also chips, because it only produces about 10% of the chips it needs. So recognizing this may create or cause vulnerability because of the reliance on a few suppliers. And what are Europe's strategies in the last few years, even before Wonderland talked about de-risking? So what have these strategies been for mitigating the risk and challenges? For instance, the access to and investment in critical minerals, extraction, refinement, and production. And to what extent this has been coordinated, or these have been coordinated with the US, knowing that, you know, since the Biden administration, there's TTC, their transatlantic trade and what is the C in your committee there. So how is that the transatlantic cooperation, and do you think so far it has yielded better result, or they are still bickering over terms and terms of trade, even between Europe and the US?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also thank the South Korean Foreign Ministry for having invited me here. Let me make at first maybe a little bit of a critical note to the discussion we have witnessed so far, also as someone who is working normally on cybersecurity and a number of other security issues. I think what we heard up today, these discussions are very worthwhile, very balanced, very informative. But when it comes to international cooperation and collaboration, I still have the feeling that we live sometimes on a different kind of planet. Because the geopolitical landscape have dramatically changed, much more than we are probably willing to recognize up to now. When it comes to transparency and collaboration, I think we have to recognize, we have to do here within axis of upheaval of countries which have openly challenging the rule-based world order. We just need to listen what presidents like Xi Jinping, Putin, and others are saying. They have argued for years to change their own national borders or expand their geopolitical leverage. We are, as I said, we are still obviously unwilling to recognize these changes. That brings me to my topic, and let me also highlight, or beginning some remarks to the global developments and global demand growth. We have already heard by Sophia that the faster the global energy transition should go in terms of achieving the climate targets, the higher the critical raw demand will be globally. And I give you just one example, which is very strikingly making clear what we are talking about. Copper. Copper is needed for the global expansion, for the digitalization and modernization of the electrical grids around the world. This is an issue which has been greatly underestimated by all kinds of national, international energy plans up to now. At the same time, the cost factor of modernizing the grid had been undermined, as well as the demand of critical raw materials. One of a more new analysis recently concluded that the future copper demand, just for modernizing, digitalizing the electrical grids around the world over the next 2-3 decades, will be higher than the total copper production in history has ever been up to now. And if you think upon that, from the planning to the operation of a mine lies a time frame of internationally, in average, of 7 to 10 years. In Western countries, often 15 to 20 years. And what that means also for investors who don't know, when they want to invest in lithium mines today, whether the lithium would be needed in 10, 15 years, maybe for a new kind of a new battery generation, which will no longer be based on lithium. That boils down that not enough investments are used today for investing in international mines because of the uncertainties and the rapid speed of new technologies, even in the field, for example, of batteries. Another factor is the geopolitical factor here. China, for a long time, since at least 2015, and Xi Jinping has argued or openly argued repeatedly by saying that China needs to decrease its technological and overall dependencies on the West. And at the same time, he has said that China needs to increase the Western dependencies on China. When you're looking to the trade imbalance over the last 5-10 years, which have increased in the case of the EU as well as of the US between exports and imports, then you can argue that this imbalance of the trade development exactly confirms what he has said for years. And that boils down to the issue of our over-dependencies on the imports of critical raw materials from China or of refined and reprocessed products. And for a long time, we have overlooked that our dependencies on the refining and the reprocessing capacities of China are even higher than from Chinese mines, be it in China or being controlled by China internationally. That brings me to the European policies and the European Commission. The European Commission has been working on critical raw material supply security since 2008. But for a long time, supply security issues, when they had been addressed in conferences, had been completely separated from discussions on energy security. So it had been not linked with renewables, with electrolysis, for example, which you need for green hydrogen, etc. It was only the World Bank in a publication of 2017 which linked supply security to the issue of energy security, of future concepts of energy security, and linked it to renewables and the green energy transition. The European Commission back in 2010, and countries such as Germany have developed a 3-pillar strategy. The first pillar refers to the demand management and efforts to decrease the demand growth. The second pillar was favoring the domestic European mining, meanwhile also refining and reprocessing capacities. And the third pillar was referring to the need of recycling, reuse, and developing alternative critical or using alternative critical raw materials which do not create so many supply security risks. The EU in this year adopted the so-called Critical Raw Materials Act, which defines clear targets also for European mining, etc. And you can question that, whether that's realistic to implement by the year 2030. So as a European, I would argue we do not have a fundamental problem in recognizing the challenges or defining those challenges on the paper, even not by defining adequate strategies in coping with the manifold challenges we face. But we do have a huge problem in bridging the gap between our declaratory policies and implementing those recommendations, because we are too slow, we have too bureaucratic, lengthy processes, and there is a lack of political will, both on the governmental side and very often also in the industry side. And how to bridge that gap is the major challenges in the years ahead. To the perspective of transatlantic cooperation, I think we need to remind ourselves we started back in 2012, and that was 2 years after the Japanese-Chinese conflict about the Chinese exports of rare earths to Japan. 2 years later, a trilateral cooperation had started between the US, EU, and Japan. Meanwhile, extended, including Australia, Canada, as well as the G7 countries. During the first Trump administration, that was one of the very few areas, actually, where the cooperation between the EU and the United States worked very well, because we defined our common interests in this field in quite in the same way. And that facilitated, actually, and fastened and deepened even the transatlantic cooperation on supply security of critical raw materials. Of course, in the US, since 2015, critical raw materials had been also defined as a security issue, put it on the security agenda, because the Pentagon recognized to which extent it was dependent on the imports of critical raw materials for its high-tech weaponry. Sometimes a little bit surprising, but the US debate started not on the side of the Pentagon, but actually by academic experts in the US Congress, by highlighting even the Pentagon, the arms industry's dependence on China. In Europe, we have the same problem. We just discovered in our defense industry, following the pandemic years and the disruption of supply chains, and as well as alongside of the Ukraine conflict, to which extent our arms industry is dependent on the imports of critical raw materials. Just give you one example, which was also surprising me, which came out this year. So for the production of explosive or ammunition, you need to import the shooting cotton, for example, which we don't have. Actually, we completely, or 80%, we completely import that from China. Yeah, at a times when we want to raise our defense budget and to build more armament to make our armed forces, as the German defense minister said, ready for war. And you can't do that without these critical raw materials. So here again, I would argue this is an area where I still have some hopes that despite the dangers and risk of a trade conflict which could easily emerge between Trump administration and the EU, this is certainly one of the areas where I still see that strategic interest may define a common policy also in the years ahead, and that's very, very important if we want to de-risk our overdependence on China and to build up more resilient supply chains, which is also an issue, meanwhile, for our industrial competitiveness, which will be, in the years ahead, the most important, probably the most important technological issue at a time when the European Commission and the European Parliament has been completely changed in recent years, where we have seen in the first half of the year that funds from the climate and the energy sector have been shifted, redefined to security and defense, and that will continue in the years ahead. And our industrial policies, industrial competitiveness, and what we never had in the past, our overall economic security strategy, a little bit model following the Japanese model, that will be something which will play an ever more important role in the years to come.
Okay, thanks, Frank. I think you've raised two critical points. One is you referred to China's recognition that it would not want to depend on other countries for its advanced technology. So therefore, this Made in China 2025. And also before that, even in the late 90s, in the mid 80s, already in major projects to advance technologies. And so the government put in enormous resources. The second point is, I think also is important, you mentioned that there's a desire or there's some wish to do something, but how to implement, so that's a important question because Australia is a country of alternative critical minerals. But when you look at Australia, what the Australian government has done is basically, okay, we'll provide $7 billion in credit line, and then here a few million dollars here, a few millions there. So it's way, not enough to really. And also President Biden's recent visit to Angola, so he promised $1 billion. When you think of what China has invested over the last 25 years, it's $25 billion. So if you want to do something, and you really need to not just make the commitment, but also make the investment there. So with that, we move on to Jung-kyu. So I think you are perhaps the expert in the sort of mineral mining or engineer in that area. So the questions, now there are quite a few proposals and action plans to have alternative kind of a supply of critical minerals. How quickly and how affordable these alternative critical minerals can be, extracted and refined and manufactured? What would be some of the challenges you can see, and how that overall, I mean, on the supply chain security, that is also your areas of specialty.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me this esteemed conference, and it's a great honor to get opportunity to talk about the very, very important topic. To answer this, our moderator's question, I'd like to talk about what is like a critical minerals and why it is important. Because basically, the critical mineral is it's a non-alternative in near future, and it's very critical to our economic security. As our moderator mentioned, the demand for critical mineral was driven by green energy policies, and now advancement in battery and AI technology are adding even greater pressure to meet this demand for these critical minerals. The definition of a critical mineral are commodities found in a wide variety of ore deposits that are vital to economic and national security of individual nations that are vulnerable to supply disruption. It is provided by USGS. The clean energy relies heavily on electricity, including technologies like electric vehicles and renewable energy. This requires significant amount of battery minerals and rare metals for permanent magnets and semiconductors. For example, a single EV needs about 5 times more minerals than traditional internal combustion engine vehicle because it has a very big size of a battery. To put this into perspective, your iPhone contains only 6 grams of lithium, but EV car battery holds 6 kilograms of lithium. It's 1,000 times bigger. But this surge in demand alone doesn't fully explain the supply chain security risk. The real challenges lie on the supply side. Before the 2020s, critical mineral wasn't key players in the mineral markets. The focus was on base metal like copper, aluminum, or iron ore. Critical minerals were either produced in small volume or as byproducts with no advanced production technologies or established market to support their development. The world, excluding China, has not adequately prepared to produce the critical minerals needed to meet this skyrocketing demand. Over the past half-century, globalization has shifted low-level manufacturing capabilities to developing countries, while developed nations have focused on fostering higher value-added industry. Thus, combined with a biased distribution of mineral resources has made the mineral supply chain increasingly unbalanced. Today, China dominates all stages of a critical mineral supply chain. China's dominance is the most pronounced in the midstream stage, and Chinese state-owned enterprise actively acquire upstream projects worldwide. For example, China dominates the 77% of graphite upstream and 99% of graphite midstream and 93% of graphite downstream. Also, for semiconductor minerals, China dominates 98% of gallium production and more than 2/3 of germanium production. These high concentrations significantly increase the risk within the critical mineral supply chain. So, in this response, many countries propose the security measures or security mechanisms from last year. For example, Australia has a very good structured system, and also South Korea announced the security measures last year. These security mechanisms can largely be divided into short-term strategy and long-term strategies. The short-term strategy includes the measures such as stockpiling, offtake agreement, bilateral international cooperation, and government incentives. A long-term strategy involves the multilateral cooperation frameworks, developing the resilient system to respond to supply disruption, and advancing technological development. There are 2 main goals. The first one is scaling up the production, and second one is the diversification. And the one more thing is the responsible and sustainable development. And let me talk about the scaling up the production. The biggest challenge in scaling up production lies in the fact that mining and processing projects requires significant capital and long lead time. From the supply chain perspective, it's ideal to encourage demanding companies to invest directly in these projects. For example, automakers can enter the refining and mining sector to build a more stable supply chain through direct investment or offtake agreement. That is called vertical integration. Actually, Tesla already made a good case, and they reduced the operating costs dramatically. However, many uncertainties make it difficult to push this investment. One of the biggest obstacles is a long timeline required to ramping up the project. This is where we see distinct contrasts between China and other regions. In China, it typically takes us 3 to 5 years to bring the mining project from initiation to production. In contrast, in Canada, the United States, and Europe, this process often exceeds 10 years. sometimes stretching beyond more than 15 years. To address this, we urgently need to streamline permitting process and improving efficiency by fostering better coordination among stakeholders. One thing we have to think about it is stockpiling. The stockpiling is the one of a very important issue now talking in the multilateral body. While most measures need to be led by a private sector, stockpiling is an area where the government can play a larger role. In the case of oil and gas, the 90 days of mandatory stockpiling requirement for IEA members countries has helped establish the supply stability following the oil shocks. For minerals, however, the diversity of minerals, as well as complex industrial and production situation in different countries, make it difficult to apply the same mechanism as oil. Nevertheless, stockpiling critical mineral can help sustain production during short-term supply chain disruption and provide time to explore alternative source of imports. Moreover, the fact that there are stockpiles in the mineral market can significantly alleviate the emergence of speculative forces and reduce market anxiety. Now, only a few countries are doing this mineral stockpiling: Korea, Japan, and the United States. The United States only doing for defense purpose. In the long term, technological development is the most critical factor. For instance, the development of a fracking and AI application in shale gas demonstrates how technological advancements can rapidly increase production. Efficient exploration and production technologies like smart mining, raw material substitution technology, eco-friendly development technology, and recycling technology are all essential. However, what must be considered here is needs to establish a roadmap for each type of mineral, identifying which technologies can be utilized and what technology gaps exist. The targeted investment in research and development should be made accordingly. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Let's move on to Zainab. So I think with the attention to critical minerals, the African continent suddenly has become the focus of great powers scrambling for a place to gain access to resources and to invest in extraction and perhaps even refinement there. So if you could give a general picture, so obviously China and the US are the two key players, and the EU may be another key player there as well. So what are some of the characteristics of their sort of scrambling or trying to secure a place of critical minerals? And which ones do you think have been so far more effective in meeting the goals as stated by either Beijing or Washington?
Well, thank you very much to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for inviting me to this distinguished conference, and this also a very nice high-tech setup. I've been taking a lot of pictures, very bright, very colorful. Very nice food as well. This is a very crucial topic, very important. I think for a lot of African countries, it's also not a new issue. The question of how to harness natural resources more generally, but also mineral resources more specifically for economic development, for improved well-being, for increased prosperity is not a new one. The engagement and interaction between African countries and the rest of the world with respect to natural resources is also not a new phenomenon. In fact, some would argue that the very nature of the incorporation of the entire African continent into the global economy was on the basis of a very asymmetrical relationship with respect to natural resources, and we can go into details on that. This happened over centuries. So this is not a new issue at all. It seems, however, that there's a new scramble for minerals and metals, critical minerals as they are called. I prefer to use the term transition minerals or strategic minerals, because critical minerals, the definitions are very temporal, they change over time. They're sometimes geographical in nature. Critical minerals in the US, the list is very different from that of Korea, from that of the UK, etc. So what I want to do right now is just to talk about the range of industrial policies, trade policies, and investment initiatives that are being pursued and implemented by both consuming countries for these minerals and metals, but also by producer countries, including those in Africa. And in both cases, both the consuming countries and the producer countries, they're all trying to either secure supply chains, de-risk supply chains, diversify sources of supplies, and they are trying to capture the benefits of these resources in terms of revenues, in terms of productivity gains, in terms of market share of production. So that really is what we're working with. And also within this context, before I talk about the three things, we are at a unique period in time in which the scope for multilateral action is quite narrow. Multilateralism is withering, as some would argue. In fact, for this particular issue, we don't, I would argue, have very effective multilateral initiatives. The most recent, most recent attempt at having an effective, up-to-date multilateral initiative is the UN Secretary General's panel on critical minerals that was convened a couple of months ago, and they came out with their report in September. But otherwise, we really don't have effective multilateral initiatives. So starting with the the industrial policy tools. And the context here is that we know the demand side of the equation, where the demand also has specific geographical characteristics, a lot of it coming from, of course, the US, Europe, but also very importantly China and a number of global powers, perhaps including South Korea, where a lot of the innovations, a lot of the production and the manufacturing is happening. But on the supply side of the equation, these minerals and metals, the endowments, they are actually spread across a variety of jurisdictions in Asia, in Latin America, in the Middle East, but also in Africa. And this is a whole range of countries. Some are low income, some are middle income, some are high income, some are very politically unstable. In high income jurisdictions, actually, the key issue is that a lot of communities don't want mining to happen. I think about Serbia and the Jadar lithium project, where, despite having a lot of promise, communities and political opposition, they have decided that they do not want mining, and sometimes people do have a reason for that. The environmental devastation can be quite significant. But then, going into the industrial policy dimension of things, a lot of the consuming countries are able to implement industrial policies. They have the resources, be it, generous subsidies, generous tax incentives, and we've heard of Made in China 2025, which has really enabled China to dominate entire segments of mineral value chains. But also in the US, industrial policy has taken the form of legislation passed within the last couple of years, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And in fact, for the first time in to be honest, in my lifetime, US government officials are proudly talking about industrial policy. Like, I'm old enough to remember that just a few years ago, if you said industrial policy in certain circles, you would be hounded out of town. Like, it was heresy to mention industrial policy. So industrial policies are being pursued, but this is really the prerogative of wealthy countries. A lot of low and middle income countries cannot afford to pursue industrial policies. The other, this then brings me to the second set of policy tools that we see being used, trade policy tools and instruments. And in fact, I would argue that trade policy is arguably one of the most important things we all have to grapple with right now. Again, you can see certain distinctions between the producer countries and the consuming countries. So with respect to the consuming countries, again, the wealthy countries, the US, China, parts of the EU, etc. Tariffs are being used, and in the case of the US, in the Inflation Reduction Act, there are clear like indirect tariffs in a sense where the tax incentives are only applicable to companies that are able to use minerals that are sourced from countries that have a free trade agreement with the US. That's a long-winded way of saying if you don't have a free trade agreement with the US, then the company that sources inputs from that country would not be able to benefit from the generous tax benefits, tax incentives. I mean, same with China. China has had a variety of tariffs over the years. But what we're also seeing, especially with respect to the consuming countries, the producer countries, I think about Indonesia here, a lot of African countries like Tanzania, Ghana, Zimbabwe, a lot of them are using export bans. Indonesia was able to effectively use a variety of export bans over, a 14, 15-year period, especially with respect to nickel. And depending on who you talk to, people have very strong views about export bans used in Indonesia. Some are like, this was a terrible thing to do. Some think it's like the best thing since sliced bread. But nevertheless, Indonesia has been able to capture the nickel, at least the refining and midstream segment of the nickel value chain. And I think it controls about over 50% of global refining for nickel. And we're seeing a number of African countries also impose export bans. The third set of instruments that we see being used, of course, in the US, in China, but also far afield, including the GCC countries, so Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, which are now becoming very important players with respect to critical minerals, is a variety of investment initiatives, investment strategies, investment partnerships, and including South Korea. In fact, South Korea hosted a Korea-Africa summit earlier this year, and critical minerals was quite central to that entire summit. Over 25 African heads of states in attendance, with a number of initiatives announced. So those are, I think, the three key policy instruments that we see being used, and a lot of them tend to be bilateral. But for now, I think we're really lacking in effective multilateral initiatives and mechanisms. I'm going to stop there.
Yeah. Thanks very much. So we now move to Yu Jie, Dr. Yu Jie. I'm sure, Europeans are talking, have been talking de-risking in the last few years, and actually we produced a report comparing EU and Japanese de-risking policies. So what is your sense of Brussels and with regard to dealing with China in the critical mineral chips and all of that? My sense is that even though Brussels recognizes our risks and they have vulnerabilities, it is not very keen on engaging in a very comprehensive across the board kind of a competition with China. And where possible, I think there still is hope that the European Union and China can collaborate and cooperate in areas, the green transition, where their collaboration would, not only benefit the two key players, but also, climate action and the whole transition in a post-fossil fuel kind of economy.
Well, thank you, Dr. Yuan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, let me echo my colleague said in here. Thanks so much for Korean Foreign Ministry as well as CIPRI to putting this excellent and timely event together and for this very Instagram-friendly stage as well. Now, Dr. Yuan, to answer your question, I think perhaps I'm going to offer quite pessimistic assessment in here regarding this potential collaboration between Brussels and Beijing, and also major EU member states with Beijing in here. I think there's 3 reasons in here. First reason in here is actually the structural economic reason. So in the past, I would say in the past 2 decades or so, that one thing which Beijing is trying to do is really trying to upgrading its manufacturing capability, and by using a very heavy-handed, strong industrial policies to upgrading its value of export. So this actually put the Chinese manufacturing products, irrespective on EV or irrespective is on renewable energy equipment and so on and so forth, into a direct competition with European counterparts. So the sense of complementarity on the economics between EU and China has not gone. And I see this as being a structural issue, that is to say, President Xi does not want its economy totally be dependent on property sector, but instead, what he wants to do is he wants to build China in a much larger size of Germany, of being that global manufacturing powerhouse. So that will put in a structural economic challenge, number 1, together with European Union. So that would make collaboration and cooperation very difficult. And irrespective of the government subsidies or the Chinese companies went through a very much cutting-throat competition domestically and led into the result. Now we have the champion of BYD and various, and MG Rover, for example, even though it's a British brand, but it's owned by Shanghai Automotive. So that structural economic reason hindered cooperation. Now the second reason is deeply entrenched in the political ideology and also for the current geopolitical bifurcation we have in here. I think really after the round of COVID, as well as Russia's invasion towards Ukraine, many European leaders and European political elites considering whether they can have to put in all the eggs in one basket. So energy depended on Russia and then manufacturing depended on China. So that is very much a reckoning moment from the Europeans. And equally, I think really from the Chinese perspective, and how they look into the world. And they realize perhaps we have to pursue that sense of technology and economic self-reliance in order to make sure its economy will be waterproof from perhaps even the worst geopolitical outcomes, that sense of US containment strategy, and also that building very strong alliances between the United States and Europe, and in terms of containing China. So I think that really deeply entrenched political reasoning here also hindered the cooperation on green transitions, on various other things. And also the Chinese has its own complaint by saying, in the past, and European Union has been the champion of climate change and hoping the other countries will be able to collaborate together with the EU. And now, given that China made some contribution on carbon reduction and also over EVs and renewable, and because of Chinese very strong competition, and make Europeans realize they should have to building some sense of trade fortress in order not having too many Chinese products flooded into the European market. So I think that economic and political reason in here have hindered the collaboration. Now the third reason is to the rest of the world. So we spoke quite a lot earlier in the 2 sessions about China and the West, about this bifurcated global great power competition. But I think really for the rest of the world, and China already made the case through whether it's the Belt and Road Initiative, whether it's on the Global Development Initiative, that building very strong network of climate change agenda, offering renewable energy equipment and building infrastructures among many of the non-Western countries. So that sense of presenting the narrative that China has been a responsible force on climate change have been made among the global South countries. I'm sure many in here would be disagree with me, which is fine. But unfortunately, I think that's what China has been pursuing in the last decade or so, in the absence of United States and European Union. So that really leads into the sense that if we're talking about collaboration on climate change, on current transition with China, I think China will be more putting inclined to collaborating with the Global South rather than with the Global North. And that, again, leads us in a more divided world over here. And also, I think now the role of Global South within China's own economic diplomacy, within China's own framework of upgrading its industrial capacity or manufacturing capacity, has also been shifted from merely really a source of demand for critical minerals, demand for raw materials, and transfer into a much larger market for China. And I think that's also partially to do with the trade war, and that's also partially to do with China's much strained relationship with the European Union. So again, I think the picture is quite zigzag in here and not something quite straightforward. If we're talking about collaboration, I think the prospect of collaboration for China is much greater with non-Western countries and less so in the part of the global north.
Yeah, thanks. Clearly, I've not been a disciplining moderator, so we almost run out of time there. So, but I will ask maybe two related questions. So when we talk about all these minerals, chips, and all of these, and policies and risk, de-risking, we assume as if the public sector, the government can just say, oh, we see the problem, let's do something. But the fact of the matter is that many of the critical mineral extraction, refinement, many of these are carried out by private enterprises, right? So they make investment, and then they take the risk. And so they would like to, of course, to have government support in regular term, but even better, maybe subsidies there. So how do you see there can be private and public partnership in managing and mitigating the challenges of in the areas of critical minerals? And also your kind of I don't know, the projecting of strategic foresight kind of a view of in the next 5 years, do you think it's going to get even worse, or it can be some guardrail can be put in place, and so at least we have more kind of a disciplined competition there? Yeah, so Sophia, yeah.
So I think you got a very well-rounded view of the supply chains, of the problems of the different regions and their approaches, the different jurisdictions and how they've dealt with critical minerals, and the supply chains and the transition. And I think this is a great question. The first thing I wanted to pinpoint is, as you can understand from this entire presentation, part of the problem that we've had is that the OECD countries, the usual suspects, the major industrial powers, had really lost a lot of time in terms of building the green transition and securing both the infrastructure and the tech for the digital transition. And I think China had decided to leapfrog in a space where it couldn't compete in terms of, for example, electric vehicles. It was the first to really put in so much investment, so much of an effort. China put in subsidies, they used industrial policy, it was very aggressive, it wanted to build its economy. Sometimes the way we talk about it is as if it did something terrible, whereas the OECD countries have been doing this for years and decades, and this is why they've been able to lead. The question is, here we are today. With all of these problems that we have, I always want to remind us of the climate transition, because the electric vehicles have been, and renewables are solutions to reduce carbon emissions. We have a deadline, which is 2030. It's right around the corner in order for us to make the shift. Now, in terms of the private sector, who influences whom? The private sector government, or government the private sector? What we have seen in the story of critical minerals is that the private sector went for the bottom line. Even after the 2010 rare earth crisis, as soon as the prices corrected themselves and the unofficial embargo to Japan was over, yes, we had tripartite agreements between Japan, the EU, and the US. They were really trying to reduce the use of rare earths into certain applications. They were looking for new scientific ways to substitute, and they talked a lot about recycling. But what had not happened is the realization that they were utterly dependent on China and China's supply chains for the entire new industrial transition that they had all agreed upon to embark. Now, the private sector, I'd like to say, has never been the leader here. The private sector is expecting the taxpayer to fund, via the government, to fund the basic infrastructures for these transitions. This is why in the United States, we have the IRA Act. These are all subsidies. Subsidies for an American to buy an electric vehicle. Subsidies for Detroit to produce an electric vehicle. The problem that OECD countries are realizing is that China has product, they do not have product. This is why they're slapping all of these tariffs on China. We do not, in Europe, have electric vehicles to sell anybody at an affordable price. China has broken the code. China has done the same with renewables. Did it do it justly? Did it do it by, I don't know, avoiding perhaps using industrial policy excessively, using state companies, state funding? Yes. Why? Because the West was very much beholden to globalization. And now the pendulum has swung to the other side, where we believe in breaking ties of interdependence or building new ties of interdependence with our allies. Except here's I guess, what we need to remember, that the United States, who is the other part of the bipolar power structure, we do not know how the United States is going to react under Trump too. And that is to say that at least under the Biden administration, there was a Made in America policy for the green and digital transitions. Yes, the allies were excluded. Yes, oftentimes the United States is pushing Korea, for instance, to come and establish foundries and bring their tech into the United States and also pay for it. But the reality was that there at least was a transatlantic and global collaboration between the US and its allies. This may not be the same story after January 20th, because as we've seen, tariffs were announced for Mexico, Canada, and China. And in fact, Canada and Mexico were offered higher tariffs, who are the neighbors and allies. So we have to wait and see what's going to happen. If it's going to be that for allies, it will be a quid pro quo. This is important. It did not used to be this way. So let's say ideologically Brussels is upset with China because it's realized that there's a trade imbalance and they need to also be able to produce cars. Where they're going to have to find a way to work with China if, for example, the transatlantic relationship becomes very fraught. And there is an opportunity through climate, I think this was this was correct, through relations with the developing world, for Europe and China, who never really left the developing world, to build the kinds of bridges of collaboration. I mean, it's geopolitics and politics. I'm not saying that they're the best of actors. I'm not saying that they don't have their own agendas. But at least I think, because of the Belt and Road, and because of Global Gateway, and because of the regional connectivity of Eurasia and Africa, at the very least, this is a place where at least Europe, if it has to, may be able to lean toward bringing China to the discussion table as a regulatory power and a standard and norm and standard-making power. So I am hopeful in this respect. I'm not saying that this will all happen. Geopolitically, I think it's advantageous because the reality is most of the countries don't want to live in a bipolar world. They want to be able to trade with everyone. I mean, Europe and the United States have embargoed Russia, And the UAE is trading with Russia. India is trading with Russia. Other countries are trading. So we're not living in the 1990s and the 2000s. This is a very different place where there are new regional actors, where there are new regional powers, where countries are trying to hedge. They like democracy or the protection of the United States in certain levels, but they also really enjoy having economic relations that benefit their people, their development. One last word about this, that China also, and I think you were right to mention that, China comes with a vision, even if, again, we can seriously criticize it. You cannot have a geopolitical leadership today without having the climate crisis at the center. And China comes with ecological civilization, which is really a developmentalist vision for a sustainable sort of development. Europe, too, has its own vision, which is living well within the planetary boundaries. The point being that there can be no further leadership in this world without climate leadership, because even if we want to go to war or compete in cyberspace or compete elsewhere, the climate is catching up with us. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have 1 minute and 90 seconds. So instead of maybe 30 seconds of your crystal ball, can Europe compete and address the vulnerability issues in the critical minerals?
Firstly, I'm still not sure whether we really understand China's geoeconomic and geopolitical policies. I think China has declared, actually, of fully control the supply chains of the most important disruptive green technologies. Yeah, from the very beginning, which means the extraction of minerals up to refinement, reprocessing, up to the end products. And it's, in contrast to the past, it's already in a very strong position. When you look into the present discussion of EV exports to the European market and the oversupplies on the Chinese one, it's very often portrayed, this is the result of management failures in China, it's a result of the declining domestic consumption. That's actually not. It's a deliberate strategy. You could see that going back to the rare earth debate we had in the 1980s, 1990s, when the mountain mine in the US was the biggest rare earth mine in the world. And then the Chinese expanded the production to the point where almost all the Western companies went out of the global market because it was not profitable any longer. At the very end, China dominated the rare earth market until 2010, at the point of the conflict with Japan, where 97% of the global production of rare earths was taking place in China. And the oversupplies today are also a deliberate strategy, of pushing out, of destroying the Western companies on the global markets. And so the challenge is actually much bigger than we often realize. And our problems also have a lot to do with an increasing conflict of competing strategic interests on our side. Which the governments don't like to talk about. On one hand, we want to fasten the green energy transition for climate reason. On the other hand, we want to rebuild, reshore, and de-risk our overdependencies on China. So we have to make a choice here, and we cannot both have it. Either you can go ahead with fastening the energy transition, then you need to import even more solar cells. Even 40% of the green hydrogen production of electrolysis is already taking place in China. So you have to rely on even more imports on green technologies from China. Or you want to rebuild, reshore capacities at home, and then this is a cost factor. It makes the products more costly. And in times when we face even more financial constraints, then of course governments need to define very clear priorities. But at the very end, when you want to de-risk, when you want to reshore capacities at home, then it's a cost issue, and then it will slow down the green energy transition. And governments and industries have to make a choice here and to communicate that very, very clearly to their own population.
Yeah, given the, I think the time sensitivity, perhaps really 30 seconds, Dr. Park.
Okay, let me talk about a little bit about the example of a private and public partnership of a Korean case. Let me go very quickly. We have three cases. First one is we are doing a technological support by state-owned companies or national lab, because there's only a few experts in consuming countries, so the experts in the government side should support the reading and verify the feasibility study report. And the second one is this year we made a very big public finance support. The name is the Supply Chain Stabilization Fund, and it's almost $8 billion annually, and it's a type of a loan and provide to a company who can build like a critical mineral supply chain. And the third one is the government can support the international cooperation as the bilateral form, because the government controls like many types of mining rights and mining claims. So it's very effective to do something by a government. Is very helpful to private sector. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, really 30 seconds, no more than 45. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I want to take the question on the private sector. It's also worth reiterating and remembering that the landscape of investors and actors in the mining space is changing. For the longest time, the biggest mining companies, the mining majors as they're called, were, and to an extent they still are, European companies, Canadian companies, Australian companies. There are a few American companies, not many, but it's largely a European affair. In the case of Africa in particular, a lot of upstream activity is mostly dominated by European companies, with very little refining and processing happening. In fact, this back and forth discussion with companies has been going on for decades, and you would get the same response: oh, there's no infrastructure, there's corruption, processing cannot happen, it's not cost effective, it's not feasible, etc., etc. And that's partly why Indonesia imposed the ban. So there's that, but we increasingly have the second set of actors, which is the state-owned enterprises and quasi-state-owned enterprises. And a lot of those increasingly are in China, in Brazil, in India, and then the GCC countries, Ma'aden in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE as well, coming up with various entities. And then the third set of actors that I want to talk about, very important, I think they're kind of eluding a lot of attention, is tech companies that are increasingly becoming vertically integrated. Your Teslas, your Googles, that want to get involved, and some cases are getting involved in mining and processing and refining. And I think all of those landscape of actors, policymakers would have to kind of grapple with them. There could be a lot of opportunities for innovations, for ensuring that we mitigate risks for the whole of humanity, but there are also some risks and challenges associated with this new set of actors.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Yu Jie, you have the last word.
Sure, okay. Just regarding private-public partnership, I mean, I invite you to have a look on China's national public budget this year. Every single core items over there actually either declined or remained the same in line with inflation, except the fund regarding research and innovation increased around 12% in line with inflation. And where this 12% would go, and this 12% would actually make up to the funding to fund those private sectors where the Chinese government refer as the little giants that enable themselves to creating some sense of niche technology, some sense of cutting-edge technology that the rest of the world have not really discovered yet. And whether they will be able to succeed, we don't know. But at least I would say this is the first attempt that is very much a state-led economy and try to do something differently.
With that, we conclude the panel, and so thank for to the distinguished panelists for a very comprehensive discussion of various issues.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a big round of applause to our esteemed panels. Now, please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. And once again, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to our moderator and panelists for sharing their valuable conversation. Thank you. And this brings us to the end of session 3. We've shared valuable insights and perspectives on the big theme of this year's forum, global cooperation in the evolving security environment, cyber, AI, and new technologies. And before we proceed to the closing ceremony, we'd like to thank everyone for joining us today and being part of this meaningful forum. Thank you. And this closing ceremony consists of 2 closing remarks. And now we'd like to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Lee Dong-yeol, Ambassador for International Cyber Affairs for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests, I'd like to start by thanking all the speakers for their insightful and rich discussions today, and moderators for facilitating the discussion of each session in a wonderfully coordinated manner. My special thanks go to CIPRI and KAIST, our 2 esteemed partners, for their intellectual and professional expertise in preparing for this forum. When this forum was first launched in 2021, the discussions on the themes we covered today were very at the early stage in the international community. For one, we would not have launched the AI Summit or the AIM Summit, nor would we have expected to adopt outcome documents such as the future governance of AI. These developments are both natural and necessary when we consider the evolving nature of the security landscape. We must continue to be vigilant and agile to meet new challenges. And we are all aware that new technologies impact multiple areas, from science, economy, and military to intangible areas such as our ways of thinking and common values, which are reshaping the dynamics of security. In this journey, cooperation among multiple stakeholders is key to understanding the challenges we encounter and harnessing wisdom to tackle them. Government, international organizations, academia, businesses, and civil society each has its own role to play in finding the missing pieces to the puzzle. With this in mind, today we delved into a broad range of issues, from technology to its implication on international security and geopolitics. And we further expanded our discussions to include the intersection of cybersecurity, AI, weapons of mass destruction, quantum space, minerals, and more. The sessions served as a valuable opportunity to explore the potential benefits and risks we are facing with the evolving dynamics and how we must advance global cooperation to respond. Korea is committed to continuing its contributions to promoting these discourses. Indeed, as part of the dedication, Korea will continue to host this forum and develop it into a unique multi-stakeholder platform where participants can share candid ideas and forge a relationship that would make a meaningful contribution to responding to emerging security threats that affect our future. Allow me to conclude by quoting our winner from the competition on naming a catchphrase for the forum. Borderless threat call for borderless cooperation. I believe this will capture what we are pursuing. Let us keep thinking and continue our dialogue. I look forward to welcoming you again at this forum in Seoul next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those thoughtful words. As he just mentioned, we had the fruitful conversations, and we believe that this WESF was a meaningful platform, laying a solid foundation for potential global action on these emerging threats. Thank you. And next, we'd like to welcome Mr. Dan Smith, Director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, to deliver his closing remarks. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, and I would of course like to join in thanking speakers, moderators, participants, and the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs for putting on such a great forum. I'm kind of feeling regretful now that I didn't start out by switching on the record function on my phone, recording everything that was said, getting an AI program to give me a transcript, feed it into ChatGPT, and read it out to give you back as a summary of what we've been talking about. Of course, I'm not going to summarize. The conversation has been far too rich for that. There's an awful lot to take away. Just a few of my takeaways. We're obviously facing a number of dilemmas. One of them is between the long term and the short term, which both Ambassador Rhee and I commented on in our openings this morning. And the second, which has come out very strongly, perhaps most dramatically or vividly in the conversation in this session 3 that we've just had, is between the dilemma between the need for cooperation to address a number of complex issues and the realities of geopolitical competition. The problem that we face is a rising need for cooperation, is meeting a declining appetite for cooperation on a large enough and diverse enough scale. We obviously also need to undertake quite a lot of homework to keep on improving our understanding of interconnections, the assessment of risk, and perhaps especially the recognition of opportunities. We've been through a number of issues and challenges, which I won't go into now because of time pressures, where the key is cooperation and action both now and for the long term. But simply by talking about cooperation, that doesn't change the realities that we face. So for a just and peaceful green transition, we need to take on the issues that have been talked about in AI, in cybersecurity, and critical or strategic minerals. And for that, we need an approach that incentivizes cooperation, but that raises at least a few questions. Who is it who is most advanced in transitional technologies and extraction and exploitation of the necessary natural resources? Who are the we that we're talking about? Is this a humanity we, or a West we, or a subset of we within the West? Is it Europe? Is it individual countries? Is it the interests of Northeast Asia, and so on? And that raises a point which came up very strongly in the first panel this morning, which is the need to decolonize the approach. And that can be thought of in ethical terms and in terms of historical justice, but it's also pragmatic. I mean, the world order is changing, and we need to be addressing these questions not only within that changing world order, but in a way which reflects and responds to its realities. I think that the point that, simply outlawing something doesn't solve the problem is important. And yet at the same time, it is clear that there's a number of areas here where we need regulation. And we need to think through a lot of the challenges of regulation are new, both because of geopolitics and because of technology. That said, I think it's also important to remember that we have a starting point in international law, including international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and treaty commitments which have been made and ought to be stood by. And for all its flaws, and despite everything, and it's really worth reading the charter of the organization once again, we also have a starting point in the United Nations. We need innovation, we need the new, but we won't get it by simply junking or sidelining what we already have. Thank you all for a really good forum, and I look forward to its continuation in coming years as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dan Smith. Thank you very much for sharing some important outcomes of our forum. And we are just at the starting point, as he just mentioned. We ask for your further cooperation in advance. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, with these two closing remarks, we'll now bring this 2024 World Emerging Security Forum to an end. Once again, thank you very much for your participation until the very end, both online and offline. Thank you very much, and we wish you a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you very much.